Death's Rival. Seasons of Necromancy, Book 3. By Sierra Graves. Chapter 1. Gentry. The massive iron gates swung inward as I approached. Jared and the 4 vampires I dragged with me followed. The summer had been exceedingly long. Despite the numerous rumors we'd tracked down, I hardly had anything to show for it. September had come too damned fast. Though I would have preferred to keep seeking out more leads, I had to show my face back at the mansion and eventually at the academy. I tried to tell myself it wasn't because I missed Emery and was worried about her. A lot of good that did me. We might not have found the answers I was hoping for, but we found something all right. I wasn't sure yet if it was helpful or made the situation worse. I clutched the pendant in my fist, the one I'd taken off the rampaging spirit at the end of last semester. Finding any more of the cultists connected to that symbol had proved damn near impossible. Figuring out who belonged to the Order of the Frozen Hearts was a bit easier. None of them, however, felt obligated to talk about it. I'd gone so far as to reach out to contacts across the ocean. They knew about the Order, since it started over there, and the story about the Twisted Thorn Coven being destroyed, but that was it. Nothing about a spiral thorn with a flower budding at its center. Despite no one giving us answers, we had to be getting close to valuable information. During the last couple of months, we'd had a few run-ins. Vampires, shifters, even a few fae and witches had attacked us out of nowhere. It seemed too coincidental to not be a part of the cultists. Jared, my closest friend within the House of the Red Moon, nudged me when we were close to the mansion. I shoved the pendant into my pocket, glancing in the direction he pointed. "Looks pissed," Jared muttered. I expected nothing less. "You did let him know where you were, right?" Thought about it, but there was no point. I wasn't here, and that's all he'll care about. I'll deal with him. Brolin stood on the wraparound front porch of the sprawling mansion that had been my home for the past 170 years. His arms were crossed, his nostrils flared, and his eyes burned red. The anger pouring off him was palpable. If I'd been a younger vampire, or if he'd been the one to turn me, it would have stopped me in my tracks. I was neither, so I pushed on until I stood a couple of feet away, staring at him. Jared and the rest of my small group bowed to our prince, and ducked inside after a few seconds of Brolin not acknowledging them. He remained still as a statue, the pulsing radiance of his eyes the only visible change. The seconds of harsh silence stretched on, until I finally decided to screw it and made for the front door. Brolin's hand shot out and pressed into my chest, stopping me. 3 months, he uttered, voice shaking with anger. 3 months you've been gone without a word as to where you were or if you were still alive. I had things to take care of. I told you to stand down. The witch responsible for the murders was caught. There was no reason for you to be stirring up trouble. I told you not to meddle, and what have you been doing? Meddling. Do you know how many calls I received about a pack of vampires intimidating our kin? Going after witches. What were you thinking? I stepped back and his hand fell away. I needed to find answers. No one else was looking for them. Answers to what? You knew the murderer was identified and is currently being held in custody. According to a witch being influenced by Cassandra Thornheart. Forgive me if I don't believe a word that comes out of Cassandra's mouth. There's something off about her. I don't know how none of you see that. If you'd stuck around, you'd know the guard found evidence. Bullshit, I spat, cutting him, and he flinched. You're the one that said trusting her was a bad idea, and now suddenly you do. Why is that? Why are you willing to take her at her word? Perhaps you're the one being manipulated. Fisting his hands in my shirt, he swung me around, crashing me into the stone column on the front porch. He snarled an inch from my face. Do you have any idea what you made me look like this summer? He ranted, ignoring my questions. I chose you for my heir, because I believed you could handle the responsibilities. Now I'm wondering if I chose wrong. Maybe you did. He blinked, letting me go. What has happened to you? I tugged on my shirt to straighten it, snatched my duffel off the porch, and stormed into the house. I've tried to tell you, but you won't listen. Please tell me you weren't out there pissing off who knows how many vampires all for that witch with death magic, he raged, charging inside behind me. What are you thinking? She's the enemy, and you're helping her. With a furious growl, I whirled around, clenching my fists at my sides. She's the one in trouble. She's the one being attacked. She's not the enemy. It's all lies, a game she's playing, he insisted. I barked a bitter laugh. To what end, huh? There's some crazy cult of supernatural beings kidnapping people to do who knows what with them, and you don't give two shits about any of it because their main target happens to be a witch with death magic. What if they're behind the attack on the House of the Crow? Or the murders? There are no secret cults. And the witch responsible for the murders is in custody. She's already confessed to the spiritual attacks too. Confessed? Yes. And what did she say about the spiritual attacks? How did she do it? Using her death magic, that's how. Just her? Yes, he shouted, to which I shook my head. You don't believe me, he pressed. Recalling everything Rose relayed to us about the hex used to turn the spirits violent, I knew there was no way one witch could have caused the attack on the vampires. It made it even less likely since she had no death magic. Whatever confession she gave was probably given out of fear for her life and the well-being of her coven. She didn't do it, I whispered. They have the wrong person, and you're going to realize that too damned late. Why are you trying to protect her? She's a killer. I threw my hands up, stalking away until he yelled, You're not going back to WMA this fall. What? You heard me. I don't know what that death magic witch has done to you, and until I have you examined, you're to remain under this roof. Do I make myself clear? Not happening, I warned, heading for the stairs, taking them two at a time. Vampires watched from doorways and down the halls. Others peered over the upper railings. I avoided their confused and worried gazes. A few of them looked furious, shooting me my fair share of dirty looks and glares. I felt sorry for them. A year ago, I'd been exactly like them. Consumed by my need for revenge against anyone with death magic, no matter who they were. I saw them as nothing but an evil presence in our world. So much had changed in the last year. I saw how detrimental it was for me to let those dark thoughts continue to rampage through my mind and threaten to turn me into a heartless monster. I'd come face to face with evil the night our house was attacked. But I'd also seen real evil in the eyes of those cult members when they tried to kill Aleister and me in the Hollow, when they tortured Emery without flinching in the face of her screams. The war with the necromancers ended 150 years ago. If Brolin and the rest of my house couldn't see that, they'd be blindsided when this new enemy finally made their move, a new enemy connected to Cassandra Thornhart. If I could find proof, maybe Brolin would shut up for 2 seconds and listen to reason. Gentry, get back here, Roland shouted. Ignoring him, I hurried into my room to grab what I needed to leave again. There was no point in sticking around if Brolin was going to continue to deny the truth. I emptied my duffel of dirty clothes, filled it with fresh ones. I tossed in a few other odds and ends I didn't want to be without, including 3 long daggers, a few smaller knives, and the only item I had left from Kylie. Worried about losing it, I always left it here. Not sure I'd come back, I wasn't about to leave it behind. I picked up the black and red twisted metal ring that barely fit my right pinky and slipped it on. Everything else I needed for the fall semester was already back in my room at the academy. Bag packed, I slung it over my shoulder and reached the door. Brolin blocked my way, fuming. You're not leaving this house. You're sure as hell not leaving if it's to see that witch. I'm not going to walk away from her, not after everything she's done for me. She's in trouble, and I'm going to help her. This cult you keep denying exists is still after her, and possibly after Aleister and me. I don't care if you believe me or not. I'm going to find them and stop them before they hurt anyone I care about. I walked up to him, waiting for him to step aside. I politely request you move, Prince Brolin. First thing tomorrow night, I'll be bringing in a specialist to see what can be done about your situation. If she put a hex on you, we'll find out. Then you can return to yourself. This is for your own good. My eye twitched while I glared. I'd hoped this wouldn't come down to a fight, but Brolin wasn't giving me much choice. If you'd let me explain what I found. I don't want to hear any more, he bellowed. No more about cults that don't exist, or branded people in the woods, or magical totems, or anything to do with your suspicions of Cassandra Thornhart. She's a member of the Eternal Ember. Any threat you make against her will brand you a person of interest and a possible threat. Is that what you want? To be carted off in chains? And if she isn't who she says she is, why are you protecting her? I demanded. A second later, it hit me. I shook my head in disbelief. You're only willing to side with her because of her stance on those with death magic. All about politics, isn't it? Staying in control. You think you need her to keep your kin loyal to you. How dare you suggest those under this roof are not loyal? The more who see necromancers for the true threat they are, the better. I'd known Brolin for almost 2 centuries. Over the years, I'd grown accustomed to the subtle changes in his face when he wasn't entirely truthful. Even the tone of his voice shifted. It was slight, but the difference was there. I stared into his dark eyes, searching for a hint about what he wasn't telling me. And for a split second, the vampire looking back at me wasn't the Brolin I knew. What did she do to you? I whispered. He bared his fangs, his rage washing the brown from his eyes, replacing it with crimson. He grabbed my arm, almost breaking it. We're finished discussing this matter, you hear me? I yanked my arm free with a hiss. You can't keep me here. I took a step forward. Brolin's punch to my gut caught me off guard. I raised my left arm in time to block the fist aimed at my face. I didn't, however, see his other fist. It struck me in the kidney. I grunted, staggering out of my room and into the hall. Instinct kicked in, and I hit him right back, striking him in the jaw with my fist and landing another strike to his ribs. We fought, landing blows and snarling viciously while the other vampires moved back to let us have at it. Brolin rammed his elbow into my nose, then headbutted me. I nearly fell down the stairs, but caught myself on the iron railing at the last second. That witch will be the death of you. He spat blood at the floor near my feet. His split lip quickly healed while he approached. I wiped the blood from my face, not backing down. I failed to save Kylie. I won't do the same with Emery. She's going to get what's coming to her. If you stand in the way, I won't be there to save you. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He growled in answer and came at me again. I struggled to keep his attacks from reaching me, my mind a frenzied mess. Brolin had to know more about the new sanctions Cassandra had proposed for those with death magic. It was the only reason he'd have said that. Which meant whatever she had planned, he was backing her play. They might have the same views on necromancers, but I was sure there was more to it. That stranger staring back at me wasn't the Brolin I knew. I didn't want to believe it, but somehow Cassandra managed to find a way to magically influence Prince Brolin Wolson. He wound his arm around my neck, hauling me further down the hall. He was close to snapping my bones. I sputtered curses, needing to get to Emery. Brolin's words taunted me that whatever was coming next was going to be far from good for anyone with death magic. I twisted to get free of Brolin's grip on my neck, but he held on too tight. When you heal, you and I are going to have a very long chat, he muttered. And you'll never see that witch of yours again. Drawing on what last bit of strength I had, I rammed Brolin into the wall, breaking through the sheetrock and landing in another room. His grip loosened, and I grabbed his arm, twisting it around until I heard a loud crack. Brolin hissed. I flipped him over my head, sending him careening through the adjacent wall, clear into the next room. I followed in a blur, standing over him, fists at the ready. He glared up at me, eyes narrow, body trembling. He made no move to attack. I went to my room, grabbed my bag, and headed for the stairs. "If you walk out that door, you're no longer my heir," Brolin whispered. I heard him loud and clear, as did the entire mansion. He continued, "You will no longer be welcome in this house." Not hesitating for a second, I continued down the stairs, out the front door, and climbed into my old black truck. Jared appeared on the front porch, a grim expression on his face. I might not have Brolin backing me anymore, but Jared would be around if I needed him. I turned around and drove out the gates. It would be a long drive to reach Emery and Aleister in Colorado. The trip would give me time to clear my head and prepare for seeing Emery face to face again. I scoffed, tightening my grip on the steering wheel. There weren't enough hours between now and reaching her to make me even remotely ready to see her. Halfway through Wyoming, I stopped for gas and blood. Several vampire-friendly stops dotted the back roads route I'd taken, hidden from humans with simple illusion spells. Thanks to my vehicle's specialty windows, made from the same glass used at the house and the academy, the sun wasn't an issue. Gassing up merely had to be well-timed so as to not get burned outside of the vehicle. The small gas station I pulled into had its lights on, a shining beacon in the night. Getting blood and gas had been the least stressful part of my trip. Figuring out what I was going to say when I reached Emery was a whole other issue. The second I turned the truck off, the air became thick, and the night was far too quiet. A cool breeze brushed against the back of my neck, lifting my unruly hair. I sniffed, the strong hint of fresh blood making my fangs extend and my hands reach for the knife sheathed at my back. The small store appeared void of life. "Just get the truck filled and go," I muttered to myself. Something made alarms go off in my mind. While the gas was pumping, I surveyed the area. Suddenly, the power for the gas station went out, plunging the place into darkness. The pale light of the crescent moon barely dented the shadows. Not that I had any issues seeing in the dark. Reaching for the silver knife at my back, I slowly turned my head to the right and back to the left, breathing in the air to try and get a hint of who was here. The stench of wet dog hit my nose the same time a boot scraped across the pavement. I'd half wondered if Brolin would send his guards after me to bring me home, but there wouldn't be a shifter here if he had. And that wet dog smell was definitely shifter. Another footstep came from my left and more from behind me. 5 individuals boxed me in. The rest of my knives were in the truck, out of reach. The chances of getting to my weapons before these new arrivals attacked were slim, to not a chance in hell. A shadow parted from the pitch black of the road. Low hissing preceded its lunge forward. It came at me in a flash of speed. At the last second, I threw myself to the left. He crashed headfirst into the driver's side door. I kicked him in the back, slamming him into it until the door broke free of the hinges. He staggered away, taking the door down with him. Growling sounded behind me. The rancid breath of the beast surrounded me. A massive paw caught me in the shoulder, pushing me back into the truck. Claws dug into my skin, raking across my chest and collarbone while I grunted from the hit. The wounds cut deep and hot blood pumped out of my body, spilling down my front. Biting back a hiss, I spun out of the attack. Drawing my knife, I waited for the shifter to come at me again. He leaped through the air, his claws extended for my face. Ducking to the right meant avoiding his attack. Too bad a second shifter I hadn't noticed tackled me to the asphalt. My head crashed into the pavement, blurring my vision. Blindly, I stabbed my dagger and my claws into whatever body parts one could reach. The shifter howled, rolling off me and leaving a trail of thick blood. I was on my feet in a blink, baring my fangs and rushing toward the vampire who'd recovered from the initial attack. A second attacker, another shifter, joined the fray, wielding a wicked-looking dagger. They threw themselves at me. I gritted my teeth, taking more hits than I dodged. Blood ran freely from the deep slashes on my arms and down my back. I hadn't drunk any blood yet today either, and was weakening quickly under their double assault. The shifters lumbered closer. A third attacker joined them. This last one of their assault team didn't smell like a shifter or move like a vampire. She was female, but her head was covered with a black hood. From the sparking red magic at her fingertips, I could tell she was a witch. The shifters watched me with a hunger in their eyes that said they were waiting for the kill. Whoever sent these assholes didn't want me to leave alive. I knocked the blade loose from the vampire, catching his wrist in the process. On the back of his right hand was the brand I'd spent all summer searching for. Breaking his wrist with a quick snap of my hand, I tossed him over my shoulder and through the store window. "Finish him," the witch yelled, her voice rough and deep. The new vampire joined the first, and the two shifters flanked him, all heading right for me. The hilt of my knife grew slick in my blood-coated palm. I'd lost too much blood. My limbs grew heavy, and my vision became riddled with black spots. I motioned them forward all the same, not about to go down without a fight. Regretting I'd never have the chance to see Emery again, I tensed, waiting for the attack. Instead, 4 sets of eyes widened in surprise. I only had a second to wonder what they saw. I gasped, startled by the burst of heat and cold exploding from my body. It left me shaking and shivering while a fine sheen of sweat covered my forehead. Lifting my head, I stared in awe at the massive ghostly form of a grizzly bear. It pushed off the ground to stand on its hind legs, opened its mouth wide, and let out a roar that cracked the asphalt beneath its feet. "Emery," I whispered, too stunned to do much else but watch when the bear spared a half-second to glance my way, then rushed headlong at the vampires and shifters. The beast tore into the shifters, biting their throats down to the spines and nearly decapitating them. The vampires threw themselves on its back, hissing when contact with the bear burned the skin from their hands and arms. While the bear took care of them, glass breaking and grunts came from behind me. The vampire I'd thrown through the window had made it to his feet. I rushed inside and pinned him to the wall, my knife digging into his chest where his heart resided. "Who sent you?" I demanded. The ferocious growls of the bear had the vampire continually glancing behind me. More glass cracked, and a warm puff of air against my neck told me the bear had finished with the others. I wasn't sure if it killed them all or not. I didn't much care as long as they stopped trying to kill me. "Answer now," I snapped, "or I feed you to the bear." The vampire's eyes closed, and when they opened, the resolve in them had me cursing. He grabbed my hand with the knife and, shouting, buried the blade in his own chest. His body went limp, his dying hiss slipping past his lips. Yanking my knife free, I let him fall to the floor, where he began to shrivel in death. That hadn't gone according to plan. The bear huffed, and I spun around to face it. "How are you here right now?" I mused, sheathing my knife. The bear pressed its head into my shoulder until I rested my hand on its neck. "Emery sent you." There was no response. The bear began to shake out its fur. Wisps of soft, glistening energy seeped from its body and wrapped around me, healing the wounds that had yet to do so on their own. The contact gave me a burst of energy, as if I'd downed a whole gallon of blood. "Thanks. Saved my ass." Another light outside the window pulled my gaze from the bear. The raven I'd seen plenty of times before entered the store to land atop the bear. When summer started, I expected the random visits from the bird and Kylie to stop. They hadn't, but there was no warning this time around. Whatever Kylie had to tell me had remained a mystery. The raven cawed at the bear, and they both burned a bright greenish blue that quickly faded. Not about to stick around in case this wasn't the only group out for my blood tonight, I made to climb into my truck until I saw the front end. It was busted all to hell from the fight, and the damn thing didn't even start. I grabbed my duffel and slung it onto my shoulder. I had about 7 hours till dawn. With any luck, I'd make it to Emery's place before I had to deal with the sun. I'd never told her about seeing Kylie or her raven. Her bear showing up changed everything. The lingering hope I tried to let go of these past months rushed back while I ran. If Emery's bear was coming to me without her sending it, didn't that mean we were meant to be together? And you went and messed it up once. What makes you think you'll ever get a second chance? Cursing vividly, I picked up the pace, remembering much larger issues were at play than what I felt for Emery.
Chapter 2. Emery. My right side gave another throb, and I winced, clutching at my ribcage. "What's wrong with you today, huh?" I muttered to the bear tattoo, hidden beneath my navy blue sweatshirt. There was no answer, and I wasn't in any mood to go into the spirit realm, not this early. I dreamt all night of attacking vampires, but they hadn't been after me. I was sure I'd seen Gentry bleeding and outnumbered. The fear of watching him being torn apart had ripped through me. The next thing I saw was my bear attacking. I'd witnessed the assault through her eyes. All of it had felt so real. When it was over, I'd been face to face with Gentry. His dark brown eyes had filled with curiosity and a longing so fierce it had jolted me awake. That was a little after midnight. Since then, I tossed and turned until finally giving up on getting any sleep. The gardens laid out behind the workshop needed to be weeded anyway. After summoning several floating orbs of light to help me see, I set to work. I dug around plants and shrubs, trying not to think about Gentry or why my stomach was so twisted in knots from the dream. I was worried about him, that was all it was. Worried that we hadn't heard from him in over 2 weeks. Or actually, that Aleister hadn't. Since Gentry never contacted me directly. Never talked to me at all. I stabbed at a stubborn thorny shrub. It was stupid to be annoyed that he hadn't bothered to say goodbye before he took off to hunt cultists. I shouldn't have been upset that I hadn't talked to him in months, or that he couldn't be bothered to ask how I was doing. Every time he reached out, it was straight to business. Where he was, what he'd found, and that was it. Nothing more. He wouldn't even look at me if I was with Aleister. Any other woman in my position probably would have enjoyed her summer. Aleister had come to stay with me in Cedar Valley a few weeks after the semester ended. We'd spent every day together. The chemistry between us had only increased. Most days we could barely keep our hands off each other. As insane and fiery as our relationship was, though, something was missing. It felt off. I tried to explain it to Rose, but she'd told me I was crazy and that a part of me was probably pining over Gentry. In the beginning, I thought that might be it, but it wasn't. My attraction to Aleister was like being pulled into a flame. Deep down, I knew it was wrong. I simply couldn't bring myself to care enough at the moment to stop. And if I was brutally honest, I thought a tiny bit of me wanted Gentry to see what I had with Aleister. It was terrible. I was turning into a horrible, confused person. And I hated myself for it. Hated Gentry for up and leaving as he had. I hated that Aleister and I had this fierce connection, to begin with. Somehow, I sensed I was responsible for dragging him into a relationship neither of us wanted. Then there was the way my magic reacted to Aleister. I wasn't the only one intrigued by it. When I told Debbie and the elders about Aleister entering the spirit realm, they hadn't believed it. From the looks they gave him, it was clear they thought it shouldn't have been possible. Aleister kept brushing it off like it was no big deal. Only it was, and I sensed it had something to do with why my magic responded to him so strongly. He became quite the center of attention too, after I mentioned the mysterious blockage on his power. Debbie and others in our coven worked with him weekly, performing spells and rituals to clear his auras. None of them had succeeded so far. Yet every time he was near me, my tattoos burned, almost as if sensing the magic trapped inside him. He'd try to use it, and there'd be a small spark, but that was it. The attempts left him drained. Whatever was in the way appeared to be fighting back. Debbie brought up the possibility that some force was leeching his power. The moment she'd said it, I couldn't help but think back to that brief moment when Cassandra Thornhart laid her hand on Aleister's shoulder. He said he had issues with his magic before that encounter, reaching back almost 2 decades. Still, I couldn't shake the worry that Cassandra was a massive part of the problem. The weed I'd been tugging at came loose suddenly, and I fell back on my ass. Sputtering and cringing at the bits of dirt and plant that landed in my mouth, I tossed the offending plant away and stabbed my spade into the ground. The sun crept over the horizon, struggling to break through the heavy cloud cover. Heading inside and making some coffee sounded like a great idea. Maybe it'd help me figure out what to do about Aleister and me. I was really starting to think we weren't meant to be together, not like this. I glanced down at my chest, unable to see the new tattoo of the 3 wolf heads. When I first gained the tattoo, it had been with Aleister and Gentry. Since Gentry took off, I hadn't been able to make them come forth. They didn't even glow, as my other markings did with Aleister. Gentry might not want anything to do with me anymore. Fate told me he didn't have a choice. This tattoo was proof of the bond the 3 of us shared. A bond that frustrated me more with every day that passed. I waited for someone to come and give me the pieces to the puzzle. That never occurred, and sadly I figured it never would. I was about to stand, when the bear gave another twinge at my side. "What?" I muttered. I barely got the question out when the raven's wings fluttered too. Even the wolves shifted, something they hadn't done in months. I glanced around, making it to my feet and brushing dirt from my jeans. Leaves crunched to my right, and the sensation of someone watching me stilled my hands. A strange weight settled on me, a comforting presence I hadn't realized I missed until now. It stretched out and surrounded me, holding me in an embrace that tugged at memories I tried in vain to shove aside. I turned, holding my breath. Standing beneath the trees was Gentry. Dark stubble covered his jaw and cheeks, more than he had the last time I saw him. His black hair was longer and messy like he'd run here. That one lock of white hair stood out more too, as if he'd somehow gained more white hairs from the stress of the summer. Brown eyes I'd seen in my nightmare filled with the same longing, stealing what little air was left in my lungs. "Emery," he whispered, breaking whatever spell his appearance placed on me. Remembering how he'd nearly been killed in my nightmare, I rushed forward, wrapping my arms around him the second I reached him. He tensed for a moment, then hugged me back, lifting me off my feet. Despite the chill from his skin and the air, it was like being bundled up in a fleece blanket. He drew me in, burying his face in the crook of my shoulder. My heart ached, every inch of me recalling what it felt like to be with Gentry. The urge to kiss him grew to be too much, and I forced myself to step back, putting space between us. His brow furrowed, his hands falling slowly to his sides. The silence that followed gave me a chance to really look at him. His pants and boots were covered in mud up to his knees. Something red was splattered on his charcoal-colored boots. His long-sleeve shirt was ripped in several places, the edges ragged from something tearing into him or trying to. When I spotted more red under his shirt, I grabbed for his arm, dragging him to me and shoving the fabric aside the best I could. Despite no visible wounds, the amount of blood soaked up by his shirt was staggering. "What happened to you?" I demanded, frowning. "Long story. Where's Aleister?" "He's staying at the inn." "I can call him." "Do it. I only want to go through all of this once." He took a step forward and stumbled into me. "Damn it. What's wrong? Did your wounds not close?" "They're fine. Didn't exactly have a chance to stop and eat. There wasn't any blood in the house, since Aleister did his feeding while he was in town." Gentry's eyes fluttered and his shoulders sagged. How far had he run on empty? The better question was how much blood had he lost during the fight he'd clearly been in. Shoving my sleeve up, I held out my left arm. "Here." Gentry scowled, backing away. "No, I can't do that." "Yes, you can. Vampire law states a donor has to give you permission. I'm giving you permission, now take some blood before you keel over in the garden." Debbie wouldn't appreciate that. "Emery," he murmured, his eyes subtly glowing red. "This isn't a simple thing you're offering me." I know. I did know, mostly. Or at least I'd read about what could happen. Taking a person's blood straight from the vein was far more potent, and could sometimes have lingering effects on both the drinker and the donor. It could form a connection that might never fade. For someone to make an offer like I was doing was a bigger deal than I made it out to be. If he didn't get blood in him soon, he'd pass out, and his wounds could open back up if they weren't fully healed. Besides, I doubted whatever came of it would make our current situation any weirder than it already was. I offered my wrist again, waiting. His shoulders hunched even more while he struggled to stay upright. Hissing quietly, he dropped his duffel to the ground, gently took hold of my wrist and lowered his head. The first touch of sharp fangs against my skin sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't afraid. Gentry would never hurt me. I didn't think I'd ever be able to describe that first fluttering sensation that shot through my body. He bit down and I gasped. There was a sharp pain that only lasted a second. After came the strangest feeling I'd ever experienced. The bond between Gentry and I grew tenfold, until all I knew was his presence surrounding me. A quiet growl rumbled through his body, his arms holding me to his firm, muscled chest. I fisted my hand in his shirt, needing to hold onto something when his fangs slid free. When he raised his head, his eyes were a deep shade of crimson. I licked my lips, wanting to kiss him at that moment. He bit into his thumb, spreading his blood on the 2 small puncture wounds at my wrist so they'd close. "Thank you," he whispered, not letting me go. "Any time," I replied, the implication in my words hanging over us, until I cleared my throat and pointed to his torn-up shirt. "Now you going to tell me where you've been all summer? And who tried to kill you?" My question seemed to shake him. He blinked rapidly, backing away and leaving me cold and missing him all over again. Damn that vampire. It wouldn't matter who I tried to be with, I'd never get over Gentry. "You don't want to, so why are you fighting it?" The thought crashed through my mind so hard and fast it left me dizzy. All the crazy passion I had for Aleister was nothing compared to what tore through me with Gentry. Merely being this close to him was making my hands itch to touch him again. "Emery?" "Right, yeah," I muttered, turning my back on him. "Let's get inside. I'll contact Aleister." I probably shouldn't mention that I gave Gentry some of my blood. Vampires might get most of their blood from bottled sources nowadays, but they were known to be territorial over those who gave them blood straight from the vein. Muttering curses under my breath about the mess I might have created on top of everything else, I stomped into the kitchen, wondering how fouled up this day was about to get. Aleister arrived from the inn less than 5 minutes after I called him. Gentry didn't even have a chance to change out of his shredded clothes before his friend yanked him into a bear hug. He handed over a large bottle of blood, and Gentry proceeded to down it in several quick gulps. Rose and Debbie sat at the table, both nursing cups of coffee. I could use one of those, or 5. Absently, I kept rubbing my left wrist, unable to forget being wholly encased in Gentry's aura when it reached out to embrace me. My eyes flicked to him, tensing when I caught him watching me. I stopped touching my wrist and sat down while Aleister scolded Gentry for being gone too long. "You look like shit, man," he commented once they sat at the table. "Happens when someone tries to kill me," Gentry muttered. "Who?" I snapped, my tattoos flaring at my outburst. "Cultists. They had the same brand as the others." His cheeks had some color to them after drinking my blood, and the supply Aleister brought. The shadows in his eyes had yet to fade. "The fight can wait. What I found out can't." He looked right at me when he said the last bit. It was the only hint I had at how bad his news was going to be. An hour later, I was about ready to pour some whiskey in my coffee, regardless of what time it was. No one spoke after Gentry finished regaling us with what he discovered these last few months, and the fight he'd been a part of last night. I shoved back from the table, needing to hide my shock at how my nightmare was a play-by-play of what he described. That couldn't be a coincidence. "How did you get away?" Aleister asked the question I wanted an answer to. Another driver came along, scared them off, and I ran for it. I spun around, nailing Gentry with a knowing look. My left wrist gave a twinge at the same instant my gut told me he'd lied. Why would he? My guide couldn't have shown up to save him, could it? That wasn't possible. But the tone of his voice was a hint higher, and his eyes reddened for a heartbeat. He glanced my way like he wanted me to call him out for it. Compared to everything else he dumped on us, my bear going off on her own to save him was a curious situation, but not life-threatening. "You really think there might be answers there?" I asked, focusing on the information Gentry had gathered on the Twisted Thorn Coven. "In Ireland? Yeah, I do. Everything points in that direction. That's where the coven started, and from what I was told by numerous sources, that's where it met its end. No one knows for certain how, he explained. One day it was there, and the next it was gone. The stories I heard ranged from an outside attack to one of the witches in the coven turning traitor. All the tales end the same way. Some magical catastrophe is responsible for knocking them off the face of the earth. If the witches of the Twisted Thorn Coven had been killed abruptly through betrayal, there was a high probability their spirits lingered at that location. Many of them could even be trapped. You know where it happened? I asked. Gentry's brow crinkled. I have an idea, yeah. Stories say nothing's grown there since that day. Not hard to find an area like that. Already have a few contacts scouring the countryside. Why? Why do you think? I want to go there. No, Aleister and Gentry growled at the same time, blurring to their feet. Rose smirked, and Debbie's gaze shifted from one vampire to the other. I crossed my arms, staring them both down. What do you mean, no? Did you miss the part where I was attacked on my way here? I rolled my eyes. Considering I'm the one that found you in the garden, half dead, no I didn't. Then you should realize they're tracking us somehow. I was attacked several times over the summer too. They know we're onto them. Our safest bet is to stay here, keep a low profile, and head back to the academy when the semester starts. Not go gallivanting around in another country. We aren't entirely sure yet what we're dealing with, or who or how many for that matter. It was obvious something else had him worried, and it wasn't simply the chance of being attacked again. We need to know what happened to them, I argued. The best way for me to do that is to be there and enter the spirit realm. Hell, there could even be information on the Order of the Frozen Hearts, or the cultists trying to kill us. Not happening, Gentry snapped. Beside him, Aleister nodded. I never said you two had to go with me. I can find my own way there if need be. And last I checked, you two are not princes yet and I'm not in your houses. I can go wherever I damned well please. Gentry's eyes turned red. I knew exactly what he was trying to do, the second my limbs grew heavy. He was about to try to compel me to stay here. Two can play that game, remember? I warned with a smirk. Don't even try it. Much as I hadn't wanted to use my ability to control the undead, Aleister had insisted I work with the power all the same. The only way I'd ever get any control over it was to figure out how it functioned. He'd offered himself up as a guinea pig. The first few times were rough, but I was able to keep that power tucked away now when I spoke. I pictured it contained in the birthmark on my neck, locked up nice and tight. Accidentally forcing another vampire to do something was no longer a worry. Or at least, not as big of one. But that also meant thanks to Aleister, I knew when to let that control go. Gentry growled, his eyes darkening. Aleister gave him a glance I didn't understand. He rested his hand on Gentry's arm, stopping him from reaching me. I don't like it either, but this might be our only chance to get to the truth. Yanking his arm free, Gentry stalked away from us, roughly running his hands through his hair. He muttered something in a language I didn't recognize, but Aleister clearly did. They argued in what sounded almost like Latin but was rougher, older. The vampires had their own ancient tongue, just like the witches, shifters, and every other race did. Never did I think I should have taken the time to learn it. Gentry bit off another harsh sentence, scowling at Aleister. Fine, he said to me. If we do this, you're to listen to us, understand? If we decide it's too dangerous and we're turning back, then we're turning back. Fine, I agreed, and he headed for the door leading outside. As long as I get what we need. Gentry stopped short, his hands twitching at his sides. My skin prickled, the aggravation rolling off him and flooding the kitchen. If I have to knock you over the head to bring you back, I'll do it. I'm not a helpless witch if you hadn't noticed. Maybe not, but you can be damned reckless. When have I ever been reckless? I shot back. Trying to track down the vampire killer on your own, he said, holding up a finger while he spun around to face me. Throwing yourself in front of an attack by an unknown rampaging spirit. A second finger went up. He came toward me, and I backed up until the kitchen counter hit my back. Trying to take on more rampaging spirits alone. Oh, and how could I forget? Thinking you could enter the spirit realm alone, and not be ambushed and nearly killed. I cringed, remembering how that incident had almost ended with me dead. Gentry had been the one to bring me back from the brink of death. The rest of the semester went by so fast, I'd never had a chance to think how much that might have affected him. My death. Over the break, I'd asked Aleister about Gentry's past, trying to piece together all he'd been through. He hadn't told me a thing. Said if I wanted to know, I needed to ask Gentry. It wasn't hard to figure out whomever he lost way back when had meant a great deal to him. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Gentry's red eyes faded to brown with tiny flecks of copper I'd never noticed before. Or maybe I'd made myself forget how attractive those eyes were in my desperate attempt to get over him. His lip raised with a quiet hiss, and he backed off, glancing over his shoulder, seeming to remember we weren't alone. "If you want to do this, we should do it today. I'm sure one of my contacts has found something by now. We'll leave in a couple of hours." "How are we going to get there?" I asked, hating how husky my voice was. "Mirrors would be the easiest way. Debbie, mind if we use yours?" "Not at all. Been a while since anyone's used it to travel, but it should work fine. I'll prepare it for you." She bustled out of the kitchen. Rose jumped up from the table to follow her. The kitchen was too small, with Aleister and Gentry standing there, too damn small. I'll go get dressed," I mumbled and rushed out of the kitchen. I made it to the bottom of the stairs when my pounding heart gave me pause. Pushing my back to the wall, I stared at the ceiling, wondering what the hell was wrong with me. Better question, what was wrong with Gentry? He didn't bother to say goodbye, didn't speak to me once all summer, and when he did show up, he had the nerve to act like he still loved me. Shit, why did I think love? I hadn't loved him, had I? Not that I could right now anyway. I was with Aleister. I shouldn't even be thinking about Gentry. Why did you offer him your blood, huh? You know how serious that is. Yeah, so does he, and he still took it, I argued with myself. Maybe nothing would come of it. We'd both go on our merry ways and pretend it never happened. I snorted, amused at that massive impossibility. From the way he'd acted in the kitchen, it was affecting him way more than he'd let on when he first bit my wrist. So much for this next semester not being awkward. "Hey," Rose said, appearing in the doorway to my room a few minutes later. "You okay? You seem a bit frazzled." "Frazzled?" "Yeah, you and Gentry were getting a bit heated. I thought he was going to kiss you there, for a second. You two have a spat outside before you brought him in?" "Not exactly," I mumbled. Grabbing jeans and a heavy gray sweater, I ducked behind the changing screen in the corner. "Then what? Did you kiss him?" Really glad she couldn't see my face, I said no and finished dressing. "Why do you look so guilty?" she pushed. "I might have, given him a little. I puffed out my cheeks, stomping to the closet to dig out my boots. "I gave him some blood." Rose's brow shot up to her hairline and her jaw dropped. "Get that look off your face. It's not that big of a deal." "You're kidding, right?" "How can you say that?" "It's a huge deal." "Holy shit, what were you thinking?" "I was thinking about keeping him conscious." "Yeah? And you don't think Aleister's going to get a wee bit ticked off when he finds out?" From how Gentry overreacted downstairs, I'd say he might already know. I don't think he was overreacting. I sat on the edge of the bed to put my boots on, not sure I liked the tone of her voice. "You don't?" "Not really. He made a few good points." I let my right foot fall to the floor, but didn't put on my other boot. "Are you mad at me?" She crossed her arms, smiling. "No, why would I be mad at you? Just making sure you don't suddenly have a death wish." "I never have before." Debatable after the last year, and you know what you're doing right now." I'm not going by myself. But you thought about it. She tapped her fingers against her arm, chewing on her bottom lip. I'm worried about you, is all. I would like my best friend, who's practically my sister, not to get herself killed. I quickly pulled on my other boot and went to hug her. I promise I'll be careful, but I can't let Cassandra get away with whatever she's doing. Or this cult. I'd like one semester of not looking over my shoulder, waiting to be ambushed, you know? She squeezed me back just as hard. I know. I wish I had death magic too. I could be more useful. No. You'd have a target on your back. I don't want you getting pulled into this any more than you've already been. The last thing I want is something happening to you. I rested my hands on her shoulders. You've done more for me than you could ever know. You and your mom gave me a home, remember? You took me in. You were there for me when I had no one. She swiped at her eyes, smirking. Yeah, and now look at you. Got 2 hot vamps to take care of you. It looks like I rubbed off on you a little bit. We laughed together, though I didn't have the heart to tell her I hoped not. The last thing I wanted to do was break Aleister's heart by going back to Gentry. Or keep hurting Gentry, the first person I had a real relationship with. Half-real relationship. If only he had asked me about my death magic instead of threatening to take me to the guard, things might have turned out differently. Then again, I was still in the dark about whatever secrets he harbored from his past. He'd stopped seeing me as the enemy, it was true, but who was to say we'd even make it if we gave ourselves another chance? Dealing with my relationship problems was the last thing I needed to be focused on. As if reading my mind, Rose changed the topic to what we might find in Ireland. That's what I needed to be thinking about, not which vampire drove me crazier. And which one was stealing my heart.
Chapter 3. Aleister. I followed Gentry outside after Emery left the kitchen. Thankfully, the day was overcast, so the sun wasn't a concern. He growled every few seconds, prowling to the short picket fence surrounding the garden. He leaned on it, his hands gripping the wooden slats so hard they turned to splinters. I whistled while he tossed the broken bits aside, jaw clenched. What was that back there? He reached for the fence, hesitated, and pulled back, a sheepish look on his face. What do you mean? You going off on Emery like that? Don't know what you're talking about. You can lie all you want, but all you're going to do is end up hurting both of you. I walked toward him, but he took a step back, tensing. Any other vampire might have struck him for acting as he had toward their girlfriend. We're territorial by nature. Luckily for Gentry, this summer spent with Emery told me quite a few things about our relationship. Mainly that though we were attracted to each other, our relationship had a massive hole at its center. Aren't things going well with you too? He asked, nervously rubbing the back of his neck. That's a complicated answer. Though if I were someone from the outside looking in after that conversation, I'd say you were her boyfriend, not me. Aleister, I can explain. I'm not mad, I said in a rush. But I want you to be honest with me. You care for her still, more than you let on when the semester ended. If that's not true, tell me right now and I'll let it go. If it is, I added when he opened his mouth to respond, you better march your ass back in that house and say so. She deserves the truth. The truth? He walked away, shoulders hunched and his hands firmly planted on his hips. The truth is, I told her how I felt in that letter. She knows, and she said nothing. How do you know if she even read it? Why wouldn't she? Maybe she wasn't ready to see what it said. Or maybe she was hoping you'd simply tell her what was in it. There are quite a few reasons why. He kept his back to me. I didn't have to see his face to smell the anxiety he felt. This couldn't all be from his argument with Emery, or worry about my being mad at him. He said everything that had been on my mind. Emery might not have thought it, but she had been reckless. Neither of us wanted her hurt again or to watch her almost die. You held back when we were inside, I said quietly. What aren't you telling them? There was no driver who came along and scared the cultists off. No? How'd you get away? That damned grizzly bear showed up. I blinked in surprise. You mean Emery's bear? One and only. I was bleeding out and she showed up. Took most of them out, if not all of them, healed me enough to not die before I got here, then disappeared. He scratched harshly at the scruff on his cheeks, guilt appearing in his red gaze. Did you happen to see Kylie and the Raven this summer? Few times here and there. No warnings this time though. But you still saw them, and now the bear. Gentry, you need to tell her. If she knew what was happening, she would have said something by now. The scent of shame only grew worse until I smelled that on him more than his stress. Anything else? I asked, wondering how much worse it could get. She gave me her blood. I heard the words but couldn't react beyond tilting my head, frowning. She gave him her blood, and he must have taken it. He obviously hadn't taken too much. Emery seemed perfectly fine while we were all talking in the kitchen. Slowly, the rational part of my mind gave way to the predator that lurked beneath. I hissed quietly, a spike of jealousy and anger propelling me toward him while my hand curled into a fist. Gentry made no move to brace himself or back away. Instead, he turned to face me, apparently ready for whatever I was going to do to him. I should have turned her down, but I was weak, so damned weak, and she offered, and I? He trailed off, gnashing his teeth together. You couldn't resist because you still want her, I finished for him. The only answer I received was the muscles in his neck straining and his eyes turning solid red. I should have been furious, but the anger slipped away as quickly as it came, leaving me worried for my friend instead. If he spent more time around Emery and me this summer, he'd understand why I wasn't upset like he expected. Or if he bothered to talk to me about her at all. He'd avoided having anything to do with her. Now he threw himself headfirst into an increasingly complicated tangle of emotions with no idea how it was going to affect either of them. It'll never happen again, he assured me. Do you have any idea what you opened yourself up to? I can handle it, he replied slowly, his brow furrowing. If that changes, don't keep it to yourself like you do everything else. You're not pissed. I walked past him to the garden fence, eyes dancing over the pumpkins and squash that would need to be picked soon. What was happening between Emery and me was something I wasn't ready to thoroughly discuss with Gentry, not when we were about to set off to investigate a possibly dangerous location. Besides, Emery and I still needed to have what was probably going to be an awkward conversation. They're blaming that witch in custody for the murders and the spiritual attacks, I informed him, hoping he'd go along with me and not bring up drinking Emery's blood again. I swallowed back a growl when another flash of anger shot through me. That was all Emery needed to witness, Gentry and I going at it with all this other shit happening. I shut my eyes, refocusing my energies on what we were about to do and catching Gentry up on the latest news. The survivors of the House of the Crow have also been moved to a safe house. So far, there have been no more attacks against them or the other houses. Brolin told me about the witch. Said they were pinning the spiritual attacks on her, too. There's no way she's strong enough, but the guards stopping their investigation into any other possibilities. And all they have is Astrid's word and Cassandra's, of course. A confession that can't be true. He glanced worriedly at the second floor of the house behind us. On my way out, Brolin made it quite clear he's backing Cassandra's plans for those with death magic. He didn't admit it, but I'm sure he's working with her. His face scrunched in anger when he spat. He threatened her. Who? Emery. Why? He gave me a blank stare. Why the hell do you think? He's still under the belief that she hexed me. Said she'd be getting what's coming to her. He scoffed, kicking at a rock in the grass and sending it careening through the garden. I think he's the one being manipulated. Magically. You should have seen the look in his eyes. He wasn't himself for a second. I don't know how she's doing it, but Brolin's not entirely himself right now. It all goes back to that freaking witch. I talked to over 100 people, trying to track down any information on her background. And? I asked, not liking this new development of Brolin possibly being influenced by Cassandra's magic. Or his threat against Emery. As if her life wasn't in danger enough, now I had to worry about Brolin coming after her. Gentry had to be more of a mess than he let on, which didn't bode well for any of us. Finding anything tangible proved difficult, but all the rumors point to the same story. Cassandra Thornheart was once part of the Twisted Thorn Coven. Now I understood why he'd left that part out, and why he was so adamant about Emery not going to this scarred location. That's not possible. She'd have to be, nearly 1,000 years old. At least. There were also rumors that she was one of the founding members of the Coven. Whoever she is, she's far more powerful than we thought. Debbie mentioned the possibility that Cassandra used magic to put herself in magical hibernations, I told him. If she was around that long ago, she could have always been a member of the Order. Make it easier for her to form her own little cult within it, Gentry mused. Who knows what trouble she stirred up over the last 1,000 years if this is true. Only way to know for sure is to go to Ireland. He grunted, annoyed, but didn't try to argue. Putting Emery in a possibly dangerous situation wasn't ideal, but she was right. The best way for us to figure out anything about the Twisted Thorn Coven would be to ask someone who was a part of it. Seeing as they were all dead, Emery was the only one who might find that link. Once we got back, I'd have to make plans to have another talk with Roderick about Cassandra. Whatever information he'd neglected to tell me could be far more critical than he realized. He'd done a damned good job of avoiding being alone with me all summer. I'd gone home a few times and seen him in Burning Glade, but he made sure to always have someone else present. Roderick Talbot was keeping secrets. Prince or not, I had to get the truth from him. An hour later, Gentry, Emery and I stood in Debbie's workshop. The black-framed mirror glistened when Gentry placed his hand on it. He said the name of his contact in Galway, and the image rippled, changing from our reflection to the face of a dark-skinned man with a short beard. He grinned and waved us through. Gentry went. First, Emery followed him, and after assuring Rose and Debbie one more time we'd all come back in one piece, I joined them. Gentry, I didn't expect to hear from you again so soon, the vampire said, shaking Gentry's hand. Yeah, this wasn't part of the plan, but things changed. He threw a scowl toward Emery, who beamed back at him. This is Emery and Aleister. Brodin has been a friend for hell since the whole time I've been turned. Got into a wee bit of trouble together over the years, Brodin said with a laugh, taking Emery's and my hand in turn. From what I hear, you're still getting into shit. What's this I hear about Brolin threatening you? Threatening you? Emery asked sharply. Why? This was the first I'd heard of it too, and I raised my brow, waiting for him to respond. It's nothing. Threatening to no longer have you be his heir is more than nothing, Brodin said, and Gentry growled, glaring at him. What? News spreads fast. It sounds like you two had quite the row. You're no longer his heir. Emery grabbed Gentry's arm. I caught the way his body tensed in reaction to her sudden touch. If she noticed, she ignored it and didn't let go. By drinking her blood, he'd become more attuned to her very presence, and he'd remain so for a day, possibly longer, depending on how much he drank. I'd bet on longer since the magic flowing through her veins wasn't that of an ordinary human, let alone a witch. And Emery probably had no idea what she was doing to him. Brolin was angry, we both were, Gentry said nonchalantly, but Emery's pointed gaze had him adding quietly, and yes, he disinherited me. Possibly even kicked me out of his house. What? Why didn't you tell me? She asked, stepping back with a curse. It's because of me, isn't it? He knew you were coming to help me. Emery, Gentry started. She held up her hand. We can talk about this shit later. We came here for a reason. Let's get this over with. Brodin thankfully changed the subject and told us he'd found what Gentry had been searching for that morning. He loaned us his car to get there. Once we piled in, Gentry drove us into the countryside, far away from any houses or towns. When he parked and said we had to walk the rest of the way, I was grateful to be out of the car. The friction between Emery and him was suffocating. Gentry led the way through the trees, and a different kind of pressure hit me in the chest. Emery gasped, staggering into a tree while she struggled to breathe. "What is that?" she asked, shaking her head and digging her nails into the rough bark. I steadied her, sniffing the air. Magical residue. Old, incredibly old. Broughton was dead on. Gentry's eye twitched, but he wasn't looking at me. His gaze was locked on Emery. From the way his hands kept curling at his sides, he debated letting her go any further, if it was affecting her this bad already. "Emery?" I asked. "You want to go on? We came this far. You really think I'm going to turn tail and run?" She pushed off the tree, steadied herself, and removed her arm from my hand. "Let's go." Her voice was weak, but she squared her shoulders and set off ahead of us, each step measured. "You guys coming or what?" Gentry growled, storming after her and leaving me to bring up the rear of our small, unhappy party. The further we walked, the thicker the air became, until it was like pushing through water. Emery's breathing was harsh, but she refused to stop or slow down. She swayed a few times, and I rushed forward to keep her upright. She'd mumble she was all right. Worried we weren't going to make it to the heart of what was clearly a magical infestation, I was about to cut our losses, pick her up, and take her away, when the trees changed. They were no longer lush and filled with green leaves and healthy, sturdy branches. Every direction I looked, there was nothing but charred, dead tree trunks. The grass was burned, and with each step we kicked up ashes. When we passed the last tree, a wide clearing was laid out before us. With the sun already setting and the dark clouds rolling in, an eeriness settled on my shoulders. I didn't want to be here. My skin prickled with unease, and instinct told me to get the hell out of here now. Scattered around were remnants of whatever wooden buildings had once stood here. The timbers also charred and mostly turned to ash. Emery cursed and fell back into me, her body shaking. "What's wrong?" I asked, searching for someone charging toward us. "You don't see it? The ground. Look at the damned ground." I immediately dragged Emery back, pushing her behind me. Carved and burned into the dirt were the same sigils that had been on the totem. They were spread out in ever-tightening circles, leading to the middle of the clearing. Unlike the ones that had pulsed to life with a heavy dose of magic, these appeared dead. Making sure Emery stayed back, I crept forward and rested my hand on the first sigil I came to. There was magic in it, but it was long since used up, judging from the tingling in my fingertips. Nothing jumped out at me or came alive. "It's residual," I said over my shoulder. "They can't do anything." "You're sure?" Gentry asked roughly. "Yeah. Feels like everything else here. Emery would be the one to judge that, though. She's more magical than me at the moment." Gentry's growl was deep with apprehension, but Emery stepped up beside me, crouched, and rested her hand flat on the sigil. I had my hand ready to snatch hers off the ground if anything happened. Seconds turned to minutes, and she finally shook her head. "He's right. Nothing here is active, magic-wise at least." Straightening, she brushed her dirt-covered hand on her jeans and pointed to the center of the clearing. "Best place for me to tap into any energies left behind will be in the center." "Why can't you do it here?" I asked, catching Gentry's mouth opening out of the corner of my eye. No doubt he was about to ask the same question, albeit not so nicely. "Whatever occurred here, being at the center of it will give me a stronger connection to the spirits that stuck around. I'll be all right." She started forward, stopped, and glanced at us. "If I stop looking all right, yank me out. If I look like I'm dying or something." She paled when she said the words, abruptly turning away with her head down, walking to the middle of the clearing. I wasn't sure what her reaction was about until I spotted Gentry's face set in a hardened scowl. "One of these days, it might be a good idea to tell her about Kylie," I told him quietly. "And about that night." "Why?" "So she can have more nightmares than she already does." "How do you know she has nightmares?" I asked, curious. She'd told me about a few, but hadn't seemed like she had enough to disrupt her day-to-day life. Gentry's gaze slid to me, his brow arching. "You tell me." Her blood. He'd be able to tell from her blood. I'd spent practically the whole summer with her. If anyone should have known she was having nightmares beyond the norm, it should have been me. But it wasn't. Even without drinking her blood, Gentry had seemed more attuned to Emery's emotional state than I had. Probably because despite all our heated moments together, we had yet to make a deeper connection, something we'd both have to admit eventually. I wasn't even sure why I kept putting that conversation off. Emery and I weren't right for each other, not in that way. Yet, for some reason, we kept being pulled back to one another. "You guys coming or what?" Emery yelled. Gentry and I blurred to the center of the clearing, stopping right before her. She was already seated, her hands on her knees, palms up. Her eyes darted from Gentry to me, the soft green glow of her irises telling me she was dying to ask what we were talking about. But the night was fast approaching, and Gentry had already told her when it fell we were leaving. The stories he'd heard about this place at night hadn't exactly been pleasant. Sounds of the people in pain, howling while they died. Crying out for help. I was surprised Emery hadn't seen any apparitions yet, but they could have all moved on to the spirit realm. Hopefully, this won't take long. Emery shut her eyes but seemed far from relaxed. Her pulse raced, matching her erratic breathing. Beside me, Gentry hissed, the noise so quiet I almost didn't catch it. His fangs extended, but he wasn't looking at Emery. His head was on a swivel, taking in our surroundings. The attack last night had left him on edge, but I didn't think those cultists would realize we were here, not this quickly. Emery sucked in a sharp breath, and her head fell forward. The tattoos shone through her gray sweater. Black irises grew around her in a tight circle, spreading toward us. Frost broke out at her fingertips and spread up her hands, covering her sleeves and reaching up to her neck and face and coated her ebony hair. White clouds appeared in front of her face with each breath she let out. "Now we wait," I muttered, picking up a small rock from the ground to toss from one hand to the other. "Now we wait," Gentry repeated, crossed his arms and stared into the trees.
Chapter 4. Gentry. Emery's body was still as death, except for the subtle rise and fall of her chest. With every minute she was in the spirit realm, a tightening coil of anxiety grew in my gut. Drinking her blood had been an impulsive decision. I hadn't stopped to think about the consequences. A blast of sensation struck me. They'd been doing that since the moment her blood touched my tongue. Clenching my jaw, I turned away from Aleister, not wanting him to see me struggle to get a handle on what I felt. Or what I was sensing from Emery. I'd taken blood directly from a donor plenty of times over my lifespan. None of them had been so close to me emotionally. And none were as magically potent as she was. Her chaotic mix of determination, worry, fear, anger, and annoyance set my teeth on edge. That would be bad enough, but with the random bursts of emotions came flashes of memories, Emery's memories. The nightmares she had were the reason for the fear I sensed in her now. The images were glimpses of Aleister's and my face bloody and shredded. I dug my nails into my palms, willing my temper to stay in check. I wasn't sure what was worse at this point. Seeing Emery's nightmares. Or seeing her memories of us together through her eyes. Not once had she doubted my intentions. She'd been happy, but it was more than that. Experiencing her excitement was a piercing to the heart I didn't expect. The love that came with it was gut-wrenching. She'd loved me. Those emotions were quickly replaced with the tangled web of desire and confusion she had for Aleister. I'd already seen a few glimpses of their time together. It had me reminding myself I couldn't attack the vampire who'd essentially been my brother for the last century. I'd walked away from Emery, but he'd stayed. He'd been here for her. I had no right to be jealous of him. Emery's mouth was moving, but whatever she was saying, I couldn't hear. She seemed all right for the moment. That could change in an instant. I wanted to yank her out of the spirit realm and drag her off, but that'd cause a fight. The sun had fully set, and darkness quickly closed in. Aleister paced in a circle around her, keeping his eyes on the surrounding woods. He paused when Emery breathed harder for a moment. She calmed once more a few seconds later, her face relaxing. His pale blue eyes darkened the longer he watched her. "Aleister," I said when I spotted the confusion in his eyes. "What?" "You never really answered my question about you and Emery. And I'm still waiting for you to hit me." He chuckled, the sound far from amused. "I do want to strike you, but not for taking her blood. No." He tossed aside the rock he'd been fiddling with. "No. I mean, part of me does, but that's the primal instincts kicking in, I think. I do want to hit you for being a jackass all summer. I told you why I didn't want you to come with me. Oh, I remember. To keep an eye on Emery. To protect her. I don't see what the issue is." He grunted in aggravation. "You left me to watch over her. Not once did you check in with her or how she was doing. You split without a word, and she spent the next 3 months constantly worrying about your getting hurt or killed. Then when you would check in and not speak with her, she would get pissed because you pretended like she was invisible." I rolled my shoulders, trying to shake some of the guilt creeping in. "That wasn't my intention." "Well, that's how she felt all summer, no matter how hard she tried to hide it. She's been pissed at you. You finally come back, and what do? You take blood from her, then go off on her about how reckless she's been." He scoffed, coming over and poking me in the chest. "One minute you act like you don't give a damn, and the next, you bombard her with all these emotions. Do you have any idea what that's probably doing to her?" During his rant, I'd gone from curious to worried to downright confused. He didn't sound like the vampire who was currently in a relationship with Emery. He sounded like an overprotective friend. "I thought my leaving would give you two a chance to be together without her ex hanging around." Another rush of Emery's emotions rolled over me, and I clenched my fists until it passed. "What's really going on with you two?" I asked, hoping it'd distract me from Emery's blood, currently wreaking havoc on me. He backed off, running a hand down his face. "I'm not even sure I can tell you." "Why?" "Not easy to explain. We're attracted to each other, but it's weird. It's like we want to be together, but at the same time, we don't." My brow arched. "Yeah, totally makes sense." His lips thinned and he shook his head. "It's not Emery's reaction to me. In the beginning, I thought it was, and I think she did too. Now, I'm starting to realize it's not us. It's her magic and mine. I can feel hers reaching out to me, and when my magic can't get out from behind whatever's blocking it, hers seems to overcompensate, fighting to get to it. And well, things get a bit intense." He muttered the last phrase, his eyes glowing red for a split second. Picturing them together, I fought the urge to bare my fangs. "Trust me, I know. If you feel what she's going through, you know there's something odd about our attraction," he went on, sounding more unsure than I'd ever heard. "It's like her power is working to free mine, get past that block, but the backlash is making us react to each other instead of our being in control. I can't describe it any better than that. Since I had no magic, I wasn't sure what I could even suggest that might help. At the same time, a voice whispered in the back of my mind that if Emery wasn't really with Aleister because she liked him, maybe there was a chance for us to try again." "Do you honestly think she'd come back to you?" "Yeah, she can come back and end up like Kylie." "You'll get her killed," a second voice chimed in. I shifted on my feet, willing Emery to open her eyes already. The two voices continued to argue with each other inside my head. Add to that the random glimpses of Emery's memories, and I was rapidly losing patience with being here any longer. The trees seemed to press in from the darkness, and an icy wind whipped around us, making the dead branches creak, creating a cacophony of noise. Aleister and I moved in closer to Emery, keeping our backs to her, our eyes on our surroundings. "We can't stay much longer," I told him. "We don't know if she found anything." "And?" The wind gusted even harder, howling through the trees and around what remained of those burned-out structures. Emery's breathing grew harsh, and her pulse shot up. When I glanced over my shoulder, she was twitching, her hands convulsing on her thighs. Her face scrunched, and she yelled. Her panicked sound dragged me right back to the night I yanked her out of the spirit realm, to find her near death. Not caring about the consequences any longer, I grabbed her shoulder. Aleister did the same. The wolf tattoo visible on her chest flashed a bright green light, blinding me. I wasn't sure if Emery was back or not, unable to see from the white spots filling my vision, until an icy hand latched onto mine. "Thanks," Emery whispered, teeth chattering. She shivered violently, shaking frost from her hair and shoulders. We hauled her to her feet. When she stumbled, Aleister shot me a look while picking her up. He cradled her to his chest, still giving me an aggravated glower. What did he expect me to do? Suddenly step in and be the chivalrous guy while they were still technically together? He rolled his eyes. Emery, fortunately, was not paying attention and didn't notice our silent exchange. We left the clearing without a word. Once inside the car, I blasted the heat. Was it worth it? I asked through gritted teeth, speeding to get back to Broden's place. I caught her attempt at a nod in the rearview mirror. Aleister shrugged out of his jacket and draped it around her shoulders. She clutched at it with trembling hands, her face too pale for my liking. "I saw her," she stuttered through her shaking. Elvira and CC Cassandra. That CC can't be right. "Wait till we get back to tell us everything," Aleister scolded. Emery sunk lower in the back seat. Aleister drew her to his side, rubbing his hand down her arm to try and warm her up. My hands twisted around the steering wheel, and I ground my teeth. It should have been me in that back seat beside her. Swallowing back an angry growl, I wound us through the countryside, tuning out their murmuring voices. When Broden's small cottage came into sight, I loosened my grip on the wheel and parked. Lights were on inside, and the front door opened just as Aleister pulled Emery from the car. "Is this good or bad?" Broden asked, stepping aside for us to enter. "Could have been worse," I muttered, happy to find there was already a fire going in the hearth. Broden said he'd make some tea, while Aleister plopped Emery down the plush rug in front of the fire. She held out her hands to the flames, sighing while her body thawed out. I leaned against the wall to stop myself from storming around the room and bombarding her with questions. Broden brought her tea and she thanked him. "Elvira and Cassandra," she said again, staring into the fire. "I saw them. I figured Cassandra was old, but that old. How is that possible? I might have heard some stories this summer about her being connected to this coven," I admitted, and she scowled at me. "About her even being a founding member." "You're an idiot," she snapped. "You should have told me." "Doesn't matter now, does it?" "You saw their spirits?" Aleister asked loudly, when Emery and I kept glaring at each other without saying another word. Her angry gaze softened, shifting to him. "Yes and no. I think I saw their energy. It was left behind from that specific moment in time. I'd hoped she wouldn't see Cassandra, and the stories had been wrong. Dealing with a witch that was over 1,000 years old complicated the situation." "What else did you see?" Aleister asked. The redness that had returned to Emery's cheeks was gone in a blink. She gulped. The blast was terrible. So many people were obliterated in that red light. "You were there at that moment?" I asked, my voice strained. She gave me a sheepish glance. "I didn't mean to be, but I stepped into the spirit realm and right into that moment in time. That place has been scarred, not just in the physical world but the spiritual one too. The residual energy is forced to replay those few terrifying minutes over and over. There were no trapped beings, at least. Everything was residual." She sipped the tea, her gaze focusing on the fire, but I knew it wasn't the flames in the hearth she was seeing. "Elvira and the other two who founded the order were there," she said quietly, almost like she was in a daze. "Cassandra went to them, and they argued. I couldn't hear everything, but they were angry at her for something she'd done or was doing." She traced her fingers on the floor beside her, and I straightened, shooting Aleister a concerned glance. This felt wrong. I'd never seen Emery act like this, and from the furrowing of his brow, it was clear he hadn't either. Her fingers continued to move. I tilted my head to see better. She was drawing those symbols from the clearing on the floor with her fingertips. The sigils were already carved into the ground. They didn't know it until it was too late, Emery went on in barely a whisper. Cassandra attacked, but she wasn't alone. What do you mean? I asked, moving closer while the hairs on the back of my neck rose. Others. There were others on her side. They fought, and her spell backfired. Elvira disrupted it, and it destroyed everything in its path except Cassandra. Emery reached around to touch her back. Her griffin saved her. Griffin? Aleister repeated. What griffin? Emery's hand was still on her back while she mumbled, Guide. She has a guide and the mark. I saw it. On her neck. She touched the spot on the back of her neck where the birthmark resided. Her eyes fluttered closed. I lunged forward in time to catch her as she sagged to the side. Tired. Really tired. I want to sleep. Eyes still closed, she curled into my chest and passed out. I sat on the floor, holding her. The only sound, aside from her breathing and the steady beating of her heart, was the crackling of the fire while Braden, Aleister and I stared at each other. Aleister shook his head, breaking the silence. That can't be right, can it? I don't know. I gazed down at Emery's face while she slept. She seemed peaceful enough. Gently, I hoisted her into my arms and carried her to the couch. Braden handed me a heavy blanket, and I laid it over her. Death magic, I said once I turned around. She's saying Cassandra has death magic. If that's true, why is she pushing for those with it to register? Why isn't she supporting them? Shit, why not come out and say she's one of them? You really think the Eternal Ember would allow someone like her to stay in her position? Aleister threw his head back with a hiss. No, but it still doesn't make sense. What she's doing is going to end up hurting those like her and Emery. There has to be more. Those sigils on the ground and the totem have to mean something. Of course they do, I growled, irritated with not having the answers. Something tells me we won't know what until it's too late. I moved away from the couch. Emery's hand snagged mine. She mumbled in her sleep, but the words were lost in a whirlwind of grief, fear, and longing. I couldn't tell if they came from her or me. Her hand still clutching mine, I sank to the floor beside the couch. Aleister smirked from across the room, but I caught the flicker of sadness in his pale blue eyes. This hadn't been part of the plan when I came back. Nothing about my life had turned out the way I expected, not since the first time Emery walked into me. She has what? Rose exclaimed, jumping up from the kitchen table. You're sure? I hissed. Aleister kicked me under the table, subtly shaking his head. I couldn't help it. We'd given Emery an hour or so to rest at Braden's cottage before returning to Debbie's house. It wasn't nearly long enough, but she'd awakened and said we needed to get back and let the others know what she had seen. The last thing she needed was Rose freaking out about what we found on our trip. But still, Emery should have been resting. Watching her sitting at the kitchen table, nursing a cup of coffee, and struggling to stay awake, made me more irritated than I already was. Emery covered her mouth when she yawned, taking a second to reply to Rose's question about Cassandra's death magic. Yeah, quite sure. Saw the birthmark. The tattoo wasn't exactly hard to miss. This certainly changes things, Debbie commented. Makes it a hell of a lot more serious. Emery took a sip of her coffee, but quickly pushed the mug aside with a frown. If she figures out we're digging and she is in fact behind the cultists, we can't let her get close to you. She directed the last at Aleister and me. So you what, expect us to stop helping you? Emery shrugged at my question. It's putting you in more danger than you already are. She has the mark and she's a lot older than we thought, which makes her more dangerous, she reiterated. And you think that what, you're going to be able to take her down on your own if it comes to that? I challenged. We're not simply going to stop and let you keep going after her or the cultists alone. Whatever. I'm too tired to argue, she said, pushing to her feet. I'm going to sleep. None of us stopped her, but I wasn't the only one giving her a worried glance until she was out of the kitchen, her bare feet padding up the steps. A door closed a few seconds later when she reached her room. "You said she seemed weird," Debbie said, drawing my gaze to her when she was talking to you about what she saw. "It was like she was there again," Aleister explained. "Whatever she connected with drained her. At least, that's what it seemed like. Other times she's gone into the spirit realm and come out, she's never been this weak. Not just weak." I tapped my fingers on the table, glancing overhead to where Emery's room was. It's like she was still connected to the spirit world. Still seeing the event replay. "I can't believe so much death happened in one fell swoop." Debbie sighed, rubbing her forehead. "I have to speak with the elders, keep them up to date, just in case." She didn't have to explain any further what she meant by that. We all knew the implication of her words. There was always a chance Cassandra would decide to take more drastic measures in the Eternal Ember. If she managed to push her new laws through, there was a chance they'd spread to the sister Eternal Ember across the ocean. Then there was the non-political issue to deal with. The cultists could try to come for Emery again. We had another week to get through before the semester started. I was tempted to try and talk Emery into staying home, but I knew she was too stubborn to agree to that plan. Her staying here would only put her coven at risk. Granted, there were also innocents at the academy, but that also meant we were closer to Burning Glade and the guard. We would have more backup when and if the cultists showed their faces. At least we did get some answers today. We knew what happened to the Twisted Thorn Coven and the Order of the Frozen Hearts leaders. It wasn't hard to guess Cassandra took over the order after their deaths. There was probably no one powerful enough to argue with her. I doubted she was the only one to walk away from that blast alive. Some of these cultists could have been with her since the beginning, which meant they were loyal. That made them an even more significant threat. I came to a decision. I need to speak with Brolin. "Debbie, mind if I use the mirror again?" "All yours." Aleister started to rise, but I waved him back down. I could handle Brolin, and though he might have threatened to disinherit me, I had to let him know what we'd found out. If anything, it might help break through whatever Cassandra was doing to try and manipulate him. In the workshop, I contacted Brolin using the mirror. Except, Brolin wasn't the vampire who answered my call though. "Jared," I said. "He won't talk to you," Jared announced with an annoyed grunt. "It's fine. I can't say I'm surprised." "He hasn't officially disowned you or kicked you out of the house," he informed me. "Not saying he'll let you back through the front door either." "It's okay. I plan on staying where I am until classes start." His eyes narrowed. "You found something." "I did, and I need you to swear you'll pass on the information to Brolin, whether he wants to hear it or not." I gave him a brief rundown of what we discovered in Ireland, including Cassandra possibly having death magic. Seeing as she showed no signs of it, no one would probably believe it. I left out my suspicions of Cassandra using her magic against Brolin. It wasn't that I didn't trust Jared, but I could be wrong. He was good at his job. If he felt Brolin was acting oddly, he'd contact me. I also debated not telling him about the attack on my way to see Emery, but Brolin should know all of it. Jared hissed angrily and promised to tell Brolin. "You'll let me know if you hear anything?" "Of course," he assured me. "Session starts soon. I'll be in Burning Glade." "Good. Keep an eye on Brolin when he's around Thornheart. I don't trust anything about that woman. Hell, maybe you can catch her using death magic and solve my problems for me." "One could hope. You keep safe too. Brolin might be pissed, but he'll be even madder if you die before he gets a chance to apologize for being a jackass." Brolin wouldn't say he was sorry to me, but I let it go. I headed back inside. Aleister, Debbie, and Rose were speaking in the kitchen. I was about to join them when my feet took me down the other hall that led to the front of the house. I climbed the steps and silently walked to Emery's room. I raised my hand to knock, unsure why I was even up here. There was no answer, but when I turned to go back downstairs, an ache in my chest made me try the knob instead. The door opened without a sound. A lamp gave the only light in the room. Emery was in bed, her sweatshirt replaced with a black tank top, but she looked far from restful. Her forehead was crinkled and she mumbled, her words breathy. As if she was drawing me to her by a rope, I was pulled to her side. The desk chair was nearby, and I scooted it over so I could sit down. "Elvira," she whispered but didn't open her eyes. She said the name a few more times, then she tossed sharply to the side, her face scrunching like she was in pain. "Gentry. Get away from him." Instinctively, I took hold of her hand and she stopped fidgeting. "Right here," I told her roughly. "I'm right here." Her right shoulder glowed. Mesmerized, I watched her raven break free of its fleshy cage and flutter into the air, shining faintly. The bird settled on my shoulder, an unexpected weight that pressed on more than my physical body. It wanted to tell me something, but I had no idea what or how to find out. With the raven perched by my head, I settled into the chair and held Emery's hand well past the dawn. Eventually, my eyes slipped closed and I drifted off too, dreaming of bears and ravens and burning red lights.
Chapter 5. Emery. Emery. I jumped, knocking over my coffee and spilling it across the table. Cursing, I grabbed a bunch of napkins to sop up the mess while Rose hurried to help me. "Sorry, think I dozed off." "You were doing something," she replied. "Looked like you were really out of it." I wanted to say I wasn't, but that'd be lying, and I failed at doing that successfully these days. The first 3 weeks back at the academy so far had been uneventful. I should have been celebrating, enjoying the peace and quiet while I could. Instead, every night I was plagued with nightmares of the explosion that destroyed the Twisted Thorn Coven, hearing the screams of everyone who died. During the day, I was scatter-brained. This, I blamed mostly on my jumbled relationships with Aleister and Gentry. Being near them was messing with me in ways I'd never expected. No matter how much I meditated or attempted to focus or what charms I used, I didn't feel grounded. Even my magic felt off-kilter. Making it through my classes was starting to be a massive struggle. A tiny voice kept telling me I shouldn't have come back this fall. But that'd mean letting Cassandra win. After what she did to my ancestor, that wasn't about to happen. Being back here was far from comforting. Since I learned Cassandra wasn't merely a witch, but one who had death magic, all I could think of were Aleister and Gentry. Their lives were in far more danger. Not like either of them acted like it. They were too busy keeping an eye on me, and thinking I wouldn't notice. More than once, I somehow found my way to them without realizing it. They'd be arguing quietly. When they saw me, they'd switch languages and I'd storm off. If they wanted to keep me out of the loop, then fine. I could do the exact same to them. Thankfully, I was no longer on probation this semester, but per the rules of the Eternal Ember, I continued to have an escort. That duty was given back to Remy and Stuart, the 2 guard members from last semester. Remy currently stood against the wall, close to the table, but far enough away to give me the semblance of not being guarded like a prisoner. "What were you thinking about?" Rose asked, and I jumped again. "You really are on edge." "Can't help it." I went to pick up my coffee, and remembering it was empty, sighed, shoving the mug aside. "I'm all over the place right now." "You've been like that since you came back from Ireland." For the last time, I wasn't hexed. However, I was dealing with a massive emotional upheaval that seemed to have no end in sight. "How can you be so sure? Even the guys said you were acting weird, and you were so drained afterward. You slept for 2 days straight. You even told me your magic didn't feel as strong as it was before," she added, her brow arched. "So, I'm going to ask you again. Are you sure you weren't hexed?" "Yes," I snapped and hung my head. "I'm sorry, all right, but a lot is going on, and having you and Aleister and Gentry prodding me continually with questions and watching me like I'm about to implode is getting old." "We care about you," she said, nudging me with her foot under the table. "Maybe care less?" I asked, and she laughed. Yeah, okay. Whatever you say, sunshine. Her gaze shifted from me to whatever was behind me. Aleister just walked in. Is he heading this way? She sat up straighter, and I frowned at her lack of tact. He would notice her eyeing him, and if he wasn't planning on stopping by our table before, he would be now. I lowered my head and hunched my shoulders, hoping he'd get the hint that I didn't need a lecture from him and Rose in the same afternoon. A tingling started at my back, and I knew he was staring at me. The tattoos on my right arm hummed with energy, and I uncrossed my legs ready to go to him on instinct. The sensation slipped away, and I let out a shaky breath. He gave you a weird look and left, Rose commented. All right, what's going on with the three of you? Nothing. Seriously? You've all been acting polite toward each other since we came back here. And that's not normal, not when one of them is supposedly your boyfriend. And the other, she whispered, leaning over the table, did bite you if I'm not mistaken. I rubbed my left wrist at her words, readily recalling how Gentry's bite had felt. Still felt. Aside from the nightmares I'd been suffering through, a different set of dreams had been distracting me. I knew from readings what the effects of a vamp bite could be, but what I was going through nearly 4 weeks after didn't fit the typical profile. Right after he took my blood, I'd experienced a pull to Gentry and had dreamt about him. I expected it to fade with time. Only it didn't. The dreams intensified until I'd awaken, confused and filled with a longing so intense it left an ache in my chest when I remembered I wasn't with Gentry but with Aleister. Every time I saw him, my left wrist would throb, not in a way that hurt, but trying to remind me about everything I felt in that moment. Since being back, I hadn't spoken to him one-on-one yet. A few times I'd caught his eye, surprised to notice his jaw clench and how those brown irises would disappear behind a veil of red. I wasn't the only one who could be dealing with the after-effects of his taking my blood. The main concern was why it was lasting so long. That, and getting stronger instead of weaker? You need to talk to him, Rose said, reaching for my left hand, giving my wrist a pointed gaze. And say what? The truth. Should probably do the same with Aleister. I inwardly groaned. She was right, but that was a conversation I'd avoided for weeks. It wasn't that I wanted to keep leading Aleister on. I simply wasn't sure what to even say to him at this point. The last 2 times I tried, we ended up making out instead of talking. My magic's reaction to him was impossible to ignore, and that was a major issue. We needed to talk badly. When did my life get so complicated? Rose chuckled. Hate to break it to you, but I think it was always going to be like this. Not if I'd stayed home, I murmured. I should have stayed in Cedar Valley. Aleister and Gentry would be going about their lives without any issues, and no one would know about me. I wouldn't have to worry about you getting hurt either. I glanced over my shoulder at Remy. And I wouldn't be watched like a hawk every damn day. And you'd have turned into a hermit. Is that really the kind of life you want? I don't know anymore. You don't mean that. What about all the answers you're finding out about yourself and your magic? What about Aleister and Gentry? You can't honestly sit there and tell me your life would be better without them in it? I tried to say I could, but the words were lodged in my throat. I rose from my chair, slinging my tote onto my shoulder. Muttering about getting to class, I turned from Rose and wove my way through the tables and to the corridor. I was halfway down the hall when someone yelled my name. A witch came toward me, a professor I had the semester before. Headmistress Fairmain would like to speak with you, she said. Can it wait until after my class? She said right away. Sounded pretty important. The witch walked off without giving me any more information. Guess we're going to Fairmain's office, I told Remy while I turned around to walk in the other direction. Remy didn't have any suggestions for why Fairmain would want to see me. I wondered if the Eternal Ember had come to some final decision about my being here. Great. Was I about to get kicked out? That wasn't what I wanted to be told today, not while the rest of me was still in turmoil about, well, everything. I hesitated outside Fairmane's door. I hadn't decided if I was going to knock yet, when she called from inside. I can sense and smell your agitation, Emery. Grumbling about shifter smelling being as bad as vampiric hearing, I opened the door, leaving Remy out in the hall. Headmistress Fairmane. She'd moved from behind her desk the second I walked in. Follow me, please. To where? I asked, turning around to walk right out the door again. Last semester I promised we would find you a teacher. Someone who could train you to better understand and use your death magic, she explained, guiding me to a corridor leading to rooms reserved for practical application practice. I'm sorry it's taken so long, but we've finally found a witch willing to come to the academy to work. Really? I exclaimed. Yes, really. Right through here, she said, nodding to a door to my right. I followed her into a room set up like the other rooms reserved for practicing magical techniques and spells. A woman standing at the far end glanced up when I entered, and every mark on my body came to life. My magic reached out to hers and she smiled. Long navy blue hair hung down her back in a long braid, matching the polish on her nails. Her bright blue eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. The tattoo of a snake was wrapped around her upper chest and neck, its head centered on her throat. She appeared older than my parents, but not by much. Her raggedy jeans and green V-neck t-shirt, with a cat wearing a pointed witch's hat, told me she would not be like the other professors here. You are strong, she commented lightly. I wish I would have known about you years ago. Name's Guinevere Gray. I took the hand she offered, flinching when a shock shot through my arm. You are like me. That I am. I'll admit, when I received the message that a witch with death magic had dared to try the anger of the eternal ember by attending WMA, my interest was piqued. And you're not worried about coming out of hiding? Of being here? I have written assurance I'm now a welcome member of the staff, and afforded a certain level of protection as you are. That of course means I too will have a bodyguard of sorts. Not much to deal with when I get to work with a witch with, what is it, 4 spirit guides? 5 now, actually. I rested my hand on the 3 wolf heads. They appeared last semester. She whistled. 5 spirit guides. That's unheard of. A flicker of what I could only describe as hunger flashed through her blue eyes. It almost had me taking a step back. Then it was gone, and Fairmane was patting me on the shoulder. Chalking it up to my scattered brain, I told myself I didn't see anything weird and I let it go. I'll leave you to it. I know you have class now, Emery, but I wanted to get you introduced quickly. You two can come up with a time that works for you both to continue your training. Fairmane told Guinevere she'd speak with her later, and exited the room. Goddess, you look so much like your mother it's uncanny, Guinevere said once we were alone. Her words confused the hell out of me. No one had never mentioned her name before, had they? I thought the only witch they'd known with death magic had been my grandmother. You know my parents? I did, years ago before the incident, horrible tragedy. I was so sorry to hear about your mother and what happened to you. But it would appear you're on the way to making something of yourself. Trying to. I wanted to trust her, but my left wrist throbbed and I swore for a second I heard a quiet growl rumble in my ear. No one else was here but the 2 of us. Besides, she had death magic and was taking a considerable risk by being here. There was no reason for me not to trust her, right? I still can't believe the eternal ember let you come here to train me in death magic. Fairmane can be extremely persuasive. Moreover, it's part of the conditions allowing you to stay here. She came closer, the presence of magic so like mine was a strange comfort, or it was until that hunger flickered to life in her gaze again. What else can you do, Emery Dravosh? I'm not sure what you mean. She smirked, reaching around to hold the back of her neck. Oh, I think you do. You can trust me, she insisted. With a name like Dravosh, I'd be surprised if you didn't have it. My grandmother didn't. Guinevere's brow rose. You sure about that? Was I? She died before I was born. At no time had I ever visited with her spirit either, not for lack of trying. She wasn't exactly the most helpful dead relative, and seemed content to not worry about Mom or me at all. Instinctively, I raised my hand to make sure the mark on the back of my neck was covered with the illusion spell. "They don't know," I blurted. I was afraid of what they'd do. "Let's keep it that way, by ensuring you don't accidentally use that power." I did work with it a bit over the summer. I figured out to control it somewhat. Can you do that? I mean, what I can. Yes. I, however, don't have 5 guides. That is a blessing, one I'm not sure you fully comprehend yet. A curse, you mean? All of this feels like a curse. Well, it's not, so stop feeling sorry for yourself and let's get to work. You'll be meeting with me 2 times a week. No missing appointments. This is now officially part of the rules you must follow if you want to stay here. Got it? Got it. Where do we start? She spread her arms wide, backing away. Right now. Let's see what you can do. The new sessions with Guinevere took up far more time than I anticipated. After each one, lasting anywhere from 3 to 5 hours, I was drained mentally, physically, and my emotional state was more of a mess than when we started. Who knew meditating and learning to dig deep into who I was and my connection to magic would be that extreme? I sure as hell didn't. If I was scattered before, I wasn't sure what I was now. Fractured? Splintered. All I knew was I felt like I was coming apart at the seams. Halloween quickly approached, and I had nothing to show so far for this semester. Each week, Guinevere told me I needed to ground myself. And each week I failed to follow through. She was starting to get irritated with me, and vice versa. The learning opportunity I thought I was going to have quickly slipped through my fingers. She pushed me to manifest my death magic, to use the same amount I'd used against the rampaging spirits. No matter what I did, I couldn't do it. I had the oddest sensation that my guides were reluctant to show themselves to her. Why, I hadn't a clue. None of them gave me clear answers when I spent time with them in the spirit realm. If I managed to make it to the spirit realm, I was even having trouble simply getting there now. Didn't help that I had yet to sit down with either Aleister or Gentry to simply talk. I barely had time for anything other than my classes, my training, and trying to research what I'd witnessed in Ireland. After another useless evening with Guinevere, I stormed down the corridor, leaving Stuart to catch up. Nothing worked for me. I hadn't even been able to clear my mind enough to get into the spirit realm. Every failure meant seeing another hint of disappointment appearing in Guinevere's eyes. My fear was, soon she'd be reporting to the eternal ember that I couldn't control my magic, and I couldn't decide if this was better or not. I wasn't even close to being a threat. I knew what I could do, that's what ticked me off so much. This was my one chance to learn and honestly show off without fear of being judged. And what was I doing? Failing. Unless there's a reason your guides aren't manifesting, a voice whispered quietly, slowing my steps. Behind me I heard Stuart's pace change, giving me space. That might be the answer you're waiting for. I clutched my tote bag, shaking my head. One of these days, it'd be nice if my guides could simply tell me if there was something to worry about, instead of letting me fumble around blindly. I sped up, wanting to get to my room so I could grab a cat nap before my last class later tonight. Not looking, I turned a corner and ran into someone. Shit, I muttered and immediately backed up another few steps. Ah, Emery, Cassandra said, her lips curling into the same wicked grin I remembered all too well. Her hair was pulled back with a black clip, and she was dressed in a black and violet silk dress. Matching gloves stretched past her elbows. The dress covered every inch of her back, not giving me a chance to glimpse if the griffin tattoo was there or not. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing while I stared at her. You seem to be concentrating awfully hard on something. Sorry. Long day. Ah yes, you're training with that witch. Guinevere, is it? I didn't say anything, and she gave me a flippant wave of her hand. I was surprised Headmistress Fairmain was able to find someone. Yeah, me too. She glanced behind me and up down the hall. I'm surprised you're alone. Where are those lovely vampires of yours? Busy, I said, gritting my teeth and debating taking another step back. How did she know I was still hanging around Aleister and Gentry? Her lips twitched, and the gleam of amusement in her eyes made my gut twist in knots. Yes, busy. Some interesting rumors are spreading through the Eternal Ember right now, most of them revolving around Brolin and his heir apparent. I hear there's quite the rift in the House of the Red Moon. Some of the vampires are siding with Gentry, and Brolin's not happy about that, not happy at all. It sounds as though his heir's life is about to become messy if they can't work out their differences. Had Gentry's situation really become that bad? I figured if it got any worse between him and Brolin, Aleister would have let me know. He'd never said for sure if Brolin was going to disinherit him or kick him out of the house. I hadn't wanted to believe the situation was so dire that vampires were taking sides. I should have asked Gentry about it weeks ago. Some friend I was. Oh, well, what difference does it make to me if the vampires have a scuffle over power? I frowned at her lack of care. You're a member of the Eternal Ember. Shouldn't you worry if one of the vampire houses is about to fall apart? She laughed harshly. Not in the least. Why are you even here? I blurted, mostly wanting her to shut up about Gentry. Her brow arched, but she answered. I've come to offer several students the same proposition I made to you and Rose. Your friend, it would seem, is considering changing her mind. What are you talking about? Rose won't join you. Cassandra's smile only widened while she winked and walked around me, her heels clicking loudly down the corridor. I'll be seeing you again soon, Emery. I suggest you keep working on your training. It'd be a shame if you were to be kicked out of the academy before we all got to see your true potential. Buried in her words was a threat. I might not have known precisely what she was trying to tell me, but her tone was more than enough to let me realize my troubles for this semester were only going to get worse. If I couldn't get my shit together long enough to understand what was going on with my magic and my emotions, we were going to be in trouble. For the next 3 days after I'd bumped into Cassandra, I didn't see Rose at all. Every time I thought I spotted her across the hall or out in the courtyard, by the time I caught up, she would disappear. Was she avoiding me? The horrifying notion that Rose was planning to become part of the Order to get information on what they were up to had me anxious to talk her out of whatever plan she had. And she thought I was the reckless one. Unless Cassandra had done something to her to make her join. I needed to speak with her and find out. Each time I tried her dorm, she didn't answer my knock. I even sat outside the door for a full day, waiting to catch her. She never showed. I meant to find Aleister too, so I could figure out how bad things had become for Gentry. Before I realized it though, the day was over, and it was nearly 4 a.m. I'd been at the library, in the small study room on the 4th floor, and hadn't paid much attention to the time. Grunting annoyed, I stared at what I had left to do homework-wise and decided I'd knock it out later today. I had another training session with Guinevere this evening. Going there without any sleep was a terrible idea. Not that my sleep of late had been restful in any regard whatsoever. My nightmares were getting worse, but it was the dreams about Gentry that left me flustered for hours afterward. My entire body would be on fire. I'd fallen asleep in one of my classes yesterday, and startled myself awake to find several students eyeing me funny. I didn't need them to tell me, I'd probably been muttering in my sleep. Just meditate before you turn in and you'll be fine, I told myself, packing up my notebooks and tossing my pen into my tote. If you can even meditate anymore. Goddess, why am I such a mess? I'd been asking that for weeks, and like everything else in my life lately, there was no answer. Nothing. Only silence that irritated me even more. Exhausted and not looking forward to another long day, I sleepily made my way out of the study room, around the corner, and ran right into a hard, unmoving body. 2 hands closed on my elbows, righting me. Without looking up, I knew who held me. My breath caught, and every inch of me perked up while my left wrist gave a familiar throb. When I finally lifted my gaze, a pair of brown eyes flecked with copper turned red. Gentry's lips parted, and for half a second I thought he was going to kiss me. He gave his head a shake, the glow dissipated, and he set me back on my feet. "Still running into people," he said, his voice gruff. "Bad habit." Heart pounding, I licked my lips, fighting against the urge to move with him when he took a step back. "What are you doing here so early?" "Took a walk. Ended up here." "A walk?" Needed to do something. I'd been too distracted by the emotions rushing through me to notice how bad he looked. But I saw now, and hated myself for dragging him into the mess that had become my life. His hands twitched almost continually at his sides, matching the tick in his right eye. The muscles in his neck were strained, and his jaw was clenched so hard it had to hurt. He looked about as bad as he had when he arrived in Cedar Valley, weak and needing blood. Was he not eating? The situation with Brolin, everything Cassandra said, it all had to be true if he was this out of sorts. Guilt assailed me, and without thinking I reached for his right hand with my left. Heat bloomed in my hand, flowing up my arm, making it hard to think straight. Now more than ever, I had to. I had to make sure Gentry's life wasn't destroyed because of me. "I'm sorry," I mumbled. "For what?" he asked quietly, not pulling away. "Meeting you in the first place," I replied, a swell of sadness rising inside me at my words. He squeezed my hand when I started to step back. I cleared my throat. "I did this to you. I caused you all this pain, and you're about to be disinherited because of me. Maybe even kicked out of your house. It's not fair to you, none of this. You've got a target on your back, and it's my fault." "Emery." I shook my head, telling myself to stay strong. "I think it'd be best for you if you cut ties with me," I blurted. "Tell Brolin you're no longer helping me, and get back to the life you had before I screwed it up." I hadn't felt heartache like this since the night Gentry and I were first over. It tightened my chest in a vice so brutally I couldn't breathe. This was the only way to keep him safe. I planned on having the same conversation with Aleister, but something told me it wouldn't hurt this much. This torment was unbearable. Why? It wasn't like we'd seen much of each other lately. I should be okay with this. "But you have seen each other," that annoying voice chimed in. I hung my head, not bothering to argue. I might not have spoken with Gentry, but he'd been watching over me from afar, same as he had last semester when I was in trouble. How many times had our gazes locked from across the dining hall or the corridor? Even if I hadn't seen him, I'd sensed him nearby. I tried to convince myself it was only because of the bite. Deep within my very being, I knew it was more than that. His taking my blood amplified what we already felt. I knew now those emotions would never go away, not easily. "I won't be the reason you have no house," I insisted, pushing past the hurt of losing Gentry. "Emery, look at me," he whispered, voice thick with longing and worry. He tipped my chin. "You mean everything to me now. I will leave Brolin and my house behind, if it means I get to be with you." His fingers brushed against my left wrist, and I gasped at the heat blossoming from his touch. I wanted to throw myself in his arms and kiss him, but remembered belatedly I was still seeing Aleister. "You don't have to say anything tonight, or ever, but I had to let you know. I can never simply walk away from you, and I don't want to." Gentry smiled softly and let me go, reluctance shining back at me in those red eyes. "Even if this is all I get to have with you, I'll take it. Good night, Em." He walked away, and I let him go, torn between following and scolding myself for feeling so fiercely for the vampire I wasn't with anymore versus the one I was. Giving myself a hard shake, I rushed out of the library to my room, ignoring Stuart's curious glance. He hadn't seen my encounter with Gentry, thankfully, and didn't ask me what was wrong. Once alone, I chucked my bag onto my bed, madly running my hands through my hair, cursing vividly under my breath. Why did he have to say that? Why was he so willing to give up everything for me? I stomped around my room, mind feeling a tornado had ripped through it, leaving nothing behind but destruction. I needed to do something to clear my head, but there was no way I'd be able to meditate now. In a rush of anger, I kicked the wardrobe, knocking open the doors. At least I still had my boots on. A broken toe would have been a great way to end this night. The doors swung open, and a few sweaters tumbled out. I left them on the floor and went to sit down so I could remove my boots. A biting cold came from my shoulder, and the raven's wings fluttered. What? He did it again, and I gasped when the force of his agitation pushed me to my feet. He didn't stop until I was back in front of the open wardrobe. I don't get it. What are you telling me? I started to close the doors when he fluttered his wings even harder. Fine, they're open, I said, letting the doors swing back. Now what? Not sure what I was supposed to see, I bent to pick up the sweaters and uncovered an envelope with my name on it in Gentry's handwriting. The letter he had given me while I was in the infirmary. I'd never read it. How had it ended up in my wardrobe? The clothes on the floor were the ones Rose had brought me while I'd been stuck in recovery. Guess I'd thrown everything in here at the end of the semester and forgotten about it. Sitting on the floor, my hands shaking, I broke the wax seal on the envelope and pulled out the letter. 2 sentences in, tears burned in my eyes and I was tugging hard at my raven necklace. Halfway down the page, I stopped trying to hold back the waterworks and let the tears fall down my cheeks.
Chapter 6. Aleister. I finally decided to turn in when dawn approached. I'd been trying and failing to find any more information about the incident that destroyed the Twisted Thorn Coven. As massive as that explosion had been, there should have been some record of it somewhere. But I'd turned up nothing, nor had I discovered anything more on Cassandra's life from way back when. I didn't doubt what Emery saw. I just wanted something I could hold in my hands to show Roderick. Cassandra was not who she claimed to be. I had to do something instead of sitting around, pretending like nothing was wrong. That was impossible to do when everything was falling apart. It wasn't merely the fact that Emery and I were holding on to something we shouldn't be. I was watching someone who had become a close friend slip down a slippery slope of chaos and confusion. Every day, she tumbled further down that slope until I feared she'd completely lose herself. She'd told me how bad her training sessions with this Guinevere Grey were going, and that she couldn't meditate, hadn't for weeks. I wasn't even sure she'd managed a trip into the spirit realm since returning to the academy. She was all over the place, had been since our trip to Ireland. She might claim nothing happened in that clearing, but either those sigils or what she'd witnessed or something was messing with her. My eyes slipped closed when a banging started at the door to my apartment. Emery yelled my name, and I rushed to get the door, not bothering to throw a shirt on. I yanked it open, and she sped inside. "What's wrong?" I asked, shutting the door behind her. She whirled around to face me, her cheeks red and streaked with tears, her eyes wide and wild. Her pulse was racing, and her breathing was ragged, chest rising and falling so rapidly, I expected her to pass out any second. She looked like she was on the verge of a panic attack. Clutched in her right hand was a piece of paper, and she waved it at me. "Why couldn't he have said this shit to my face, huh? Why?" she ranted. I realized what was in her hand. "Gentry's letter," I whispered. She scoffed. "Yeah, his letter. His freaking letter that tells me everything he feels for me, and how sorry he is, and if he could take it back, he would." She balled it up and threw it across the living room with a furious shout. "He says he loves me. What am I supposed to do with that? What? He puts me through all that bullshit, and then comes out with that word like I'm just supposed to accept it. He even says in there that he doesn't expect me to love him back. That he doesn't expect anything from me, and tonight I see him and she sucked in a harsh breath and sank to the floor. He said I mean everything to him. He's about to lose his status as heir and might even be kicked out of his house, but none of that matters because all he wants is me." I started forward and opened my mouth to calm her down, but she was back on her feet, pacing. She threw out her hand to cut me off. "Then there's you and me. How am I not supposed to feel like shit right now because of this?" she yelled, motioning between us. "All this time we've been what? Leading each other on. Or I've been leading you on. Shit, I don't even know anymore, and I didn't mean to come here to vent to you, but I can't do this anymore. I'm so lost and confused when I'm around one of you, or both of you, and nothing makes sense. Her chest heaved when she paused to take a breath, her eyes filled with so much uncertainty and anguish it was like a knife to the gut. I'm a horrible person, she mumbled, burying her face in her hands, her shoulders sagging. In hindsight, laughing probably wasn't the best thing to do, but it slipped out. In my defense, I was exhausted. Her head shot up and she glared at me. You're not a horrible person. You sure about that? Look at what I'm doing right now. I came here to complain to my boyfriend about another guy. Who does that? Her cheeks burned bright red and she glanced at the door. I shouldn't be here. I don't know what I thought because apparently, I can't think straight anymore. A mad laugh escaped her mouth. She bolted for the door, but I quickly stepped into her path. Slow down, all right? And as much as I appreciate the boyfriend comment, you and I both know this was never really a thing between us. She nibbled her bottom lip and grimaced. Aleister. Hear me out, I interrupted. What you went through your first year here, what we went through together, it was terrifying. Traumatic. That's bound to create feelings between people that might not really be there. After Gentry, you needed someone to lean on so that you weren't alone, and I was okay with being that person. I still am, but I think we both know that you and I, the connection we share is more like friends. Close friends but friends. When she didn't seem convinced, I rested my hands on her shoulders and waited for her to look me in the eye. I knew the minute Gentry fell for you, he'd never let you go. Yeah, he messed up, we both did, but he loves you. And as much as you probably try to tell yourself you want nothing to do with him, you love him too. How can you say that so calmly? Because it's the truth. I think I've known it for a while, but some small part of me hoped I was wrong. It was nice having someone, I said quietly, reaching for her hand. I finally realized I'll still have you, just not in that way. You don't hate me. No, I said, chuckling. I don't hate you. I meant to simply tuck her messy hair behind her ears and give her a friendly hug. The moment she was in my arms, that same intoxicating sensation took over, and we were kissing. Her tattoos pulsed in time with her beating heart. At the same time, we pushed each other back. I cleared my throat. Sorry. I don't know why I did that. She glanced from her right arm to me. It's my magic. It's calling to you, for some reason. It's been doing it the whole time we've been together. She took a firm hold of my hand with hers, and the tattoos pulsed again. The same intense urge to drag her into my arms grew, but I resisted. Her gaze turned calculating, and she whispered, It's like it knows your magic. How? Even this summer, I wasn't able to use my magic around you. You don't think, she said, paused and tilted her head. Do I think what? Never mind. Her hand slipped out of mine, and she wrapped her arms around herself like she was cold. I don't understand. How can I feel like I do for Gentry, and have this reaction around you? I wished for an easy answer, but there wasn't one. Maybe it has something to do with how Gentry was able to pull us out of the spirit realm. Or how we lent you our strength when you needed it most. I walked to where Gentry's letter had ended up. Maybe, I said, grabbing it and handing it back to Emery, there are some things we're not meant to understand yet. But what I know is, putting aside what our magic seems to do to each other, you have become one of my closest friends. And I love you for that. And I also know that everything Gentry said on this piece of paper is the truth. I closed her hands around the balled-up page, smiling softly. Stop fighting your feelings. What if I'm wrong, she whispered, her hands shaking in mine. If you didn't love us both, you wouldn't be this torn up about it. And if you didn't completely and utterly trust Gentry, you wouldn't have given him your blood, I added, watching her cheeks turning an even darker shade of red. You knew the risks of that, and you did it anyway. I let my hands fall away, and she carefully straightened out the letter. I waited for the hurt to set in that we were breaking up. It never came. I grinned instead, knowing two of the people I cared about would finally be happy. I hadn't wanted to say anything to upset Emery before, but I was sure her magic issues lately were because of her feelings for Gentry. She'd been fighting her emotions for too long because she hadn't wanted to hurt me. "I never thought I'd be in this situation," she murmured. "What? Having a murderous witch trying to kidnap you?" She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, that too." After folding the letter, she tucked it in her back pocket. "I never expected to make friends here, you know. I meant to keep my head down and keep to myself." "How's that working out for you?" I teased. She shrugged, but her smile gave way to a more serious frown. "I hope you know how much you helped me by being here. I'll always love you for that." "Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere," I assured her. "That's good." She said she'd let me get to sleep and started for the door. Then she added, "Oh shit, while I'm here, should tell you I bumped into Cassandra the other day. She'd come to recruit more people to the order." "Seriously?" "It gets worse." She spoke to Rose again, said she'd changed her mind about wanting to join. "Why would she do that?" "I don't know, but Rose is avoiding me. If Rose is trying to get information by going undercover or something, she would have said something, I think." Emery's eyes darkened with concern. "What if Cassandra did something to her?" I almost let it slip that Gentry had the same theory when it came to Brolin, but held back. I could tell her that part later, when she wasn't such a mess. If she did, we'll figure it out. I'll help keep an eye on her. "Thanks, Aleister, for everything." She opened my door but didn't leave. When she sucked in a breath, I knew what she was going to say and spoke up first. "Don't apologize. We're good, swear it." She smiled, said she'd see me later today, and left. The door shut quietly behind her, and I threw my head back. I laughed, a weight lifted off me I hadn't even realized I'd been carrying around. Granted, I still needed to work out why Emery's magic reacted around me, but I was happy for her and Gentry. The jealousy I'd felt back at the beginning of the semester didn't rear its head or make me sick to my stomach. I could finally go back to being the friend, and Gentry didn't have to feel guilty for loving Emery. No longer tired, I went back to my room, tugged on a shirt, and headed into the study. Roderick was always up late or early, and I'd meant to reach out to him again. Not to ask him about Cassandra. I was working on the way to bring up her name that wouldn't end in his growing angry or disconnecting the call. However, when I pressed my hand to the mirror, it wasn't Roderick's face that greeted me. "Gretchen," I said, confused to have her gazing back at me. "Everything all right?" "Yes, for the moment." Roderick and Teresa are dealing with a situation downstairs. Nothing bad. A couple of newborns got a bit out of hand last night. I'm going to guess from that deep furrow in your brow you had to bring them in. It's been a long night. I was leaving my report for the prince when I saw you calling. Problems on your end? Nothing that can't wait until Roderick's less occupied. She glanced down, scowling. And how's Emery? I narrowed my eyes at her icy tone. She actually just left a few minutes ago. Gretchen's eyes flicked up, glowing bright red. Oh? That's interesting. Yeah. We finally a conversation we probably should have had weeks ago. I watched Gretchen's face, the strain forming in the lines around her mouth and along her furrowed brow. We came to the conclusion that we're better off as friends, and that she is, in fact, in love with Gentry. Oh, she repeated, her voice a few octaves higher than usual. She cleared her throat, her lips tugging into a smile that she quickly smothered. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you okay? I'm perfectly fine. I think we both knew it wasn't really working, but neither of us wanted to hurt the other. We're friends, and I'm good with that. The red from her eyes faded, and I was left looking into a pair of silver irises with a pale blue ring around their outer edges. Her lips parted, but whatever she was going to say was interrupted by the sound of a door opening. Roderick's here. I'll speak with you soon, she told me and blurred out of sight. Aleister, Roderick said when he took her place. Sorry to call you so early, I told him, the gears turning in my head about Gretchen's reaction to my news. She'd been my bodyguard for years. How long had she been looking at me like that? And how much of a blind idiot was I not to notice until now? "You all right?" Roderick asked. "Huh. Oh, sorry," I muttered. I could think about Gretchen and my lack of tact later. "I was wondering if you could tell me anything about Elvira Drevash? Maybe her connection to the Order of the Frozen Hearts." "I know the name," he replied, sounding exhausted. I almost hated to bother him, but he was withholding information from me. Keeping him from sleeping was just fine with me right now. Most everyone who knows their history does. She was an extremely powerful witch, as I'm sure you know, based on your relationship with Emery. "A relationship that has turned into a friendship," I told him. His brow rose. "I see. You don't seem too upset about that." "I'm not, but it's a long story. One better told with a bottle of wine." "What about the Order?" He shrugged. "I've heard of it, but I was never a part of it, so there's not much I can tell you." His tone was light, but there was a warning to his words that I was about to cross a line he wasn't willing to go over with me. "What about the Twisted Thorn Coven?" "One of the original witch covens," he said slowly. "Disappeared off the face of the map. Elvira was their head elder, if I recall correctly. According to the stories, there was a tragedy of some kind that wiped out the entire coven. It was gone by the time I was turned, so I'm afraid that's all I have. Why are you asking me these questions? Please tell me you're not still digging into things you should leave alone." "There's been no progress made on tracking down the cultists who came after Emery. The guard is working on it. If you'd bothered to ask me for an update, I would have told you they're close to making a connection between the witch in custody and the cultists who kidnapped you three that night. They already know she's behind the rampaging spirits." "Yeah, because of Cassandra Thornhart," I muttered with a hiss. "I'm only going to say this one more time," Roderick snapped, a growl accompanying his words. "You are to stay away from her, do you understand?" I waited for a stranger to glower back at me through those pale blue eyes, as Gentry had described with Brolin. Roderick, however, appeared to be himself. He might not be under the influence of Cassandra's magic, but he was no longer the vampire I believed I knew so well. There was regret in those eyes, followed immediately by pain. If I didn't know any better, I'd say we discussed someone he once loved and lost, not a witch who was potentially planning to cause a massive amount of destruction. "No more," Roderick said, reaching for the mirror. The connection was lost, and I scowled at my reflection. There had to be more. After everything Emery had seen and we learned about Cassandra, there was no way I could simply stop and let it go. One way or another, Roderick would tell me the truth. Gentry might not be the only vampire to be disinherited this year. Well, at least we'll have each other, I mused, and finally trudged off to bed.
Chapter 7. Gentry. I tossed another log onto the fire, the flames happily eating away at it while I straightened. Leaning on the mantel, I tried to ease the stress from my tense muscles. I hadn't been able to sleep in days. I shut my eyes, and immediately Emery's face appeared. Nearly a week had passed since I talked to her in the library. I might have told her she didn't have to say anything, but not knowing what was going through her head right now was killing me. I shouldn't have been having any more flashbacks of her memories or sensing her emotions this long after drinking her blood. Too bad I was. Not as strong as they were before, but still there all the same. I clung to her presence, hating to think soon I might be without it. Over the last few days, anytime I saw Aleister, he asked how things were going with Brolin. My answer was the same, seeing as my prince was a stubborn pain in the ass. Then Aleister would clap me on the shoulder, grin like he was privy to some joke I missed out on, and told me everything was going to work out fine. I had no idea what he meant, and the bastard never said anything else on the matter. Even Emery acted strangely. Before, when I'd catch her eye, she'd seem startled. Now, it was like she was looking for me. She never approached, but she'd smile and hurry away. A dark voice inside my head said they must have worked things out between them. That I should be happy for them. My hands curled around the wooden mantle until it splintered. Yeah, I was thrilled. Hissing, I shoved off the wall and sank onto the couch. I'd visited the study room in the library every night, wanting another chance to bump into Emery. I hadn't even seen Kylie or the Raven lately. It was like I was losing all connection to Emery. Growling in aggravation, I shut my eyes and let my mind wander. As they usually did, my thoughts turned to the time I spent with Emery in this very room on this same exact couch. Before long I was dozing, and those memories shifted into dreams. What started out peaceful turned tragic in seconds. The library fell away, and I was back to that night, watching my people under attack. Kylie stood in front of me for a second, until her face shifted into Emery's. "Help me," she whispered, holding out blood-soaked hands. "Gentry, help me." I struggled to get to her, but she was yanked out of reach. There was no totem this time. Instead, chains shot out of the ground, wrapping around her arms and legs. They held her in place while the earth shook and broke apart around her. The clearing morphed into the one we'd seen in Ireland, and those sigils burned red, the magic fueling them seeping like blood from one to the other. Emery screamed, and I rushed forward only to be thrown back by an invisible force. I shouted and snarled, not about to watch her die. I couldn't watch her die. "Gentry." I bolted upright, and someone cursed while a hand closed around my shoulder, giving me a shake. "Hey, it was only a nightmare. You're awake." Emery hovered over me, her brow furrowed with worry, and her green eyes giving off a subtle glow. I ran my hands over my face and sat up. "What were you dreaming about?" she asked, sitting on the edge of the coffee table. "The usual," I muttered. I flattened my hands on my thighs to stop from reaching out and holding her to assure myself she was unharmed, and this was real. "And that would be what?" I rose from the couch in a blur and went to gaze out the windows, my shoulders hunched. "It's nothing you need to know about." "I have them too," she whispered. "Nightmares, I mean. I keep seeing that totem and hear Cassandra laughing at me while I die." I spun around at the fear in her words. The color drained from her face and her gaze became fixed on the floor. "I feel something clawing its way through me, and there's nothing I can do to stop it." I took one step toward her but planted my feet, forcing myself to stay where I was. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. Not your fault." "No. Last I checked, you didn't try to kill me," she said teasingly, but I didn't smile. "What do you see when you close your eyes?" I almost blurted out "you," but swallowed back the word. "A night from a long time ago. Aleister told me you witnessed something horrific, but he said if I wanted to know, I had to ask you what it was." She pushed off the table and came to me, her hands tucked in her back pockets like she too was fighting the urge to reach for me. "What happened that night all those years ago?" It had been years since anyone asked me that question, and even longer still since I'd last answered it honestly. I wanted to change the subject and ask Emery why she was here, but the determined gleam in her eyes said I wasn't getting out of this conversation, not when she woke me up from having another nightmare. Too bad lately it wasn't Kylie's death I kept seeing, but rather Emery's. "Gentry." I scratched at my cheek, unsure how much I should tell her. The second I started talking, the words tumbled out. 150 years ago, my house was attacked. Garrick Wilson was the prince of the House of the Red Moon. He was the vampire who turned me. Great man. Honorable. Fierce. I honestly thought nothing would be able to kill him. But they did. "They who?" I worked my jaw back and forth and finally whispered, "Necromancers." For years, the Eternal Ember had been worried about a growing number of witches with death magic, forming a coven of their own. "They weren't like you," I added quickly, not wanting to upset her. "These witches had ill intentions. Turned their magic dark. There were rumors they were building a fighting force to overthrow the Eternal Ember, starting with the vampire houses. There was always bad blood between vampires and those with death magic. It wasn't as rare back then to find a witch with the ability to control the undead." Not hard to see why they were so afraid, she said, surprising me. Look at what I've done to you and Aleister. Granted, it was on accident, but knowing someone out there can control you is intimidating. It was a constant concern for my kind. Many with death magic went into hiding, not wanting to be associated with those intending to cause violence. I hissed when the memory of that bloody night rose to the surface. The attack against our house came without warning. I was a young vampire, but I fought alongside my kin, tried to push the necromancers back. Garrick was killed, and I watched someone I cared for deeply being torn apart with her own hands. Kylie. I spun the red and black metal ring on my pinky, remembering this same ring on Kylie's finger every day. Exactly like the murder victims, Emery whispered, her eyes filling with sympathy. I'm so sorry. She and so many others were turned against us at first. When the tide of the battle shifted against the enemy, they made our kin kill themselves. She died in my arms, shredded her own heart right out of her chest. She'd been drained of blood, and I wasn't able to heal her. For the first time, saying those words didn't elicit the blinding rage I was used to. I was angry over Kylie's death, I always would be, but something had changed. Had I finally been able to move on after all this time? We lost a great number of vampires that night, I went on quietly. Shortly after, the Eternal Ember sent their forces against the necromancers, and they were either slaughtered, imprisoned, or forced to flee. Death magic was banned, and for the next 150 years, I let myself be consumed by fury and a need for vengeance. That explains a lot, she said, frowning. And here I am messing up your life. You're not like them, trust me. They strove for destruction and death. No one ever talks about the necromancers who attacked. Did they find their leader? Someone had to be bringing them all together. A witch did come forward. She offered herself up, but I never believed it was her. Why not? She was weak. She didn't even have enough power to control vampires and could only summon spirits, not resurrect corpses. You would think their leader would be the most powerful among them. It never made sense to me. The vampires were calling for blood though, so she was executed. That was the end of it. Or seemed to be. Until now. I moved away from the window, pacing around the room. Now that we knew what Cassandra really was, my gut kept telling me history was about to repeat itself. If she really was over 1,000 years old, was it that hard to believe she'd been behind the attacks on the vampires that night? She could have merely gone into hiding with all the others, then waited to make her grand return. But why go after Emery? Was it because she had the Dravosh name? Or did she want Emery for some other reason? The key, I whispered. What? There was no point in keeping this a secret from her, not any longer. Not knowing how she'd react, I braced myself for whatever she was going to throw at me. I haven't been entirely honest with you. About which part? She crossed her arms, squaring her shoulders. About what you said to me the other night, or about what was in the letter? Her question caught me off guard. Letter? From her pocket, she removed a well-worn piece of paper and held it up. I recognized my handwriting immediately. This letter. She placed it on the coffee table, her eyes never leaving my face. Did you mean it? What you wrote? Now I was the one who was confused. I thought you and Aleister worked everything out. We did, which is why I'm here. She pointed to the letter. Is it true? Every word, I replied without hesitation. You're an idiot, you know that, she snapped. You have the nerve to fall in love with me, turn on me, and then you go on later to protect me. For months you look out for me and keep an eye on me, and when I'm starting to wonder if maybe you and I can work you up and leave, she ranted, shaking her head. You left me all summer. You didn't talk to me, didn't want anything to do with me. I thought you were with Aleister, I argued. Yeah. Or were you simply scared, she challenged. You could have told me this to my face. You could have said something, anything, and instead you up and walked away. Then you come back and you have the nerve to show up half dead. I snarled. Like it's my fault I was attacked. You left us behind, she yelled. I flinched at the brutal hurt in those words. You left me. I know I was with Aleister, but what we have isn't right. Not the way it is between you and me. We both knew it months ago. I'm not sure why we didn't admit it, but there you go. She scoffed while she stared me down. If that letter is true, tell me right now you won't leave me again. I know you said that I'm everything to you now, and your house doesn't matter, but I want to hear you say you're mine, Gentry Wilson. Because I'm pretty sure I've always been yours. My heart lifted to hear her say that, and slowly I made my way to her. And I know you lost someone you loved. I'm sorry for that, and you've been through some horrible shit, and this is probably going to be a very complicated relationship. She rambled, her pulse increasing with every step I took, but I want you. Even when you pissed me off so bad, I could have set my bear on you. I wanted you. I was only a couple of feet away now. All I could do was take in those dark green eyes, overflowing with the same fierce love I'd experienced since the moment her blood touched my lips. Well? Are you going to say something, or what? Looking into her eyes, I gently cupped her face, whispering, I'm yours, Emery Dravash. Good, because I cut off whatever else she was about to yell at me for, and kissed her, until her arms wound around my neck and she stood on her toes. I held her to me, not believing this was happening after so many long nights of fearing I'd lost her forever. Her magic hummed against my skin, surrounding me and drawing me in. She buried her hands in my hair, smiling while she kissed me back with more passion than I'd ever been able to imagine feeling. My hands roamed up her back and I picked her up, loving how her legs wrapped around my waist. I turned and sat down on the couch, content not to let her go for the rest of the night. Swear to me you won't leave me behind again, she murmured. Keeping my arms around her, I kissed her, whispering, I swear it. Never again. I reached for her left hand, running my fingers over her wrist. She sucked in a sharp, shuddering breath, her eyes narrowing. Nice to know I wasn't the only one who'd been dealing with the lingering effects of my bite. I'd assumed it was because of her magic, but now I realized it was because of something far stronger and more profound. There's something I still need to tell you. It can't wait, she asked, nuzzling my neck. A low growl of desire rumbled through my chest. Afraid not. I waited until she sat back, and hoped I wasn't about to ruin the moment. At the end of winter break, after everything that happened, I saw something I couldn't explain. About Cassandra. No. About you. She frowned. What do you mean? I had a nightmare about Kylie. The woman you loved, she murmured. Yeah. But the nightmare wasn't like all the other ones. It shifted and I saw you dying. Ever since, that's all my nightmares have been about. Watching you being tortured. Watching you die, and I can't save you. She held my shoulders. Why didn't you say anything? When you hated me. Or when we had spirits trying to kill you. I wasn't about to dump any more stress on you. They're my nightmares and I can handle them, but, I paused, licking my lips nervously, they're not just nightmares. I saw Kylie's spirit and she wasn't alone. I rested my hand on Emery's right shoulder where the bird was. He was with her. My raven. That's not possible, she said quietly. I would have known. Are you sure? She nodded, but nibbled her bottom lip as she did so. It wasn't only the one time. I've seen them on multiple occasions, always together and always with the same message. The same message Kylie gave me in a nightmare. She said you're the key and I need to protect you. Emery said nothing, but her eyes were wild and giving off a subtle green light. Are you sure there's no way your guides can visit the spirit realm or other people without you knowing? Maybe when you're asleep. She started to say no but stilled and slipped off my lap. Mumbling under her breath, she wandered aimlessly around the room. Her brow crinkled, and she wrapped her arms around her middle like she felt sick. I couldn't stand it any longer. Emery. Last semester, she said, not stopping, I was tired all the time but not from lack of sleep. I felt drained. I never even imagined it could be because my raven was venturing off to bring Kylie's spirit to you. I didn't even know that was possible. She covered her face with her hands. I can't believe this. How much other shit do I not know about my own magic? She dropped her hands abruptly and pinned me with a pointed look. You said guides. What? Earlier, you mentioned my guides can visit people. You've seen more than the raven. Don't lie, she added when I winced. Which one? When? The bear. That made her stop so fast she nearly toppled over. Wait, my nightmare. You said someone came along and scared off your attackers. Did you mean the bear? Holy shit. Why the hell didn't you tell me any of this when it started happening? I told you, I didn't want you to worry. She threw her head back and mimed strangling me when she righted herself. They've never gone off on their own. Ever. You realize that, right? Not once. Guess I'm special, I mused, meaning it as a joke, but her gaze turned thoughtful. Maybe you are. Maybe they knew something I wasn't ready to admit, until tonight. Could they? Who the hell knows anymore, she muttered. But Kylie was sending you a message. The same message? She was, yeah, until this summer. Those visits, she wasn't saying anything. What are you doing? I asked when Emery sat down in front of the fire and shook out her hands. What's it look like I'm doing? Not saying this will even work, considering I've been having major issues with my magic lately. Wait, you have? Why? I asked, alarmed. Since when? Oh, since we came home from Ireland. Emery. Stop your hissing, she said, still shaking out her hands, then placing them on her thighs. I don't think it had to do with that place. You're sure? She shrugged, and I scowled when she looked over her shoulder at me. I've had lots of issues since then, but I don't think they all have to do with that place. I mean, I think some of them do, but not the scatterbrained part. Or the lack of sleep. I continued to hiss quietly, out of worry. She'd seemed out of sorts since coming back, but I hadn't realized it was this bad. Aleister hadn't said anything to me about it. He might not have known, I guessed. Emery wasn't exactly great at telling us when she was having issues. Are you still scatterbrained? I asked. She tilted her head, smiling. No, haven't been since I found your letter. You were messed up because of me. You, Aleister, me. She waved at me like it wasn't that big of a deal. The bite did more to me than I expected it to. I was having these weird emotional upheavals and, dreams, she added, her cheeks turning bright red. Extremely vivid dreams. Care to share? I asked, smirking. Maybe later. Right now, I want to try and get into the spirit realm. To do what? Find Kylie. If you've been seeing her this much, her spirit's probably lingering nearby. I haven't seen her, but she might not be strong enough to break through to our plane without magic. I started to argue. She held up her hand to cut me off. Listen, Kylie and the Raven came to you for a reason. Telling you to protect me and that I'm some key is not a good enough answer. If she knows more, she might not have been able to tell you because you're not a necromancer. I, however, am. Let me try. I rested a hand on her shoulder, not sure why I was so worried. Oh wait, yeah, I did. She reached up, covering my hand with hers. Be careful. From the flicker of guilt that crossed her face, she knew exactly what I was remembering. Doubted I'd ever forget that horrifying moment when Emery's heart stopped beating, and her eyes stared back at me, lifeless and dull. Holding her to her silent promise of coming back unharmed, I let her go. She shut her eyes, breathed in and out deeply while the tattoos on her right arm glowed. When frost formed at her fingertips, inching up her arms and covering her hair, black irises broke through the floorboards all around her seated form. With my hands firmly planted on my hips, I watched and waited, trying not to pay attention to the clock on the wall. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the flames from the fire sputtered. Emery. I wasn't sure if she could hear me or not. It grew colder, and I crouched in front of her, ready to yank her out of the spirit realm. She's here, Emery whispered, her eyes closed and sounding like she was in a trance. Kylie. She's here. She wants to speak to you. How? Emery shuddered and lowered her head. When she raised it, her eyes were open, but they weren't their usual green. These were dark gray tinged with blue. Kylie. Gentry. Took you long enough to tell her, Kylie's voice came out of Emery's mouth. How is this possible? I asked, stunned. Your girlfriend is extremely powerful. She's the reason I was able to find you in the first place. Kylie. She shushed me and my jaw snapped shut with a loud clack. I don't have much time. Being connected to Emery like this will drain her, so listen to me, please. You are not to blame for my death, so stop it. Now. And before you go second-guessing your feelings for Emery again, for the love of the gods, don't. Being dead has its perks. Meaning what? Meaning I know a few things you don't, including why you were truly drawn to Emery last year. You're extremely important to her in more ways than you know. Aleister has his part to play in your lives too. Whatever happens, don't let him go astray. I barely had a chance to comprehend what she was saying when she was talking again. No matter what happens, you have to protect Emery. You cannot let them get their hands on her. Them? Them who? You already know that answer. Cassandra and her cultists. My hands fisted on my thighs until they cramped. I wished for once I wasn't right. How do you know all of this? You meet some interesting people when you're dead, she said lightly. I could have told all this to Emery, but she wanted to give me a chance to speak with you and say goodbye. I smiled sadly. I'm not going to see you again, am I? Hopefully, hundreds of years from now and no sooner. Her gaze softened, filling with the love we shared for one another when she was alive. Do me a favor, and be happy. How am I supposed to do that when I know there's a fight coming? When I'm not even sure what we're fighting against? Have hope and remember who your friends are. Remember your love for each other. Emery's eyes closed and she shivered. The presence I'd sensed for nearly a year faded. Kylie was gone. I was sad, knowing I wouldn't see her again until I died, but the grief was far from debilitating. Being able to speak with her gave me the closure I'd been waiting over 100 years to get. And it was all thanks to Emery. A new presence pressed in around me, one of light and love, filled with a promise of forever. Impatiently, I waited for Emery's eyes to open again, so I could see those dark green irises that had burned me to my soul the first time I saw them. I knelt on the hardwood floor, unable to stop smiling at the warmth spreading through my chest. Hearing her heart beating at that moment was the most reassuring sound I'd ever heard. Her hands twitched on her knees and the frost slowly retreated while she returned from the spirit realm. Emery shook out her hair, sending bits of ice falling to the floor. Her eyes opened, my name on her lips, and I instantly pulled her into my arms. She let out a surprised gasp when I kissed her. I deepened the kiss and she grabbed my t-shirt, yanking me even closer. I held her close, needing her to know how much she meant to me. And how I could never let her go. You and Kylie have a good talk, she asked, pulling back and catching her breath. We did, I murmured, brushing my lips along her jaw and down her neck. Don't you want to hear about what I found out? She asked, her voice husky while her head fell back. Gentry. You can tell me later. Right now, I want to hold you a while longer. I wondered if she heard what Kylie said to me about Emery and I belonging together. When I caught Emery's gaze, the tender love and want looking back at me said that was a resounding yes. I ran my fingers slowly through her hair, brushing it from her shoulders. She traced her fingers along my jaw to my lips. I nipped her thumb and she smirked. When she tilted her hand, I wasn't sure what she was doing at first until I realized it was her left wrist. You sure? She smiled in answer. Not letting my eyes leave hers, I raised her wrist to my mouth, my fangs extending, knowing they were about to taste blood. No, not just blood. Emery's blood. With my other arm firmly holding her to my chest, I bit down. Heat exploded in my mouth, and a growl vibrated through my chest at hearing Emery's breath catch. Her heart raced, but her eyes never closed. They shimmered, matching the tattoos on her right arm. Carefully, I removed my fangs and bit my thumb to use my blood to heal the puncture wounds on her wrist. Grinning, she ran her fingers over my lips, wiping the bit of blood I'd missed. I caught her hand and licked up the few remaining drops. She grabbed me by my shoulders and kissed me so hard, I lost balance and fell back to the floor. We laughed and kissed before the fire, soaking in the night that felt made especially for us. Her emotions poured over me and through me, solidifying the meaning behind Kylie's words. No matter what life hurled our way, Emery and I belonged together. No one would take her away from me.
Chapter 8. Emery. I hesitated outside the door to the dining hall. Gentry's hand was comforting in mine, but Aleister was in there. I knew he would be okay with Gentry and me being together, but a small part of me was worried he might be a little upset. When we didn't go in right away, Remy, my escort for the day, hung back to give us our privacy. "You all right?" Gentry asked quietly. A smile teased his lips while he pulled me to the side of the door and into a small alcove. Lightly, he ran his fingers over my left wrist, sending a shiver down my spine. "Not fair," I murmured. "Who said I play fair?" he whispered, flashing his fangs. Standing on my toes, I nipped his bottom lip and he growled. "Two can play at that game, you know." I barely brushed my lips against his and pulled back, smiling at the subtle red light in his eyes. Glancing toward the hall, I cringed. "What's bugging you?" "What do you think?" "I can't help it. I care about him too, and I don't want to be the reason you two stop talking to each other." Gentry barked a laugh, pulling me into his arms. "I don't find this funny. Aleister and I will not stop being friends simply because you're with me." He was yelling at me, before the semester even started, to stop being a stubborn ass and tell you what was in that letter. He kissed me and hugged me. "Even if he is, I think I can handle a punch from Aleister if he truly feels the need to be angry." "You're not helping." He leaned back, gazing into my eyes with his narrowed eyes. "Something else is bothering you." I screwed my lips to the side, wondering if I could get away with lying. I wasn't particularly good at it anyway, and since he had a fresh rush of my blood in his veins, there was no point in trying. He'd read me too well. It feels silly, my stressing about a relationship and friends when she's out there plotting to do who knows what to us. I shouldn't be thinking about anything else except stopping her. Your life, what you feel, that's what will get us through this mess. If you lose sight of what we're fighting for in the first place, then what's the point? Remember what Kylie told us about Aleister. He's a part of us. Your love for each other might only be as friends, but it's just as important as what we feel for each other. "Listen to you being the all-wise vampire," I murmured, and he beamed down at me. The heated embrace that came next had my hands running through his messy hair. It was one of many moments we'd shared since last night. After Kylie dropped the hint that Gentry and I were destined to be together, all the pieces to the puzzle that made up our relationship rapidly clicked into place. Each time we kissed now, or when he held my hand, even when he was merely close to me, the bond I sensed our first semester let me know it was still there, stronger than before. Being with him was so different from my time with Aleister. There was a fiery passion, but it was slow burning and moved something deep within me I couldn't explain. He hissed quietly, tightening his arms around me, lightly brushing his fangs along my neck. I dug my fingers into his back. His lips quickly found mine again for another searing kiss. Usually I wasn't one for PDA, but with Gentry I didn't much care who saw. Well, except Aleister. The last thing I wanted was to make him feel like I was rubbing my relationship with Gentry in his face. After giving Gentry a chance to speak to Kylie and get the closure he needed, however, I was seeing sides of him I hadn't seen the first go around. My stomach growled and he chuckled. "Should probably get you some food. And you need to tell Aleister what Kylie told you." "Yeah, I do," I agreed, reluctantly letting him go. The information Kylie left me with still had me reeling. She hadn't simply let Gentry know we were meant to be together, or that Aleister was always going to be a massive part of our lives. She dropped what amounted to a bombshell, in my opinion. We'd spent the late hours of the morning deciding the best way to tell Aleister. Not that either of us was 100% sure what it meant. I had a theory, and that's all it could be, at least until we had a way to prove it. Gentry's hand slipped into mine, and we entered the dining hall. A few curious gazes turned our way. The last time we dated, we kept our hand-holding and everything else private. Now, Gentry seemed more than content to let those at the academy know we were together. I spotted Aleister sitting at his usual corner table. After Gentry grabbed a bottle of heated blood for himself, and I snagged a breakfast sandwich and coffee, we joined him. Aleister's gaze flicked to Gentry, still holding my hand, and smirked. "Hey," I said, unsure of how this was going to go. "Emery?" "Yeah?" I asked Aleister, unable to meet his gaze. "You can stop worrying that I'm going to freak out," he said, laughing. "Told you I understood, remember? Meant it." Sighing in relief, I stopped fiddling with my necklace. "I know, I've never been in this situation before. It's odd, isn't it, or is it only me?" "Only you," they said in unison. "Right. Gentry probably had relationships before Kylie, and I knew Aleister had dated off and on over the last 100 or so years. I was the only one who never had a serious relationship with anyone up until last year. And lo and behold, it happened to be with my soulmate." I smiled while they started conversing, as though it were any ordinary day, and I let the last of my worries fade away. I settled back into my new normal, happy I had Gentry at my side and Aleister as my friend. Not wanting to mess up what was turning out to be a good day, I stopped myself from telling Aleister about last night. Gentry kept nodding toward him. I gave him a look, trying to say this wasn't the best time. He rolled his eyes at me, and I glowered right back. It was about time for us all to head to our classes anyway. I'd tell Aleister everything later. I shifted in my chair, making to grab my tote bag. My right arm bumped Aleister, and immediately the tattoos on my arm glowed. A burst of cold followed by a rush of pure fire made both Aleister and me flinch simultaneously. "Be nice to know why that happens," Aleister muttered, rubbing his arm. "Yeah, it would." Gentry's eyes narrowed to slits while he pursed his lips at me, waiting. I watched my tattoos until they faded. Choosing my words carefully, I said, "I have a theory. It might explain a few other things too. You know, about what we experienced together." Gentry's brow arched, clearly struggling not to laugh at my awkwardness. Aleister, however, was giving me a weird look. "And that theory is what?" "You said you were a witch before you were turned." "Yeah," he replied slowly. "Are you absolutely sure you don't have death magic?" Aleister's eyes widened and his lips parted. "I was a witch in my 20s when I was turned. I'm sure I would have known if I'd been touched by death magic." "There are stories of some witches receiving the gift later in life," I pointed out. "It would explain this weird pull my magic has to you. And how the hell you managed to get into the spirit realm in the first place." Gentry was able to reach into that realm too. He's not a witch. He wasn't there though. It's different. I spun my paper coffee cup around and around, blowing a strand of errant hair out of my face. Kylie's words trailed through my mind again. Dumping that kind of information on Aleister here in the dining hall seemed wrong. Sadly, what she said made sense in a way. There was something about Aleister's magic he hadn't figured out yet. There had to be. It was the only rational explanation. My magic reacted to his presence for a reason. It called to him. I wasn't exactly jumping Guinevere's bones, but the same familiarity was there with her too. And there was no blockage on her power like there was on Aleister's. Why else would my magic try so hard to reach out and free his? It had to be death magic. Gentry might have yanked us out of the spirit realm, but what Aleister did shouldn't have been possible. I pondered how to give him the rest of Kylie's message when I spotted Rose across the dining hall. She was with a group of students that weren't her usual friends. Her appearance was not put together like it usually was, and she seemed sickly. She had food in front of her but wasn't eating. When she kept rubbing the back of her right hand, the hairs on my neck stood and I straightened. "Emery?" Gentry asked. "What's wrong?" "I still haven't talked to her," I whispered. "Every time I try, she either acts like I'm not there or tells me to mind my own business. She's avoided me too." "She doesn't look good," Aleister added, and I shot him a look. "What?" "I merely agree with you that something's clearly wrong. Did you let her mom know?" "And tell her what?" "Rose is acting weird." "Oh yeah, and it's probably my fault." "How would it be your fault?" I looked askance at Gentry. "Really? You don't think her behavior has anything at all to do with the shit we're digging into?" Aleister and Gentry exchanged a concerned look. "You think what's-her-face was telling the truth about Rose joining the Order?" Gentry asked. "I don't think she'd go willingly. Which is why I think she got to Rose. Puts pressure on me. Lets me know that she can get to me, if she can get to my friend. I don't know, but I'm telling you, whatever's going on with Rose, it's because of that witch." I glanced over, catching Rose rubbing the back of her hand again. "What if she's turning into one of those cultists?" "That's a stretch," Gentry said, but didn't sound very convincing. We knew the Order of the Frozen Hearts was alive and well. After witnessing Cassandra murdering not only the Twisted Thorn Coven, but also the leaders of the Order too, it wasn't hard to assume she took over. And why wouldn't she have some creepy inner circle shit going on? She could have her own personal hit squad for all we knew. Was it really that impossible to believe she could manipulate people to join her? The students sitting with Rose were all witches. I blanched when I realized they were also all friends with Jana. With the shit she pulled last semester, and the fact that her mom was killed, leaving a convenient seat open on the Eternal Ember. "Shit," I whispered, clapping my hand over my mouth. "What?" I shook my head, not willing to say that possibility out loud, not yet. "Nothing. It's nothing. I have to get to class. I'll see you guys later." I hauled my tote up to my shoulder, hurrying out of the dining hall, mind racing. Was there really a chance Cassandra used Jana to murder Clara Flanagan? Had Jana killed her own mom? "Nice to see you're finally showing me what you can do." Ignoring Guinevere's comment, I pulled the flowing greenish-blue stream of magic power back into my hand. It seeped into my tattoos and dimmed. I was having some issues this semester. And now I'm not. That was mostly true. Being with Gentry was beyond incredible. Neither of us was hiding behind lies and secrets this time around. I was me, and he was him, and goddess did we fit together better than I ever thought we would. Now that I was with him, my friendship with Aleister was also blooming. He was turning into more than a best friend. I had yet to share Kylie's message with him. Gentry argued that if we waited for the perfect time, he'd never know. Not like what I had to tell him was easy. The last thing I wanted to do was disrupt the flow the three of us had going. I couldn't explain the bond we had, but it was strong. I sensed when they were around and vice versa. I smirked, knowing exactly why Gentry was able to feel my presence so well. "Emery? Care to share?" Guinevere asked. I cleared my throat, turning away while my cheeks burned. "No, sorry." My mind was clear for the first time in weeks. When I pulled on my power, it came to me quickly, and finally, I'd been able to show Guinevere what I was capable of. My guides were still reluctant to show themselves to her, but this was a start. My lessons with her had become slightly better since I was finally able to use my magic successfully. I'd hoped the unease I had around her would have faded too. It grew worse instead. That hungry glint in her eyes that I kept telling myself was a figment of my imagination was there all the time. She was pushing me even harder now that I was able to show the range of my abilities. A few times, she hinted about wanting me to do more. I was worried about what that meant, and when she held up her hand to stop my current display of magic, my stomach twisted in nervous knots. I want us to try something different today, Guinevere said, walking to the corner of the room. What were you thinking? I was apprehensive about what was under the tarp there. I hadn't thought anything of it, since other students and professors used this room too. A weird tugging had distracted me when I first walked in, but I'd assumed it came from Guinevere. She yanked the tarp aside. I stumbled back. What the hell? Where did you get that? Doesn't matter. You're going to reanimate it. I shook my head, covering my mouth mostly to block out the smell and to hide my shock. I can't, I muttered, staring at the corpse of the dead mountain lion. Its throat had been slit and blood covered its fur. Fresh blood, judging from the way it glistened beneath the lights. I've never tried and I don't want to. Why not? It's part of who you are, and it's high time you embrace the rest of your power. Surely you must be able to feel the potential in this dead beast. Your power wants it, I know it does. I shook my head, but my eyes were glued to the corpse. A strange fluttering set my heart to racing. I raised my right hand without meaning to, while my magic bubbled to the surface in a flowing, shimmering rope. Realizing what I was about to do and hating Guinevere for doing this to me, I forced my hand to my side and backed away. Why? I argued, tearing my gaze from the mountain lion. I have no reason to mess with the dead, not like this. You're spitting in the face of your own magic, she snapped and pointed to the corpse. Bring it back to life. You're powerful, one of the most powerful witches with death magic I've met in a long time, yet you hold yourself back. How do you even know I can do it? You have 5 guides, Emery. 5. Only one other witch has ever been gifted that many. So what? Do you have any idea what you can do for our kind? You need to show them you're strong. Show the world that our power is not something to brush aside. That hungry look shined in her blue eyes so fiercely, I had to break eye contact. Her snake tattoo glistened red with her magic. Its quiet hissing filled the room. The eternal ember will never respect us, not until we show them what we're truly capable of. You expect me to do what exactly? Lead others like me? To scare the eternal ember? The sneer that stretched across her face was reminiscent of Cassandra's, and chilled me to the bone. I want them to understand, if they try to force us into the darkness again, they'll regret it. I know you've seen the papers. You know what they're planning to do to us. They'll promise us rights and protections one day, then lock us in cells the next. There's no way those sanctions will be passed. I backed away, needing to get out of there. I wanted to learn how to control my magic, but this is wrong. The next thing you'll ask me to do is use my other ability to control vampires. She didn't deny it, and I spun around, hurrying for the door. Don't you dare walk away from your destiny, Guinevere yelled. The force of her words, entwined with power, crashed into my back. I staggered forward, gritting my teeth at the hit. We're finished, I threw over my shoulder. No, I'm afraid we're not. She held out her right hand, and the snake slithered down her shoulder, coiling around her arm. It raised his hooded cobra head, hissing viciously. You forget the arrangements of our training sessions. If you refuse to attend, the Eternal Ember will remove you from the academy and probably have you locked away. Is that what you want? Maybe I should tell the Eternal Ember what you're trying to teach me to do. My gaze darted from the snake to Guinevere, wondering which one was going to attack first. Guinevere took another step toward me. I gasped at the burst of cold erupting at my right side. The grizzly bear stood protectively in front of me, growling at Guinevere to back off. But she didn't. A dark laugh slipped past her lips. Losing control. I'm afraid that's not going to look good for you, in my reports. I'll tell them everything. And so will I, she whispered. I'll tell them you lied about what you can really do. I'm sure Prince Brolin would love to hear you can control the undead. It'd give him all the ammunition he needs to drag you down. I've never used that power against anyone. Not even the knight in the hollow. I flinched. How could she know that? She couldn't unless she was there. Shit. She never said who contacted her in the first place. Fairmain said they found her, but how? Did Cassandra send her here to spy on me? Train me? To see how strong I was? Cassandra had death magic, and yet she was fighting against her own kind in the eternal ember. Why would she do that? Why did she care so much about me? We're not done for the day, Guinevere said when I snagged my tote bag and ran. Emery. My bear returned to my side the moment I opened the door to the room. Guinevere kept yelling, but I took off, headed for the dorms. Remembering Gentry and Aleister said they would be in the library, I made a sharp right turn, weaving through students and mumbling apologies to everyone I crashed into. What's the hurry? Stuart asked, scaring the shit out of me when he appeared at my right. Seriously? You're the one that took off running. You're not trying to lose me, are you? No, just have to get to Gentry. Sorry. Kind of forgot I had an escort. Emery, if something's wrong, you're supposed to tell me, remember? At the library doors, I stopped, trying to come up with a reason for him not to follow me upstairs. Look, I had a rough evening of training, and all I want is a few minutes alone with my boyfriend. Can you give me that? Please? Hard enough talking to him knowing you guys are hanging around. But I hate knowing you can probably hear us making out. Stuart coughed, glancing away. I'll stay on the main floor, he promised. Thanks, Stuart, really? Yeah, no problem. I waited until I was out of his sight, and took off running again. By the time I reached the small study room tucked away on the 4th floor, I was out of breath. Emery? Gentry blurred to my side while I held up a hand, struggling to catch my breath. Problem, I gasped, wincing at the cramp in my side. We have a problem. What? Guinevere, I think she was sent by Cassandra to train me.
Chapter 9. Aleister. Gentry dragged Emery into the room and sat her down on the couch. Explain now. She tossed her tote bag aside, shoving her messed up hair out of her face. We were doing our training, right? And then suddenly she yanks this tarp off a dead mountain lion. She wanted me to bring it back to life. I refused, and the next thing I know, she's yelling at me, making it sound like she expects me to rise up and be this next great leader for the necromancers. I yelled at her about not needing to reanimate the dead, and said something about her wanting me to use my other ability on vamps, and she didn't deny it. She sucked in a sharp breath at the end of her rant. I said I never used that ability on purpose, and then she mentioned the hollow. What? Gentry and I snapped in unison. I never told anyone I used it that night. No one would know unless they were there. Her hand, I asked, did you ever notice a brand on it? No, but I wasn't exactly looking for one either. She sagged on the couch, eyes wide, pulse racing. I can't keep training with her. I can't, but I can't tell Fairmain what she's doing because Guinevere will tell the Eternal Ember about this. She grabbed the back of her neck where the birthmark was. Calm down, Gentry scolded, crouching in front of her. You look like you're about to pass out. I think I'm allowed. No, you're not, he growled. We'll figure this out. How? She yelled, and he raised his brow. Sorry. I'm sorry. He held her hands, rubbing his thumbs over her knuckles while she took a deep breath in and let it out, never looking away from his face. You're sure she said the hollow? Yeah, I am. She had to have been there. It's the only thing that makes sense, I murmured. You think she's trying to see how powerful you are? I thought she already knew since she keeps pressuring me to join her cult. She had a point. You said Guinevere was talking about you becoming a leader. Sounds like the necromancers are gathering again. Too bad the people who attacked us haven't all been witches, Gentry muttered. Maybe not, but if you were forming an army, would you want to use all your heavy hitters in the initial attacks? I asked, and his eyes darkened. You said it yourself. The night you were attacked, the shifters and vampires came after you. Not the witch. And the night in the hollow, the witches were only there to power the totem, Emery chimed in, slouching forward and hanging her head. What are we going to do? No one's going to listen to me, and all Guinevere has to do is reveal my secret. I'll be tossed out of the academy, and probably dragged straight to the Hall of the Undying. Straight to Cassandra. That's not going to happen. We'll figure something out, I assured her. You need to tell him, Gentry muttered to Emery, and I frowned. Tell me what? Now. Emery whispered, giving me a worried glance. Tell me what, I repeated. Fine. Emery flattened her hands on her thighs, looking like she wanted to be anywhere else. The night Kylie talked to Gentry, she told me a few things about you. Okay, I said, drawing out the word. Why? You and me, you and Gentry, she said, waving her hand at all of us. What we have together. There's a reason for it. I don't have the exact details, but the three of us were supposed to find each other. I was still lost. But Gentry is your soulmate. Yeah. And if I'm right, you and I have a different connection. It's through our magic. She glanced to Gentry, who motioned for her to go on. Right. Kylie also brought me a message from Elvira. How does she know your ancestor? Because Elvira sought her out. The night Cassandra killed her, she laid a curse on her. It prevented Elvira from retelling what happened the night the Twisted Thorn Coven was destroyed, and answering any direct questions about Cassandra. But she was able to relay a different message to Kylie. About you. Me? I asked quietly. What would Elvira know about me? Because ever since she was murdered, she's been keeping an eye on Cassandra. Wait, I said, holding up my hand. You said it was about me, but she's been watching Cassandra. I have nothing to do with her. I'd never met her until last semester. Emery cringed. That's not entirely true. What are you saying? Elvira wasn't able to give exact details, but from what she said, she went on, talking over my annoyed hiss, you were right about having a connection to Cassandra, a far more personal one than simply being acquaintances once upon a time. As what? A distant relation. It couldn't be true. I hadn't felt anything from Cassandra these past few months. Whatever she'd done to me the last time we met had worn off. I never even stopped to think about how I might know her. Not that it mattered. Whoever she might have been to me in the past, she was the enemy now. Think closer to home, Emery whispered, settling her hands on her stomach. I was about to ask her to spit it out, when the reality of what she was trying to say clicked. I straightened so fast my spine gave a sharp pang in protest. Emery had asked me about death magic being part of me. Said she had a theory. Cassandra had death magic, and that day when she laid her hand on me, she woke a familiarity to her. The room spun, and the entire world tilted violently. My stomach flipped, even considering the idea running through my head. No, I whispered, hissing. No, it can't be. Oh good, you came to that possibility on your own, Emery said, and I whipped around, scowling. What? I hate delivering shitty news. It's not possible. Besides, death magic isn't passed down like that. Maybe not, but it does tend to run in the family lines. Look at my family tree. Almost every witch on my mom's side has been touched by death magic. It might have skipped my mom, but my grandmother had it, so did her mother, and so on. It was rarer that a witch in my line didn't have it. I ran a hand down my face, sinking into the armchair. I refused to believe this. Aleister, Emery said, but I growled. Gentry was on his feet in a blink, glaring me down. Emery stepped between us. Stop it, both of you. It's a lot to take in. He has a right to be pissed. How long were you planning on keeping this from me? I wanted her to tell you weeks ago, Gentry said, crossing his arms, giving her an aggravated frown. She's the one who kept putting it off. Can you blame me? I was hoping we'd get more concrete information first. And did you? No, we didn't, Emery told me, moving to stand beside Gentry and wringing her hands. Look, you're right. There's a chance we're way off base here, but I don't know what else Elvira could mean. What other connection could you have to Cassandra? You remember how it was after she touched you. She completely messed you up for weeks afterward. You even said you kept feeling like you knew her somehow. Maybe this is it. I knew my parents, I reminded her. Cassandra was certainly not one of them. I was nowhere near willing to accept anything she told me as the truth, not yet. Brushing past her and Gentry, I aimed for the door. A hand closed around my arm. Let go. Where are you going? Gentry demanded. To ask the only person who might have some answers. The next session is about to start, which means Roderick's in Burning Glade. He claimed to know me since I was born, which means he'd know who my mother really is. I'm going to talk to him, and he's going to give me the truth. All of it. I yanked my arm free, but Gentry simply grabbed me again. You want a broken hand? I'm coming with you. What if Brolin's there? Then he's there, Gentry said with a shrug. We have more important matters to deal with than my disagreements with him. Besides, he added, glancing at Emery, we have to convince them to let Emery remain at the academy in case Guinevere decides to leave. I'd already forgotten about why Emery had rushed to find us in the first place. You think you can? Emery asked nervously. We'll figure something out. Gentry hugged her and kissed the top of her head. We'll be back quick as we can. Stay out of trouble, huh? You make it sound like I go looking for it. Sometimes I wonder, Gentry said, joining me at the door. Ready to get some answers. The room closed in around me, making it hard to see straight. Not once had I ever felt the need to question my very existence in this world. Cassandra took my certainty away from me. I no longer felt confident about who I was and who I came from. I managed to nod and followed Gentry out of the library. What are you doing here? I'd hoped any other guard would have been on duty tonight. Any guard other than her. The second I saw Gretchen standing outside Roderick's office in the Hall of the Undying, I'd stopped walking. Gentry prodded me forward. I hadn't spoken to Gretchen in a few weeks, and having her right in front of me stirred up quite a few confusing emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Not when I had this possible connection to Cassandra hovering over me. I need to speak with Roderick, I told Gretchen. He's been busy. He said to keep everyone out unless it's an emergency. Trust me, Gentry said over my shoulder. It's an emergency. Gretchen bared her fangs, her hand resting on the dagger at her hip. Why should I listen to you, huh? You're causing trouble in your own house right now. How do I know you're not about to do the same in mine? Please, I said sincerely, sidling my way between Gretchen and Gentry. This can't wait. What's it regarding? I can't say, I replied, and she rolled her eyes. Would I say it was important if it wasn't? Her silver eyes narrowed, and she shook her head but reached for the door behind her. If either of you upsets him, I'll be dragging you out of there by your ears. Got it? Not about to make a promise I couldn't keep, I nodded. The door opened, and I hurried inside with Gentry right behind me. The office was lit by a fire in the hearth, and several lanterns hanging from a small chandelier at the room's center. Dark wood bookshelves lined the available wall space. Roderick was seated behind a black desk, currently strewn with stacks of official-looking documents. Probably whatever needed to be discussed and voted on during this month's session. At our entrance, he didn't look up, merely hissing quietly. Aleister, what are you doing here? And why did you bring him with you? He's my friend, and we both have something we need to discuss with you, I stated. It can't wait, not anymore. Roderick slammed his pen down and leaned back in his chair. He didn't move while he stared at me. I caught the pleading look in his eyes for me not to ask him about Cassandra, but I was out of options. There was no more waiting. No more respecting his wishes. If what Emery suspected was true, I had a right to know. The Order of the Frozen Hearts, I said, deciding I'd start with something simple. You know about it. More than you let on. I told you all I know. I took a step toward the desk, white-hot anger simmering in my gut at his lie. And Cassandra Thornhart. What aren't you telling me about her? Again, I have nothing for you. If that's all you came to ask, you may go. I'm not leaving until you tell me the truth, I snapped. What are you hiding from me? Whatever delusions Gentry has put in your head, I suggest you forget them right now, he said, rising from his chair and leaning heavily on his desk. There is nothing you need to be told, understand? Nothing. Turn around and leave, Aleister. My body jerked to comply with the direct order, but my rage was stronger. I pushed forward until I was at his desk. No. You dare defy your prince and your master? I want the damn truth, I shouted. Why won't you tell me what's really going on here? There's nothing to tell, he said. I bashed my fist on his desk, cracking the wooden top right down the middle. Roderick scowled at the damage but refused to meet my gaze. Perhaps Gentry's influence on you has been worse than I thought. An explosion of fury dragged a snarl from my mouth, and I flipped the desk out of the way. Lies. All he kept giving me were lies. I was sick of it. Roderick yelled. I grabbed him by his silk vest and slammed him into the bookshelves. Volumes and texts toppled to the floor around us. He hissed when I dragged him back, only to bash him into another shelf. Tell me, I shouted, pressing my arm against his throat. Have you lost your mind? Roderick tried to get away, but the rage I hadn't realized I'd been holding onto was too strong. I smashed him into the shelves, and he grunted from the impact. A door flew open behind me, and a voice I hadn't expected to hear said my name. Aleister, let him go, Teresa ordered quietly. You don't want to hurt him. Maybe I do. Call for the guards, Roderick said, but Teresa said and did nothing. She appeared to my right and laid her hand on my arm. Aleister, look at me. Reluctantly, I tore my gaze from Roderick to stare at the woman who'd been my mother for over a century. She tugged on my arm and I gave in, releasing Roderick. He rubbed at his throat, glowering at me, until Teresa hissed at him, something I'd never seen her do. Answer his questions. Or I will, she said, that one statement more menacing than if she'd threatened him with death. Roderick tensed, his hand frozen on his neck. I can't. Fine. Teresa backed away. You leave me no choice. She turned her gaze to me, saying, Roderick was part of the Order of the Frozen Hearts, as was Prince Brolin Wilson. What? Gentry and I asked together. You're sure? Gentry added. Teresa, Roderick whispered. She held up her hand and he fell silent. Yes, they were. It's where they met Cassandra Thornhart. It's where Roderick fell in love with her. Teresa's tone was filled with venom, and Roderick hung his head. Love? I whispered. You were in love with her. Roderick glared at the floor and shoved his hands in the pockets of his slacks. I was with the Order for nearly 2 centuries, and during that time I came to love her, yes. We had plans to remain together until everything changed. Change how? Gentry asked when I was unable to get the words out. Rumors spread about the Order carrying out murders and kidnappings. We confronted the leaders, but they claimed innocence. At the time, the necromancers were joining forces. People were on edge, seeing the enemy everywhere, even within those we trusted. What do you mean? I asked. Roderick walked to the other side of the room. I sensed it wasn't me he was trying to get away from, but Teresa. She hadn't stopped glaring since he started talking. Her eyes were narrowed slits. Roderick spoke. Cassandra and a few others were accused of having death magic and taking part in the murders. I asked her if it was true. She denied it, but the damage had been done. I feared for my reputation and the possibility of losing control of my house. I wanted to turn her, to prove to my people she was truly on our side, but she refused. I had no choice but to cast her away. Brolin and I left the Order, and I lost contact with her until she showed up last year. She disappeared? Gentry asked, sounding skeptical. Just like that? I didn't expect her to keep in contact after I broke her heart, Roderick said, glancing at Teresa. She'd crossed her arms, but there was a tiny bit of sympathy in her eyes now. Teresa had been a longtime friend. To ensure I didn't lose control of the house after everything went down, she agreed to wed me. Our friendship grew into love, and no, I never wondered what happened to Cassandra. His story answered some of my questions, but not all of them. Did she say anything to you before she left? Anything that might have hinted at what she was planning? I wanted to ask if she mentioned a child, but if she was with Roderick the whole time, maybe Emery's theory was wrong. She could have cheated on him with someone else, which was the only possibility. She's not planning anything, Roderick said, yanking me from my spiraling thoughts. Why do you keep insisting that she's up to something? I'm not saying she's the nicest witch in the world, but she's part of the eternal ember now. She hasn't done anything suspicious. According to you, Gentry muttered harshly. We have a different theory. One I'm not willing to entertain. Roderick pointed to the door. Now if you're finished forcing me to relive my past, I ask that you leave. Not yet. I wanted to blurt my question, but I had to take care of another issue before I pissed him off anymore. Guinevere Grey, the witch in charge of training Emery, she's not a good fit. Emery's worried she's going to lose her place at the academy because of it. Why isn't she a good fit? Roderick asked. She's pushing Emery, I said, ignoring Gentry's aggravated growl behind me. And she doesn't trust her to keep teaching her how to properly use her death magic. Roderick's brow crinkled. There's no reason not to trust her. She was interviewed by the Eternal Ember. Who tracked her down in the first place? Gentry asked. Roderick opened his mouth then shut it, shaking his head. We're not going there. Emery will have to figure it out. There's no other witch, and unless she has someone to teach her at the academy, she can't stay there. How's she supposed to work with someone who's trying to force her to reanimate the dead? Gentry exclaimed. I bit back a curse. She's what? Teresa's eyes widened. Was that part of the agreement? No, Roderick stated with a hiss. No, it was not. We were under the impression Emery isn't even able to do that. She hasn't and isn't, I insisted. Who brought Guinevere to you? I repeated Gentry's question. It was Cassandra, wasn't it? This means nothing. She couldn't have known what Guinevere was going to do. Or she's the one who told her to push Emery, I argued. You might not want to admit it, but there's something wrong with Cassandra. She's manipulating you, all of you. Has Brolin seemed off at all these past few months? Not acting like himself, maybe? Roderick's hesitation and the way his gaze flicked quickly to Teresa told me that was a yes. He's stressed because of what his heir has been doing, Roderick said. It has nothing to do with her. I stomped away, rubbing a hand down my face. How do you know? Gentry challenged. She's been a part of this shit show from the beginning. And I don't just mean us being kidnapped. What are you saying? Roderick asked. He's saying Cassandra was part of the Twisted Thorn Coven. She's also the reason they all died. Roderick threw his hands upward, muttering about conspiracy theories and Emery being a terrible influence on us. She can't have been because she's not that old. No witch is. I don't want to hear another word about Cassandra. Not one more word. She has done nothing except help us track down a murderer and assist with relocating the House of the Crow. Everything she's doing is for the betterment of all the races, including the new sanctions against vampires. Roderick glared daggers at me. She has raised concerns, but that's normal. Our houses are extremely powerful. Sometimes we need to be reminded that we are part of a greater whole. Do you even hear yourself? Do you? He shot back, marching toward me furiously. You sound like a crazy person. Do you want me to have you locked up? Do you? You have no proof of this theory of yours or her supposed crimes. None. She did something to me, I yelled, unable to hold back my anger any longer. She touched me, and now the small hold I had on my magic is gone. I can't reach it. She did that to me, so don't stand there and say she's not a threat. If I can hold on to this house for all these years without magic, you can survive without yours. We both will have to live with disappointment, he shouted. I blanched at his words. Why would you say that? His eyes widened, and he cursed, turning his back to me. You had magic? When? I demanded. Before I turned you. That night when I saved your life, when I made you a part of my house, my magic disappeared. He glared at me over his shoulder and bit off the next words with so much pent-up regret, it was like he'd walked over and kicked me square in the chest. I lost my magic because of you. I was too stunned to say anything. I'd never heard of Roderick having magic. I'm sorry to have cost you so much, I murmured. I was at the door with Gentry behind me when I turned back and asked, if you regret turning me so much, why did you make me your heir? You remind me of myself, he replied quietly, his shoulders sagging. You truly are the son I never thought I'd have. It's why I took you in when your parents were killed. Why I didn't hesitate to turn you. And now you regret it. Aleister, he said, but nothing followed. Without another word, I stormed out of his office, ignoring Therese's call for me to stay. She and Roderick started to argue, but I blurred out of the building, needing fresh air to clear my head. You all right? Gentry asked when he caught up to me. Fantastic. You didn't ask him. I shrugged, setting off down the street. You heard him. He said he had nothing to do with her after he left the order. If she really has anything to do with me, he wouldn't know. Gentry didn't reply, and when I glanced back, I saw a quizzical look on his face. What? It's what Roderick said, the last bit about you being the son he never had. The timing, it fits. Timing for what? I asked and laughed. It's not possible. Vampires can't procreate. Maybe not, but don't you think it's a bit strange? And he said he lost his magic the night he turned you. So what? I know you don't want to believe any of this can be true, but... Just stop, I shouted. Please. Whatever Kylie told Emery was wrong, all right? My connection to Cassandra is probably simply from her touching me. Maybe she wanted to make me weak to get to Emery. That's what you're going to believe. Yeah, I am, because nothing else is possible. Can we get back to the academy now? I have lessons to finish planning. I took off, not giving him a chance to respond. I'd come to Burning Glade tonight in hopes of getting some straight answers. What I found out only complicated matters impossibly more. As much as I wanted to brush off Gentry's musings, they stayed with me. How well did I really know my parents? How well did I really know myself and about the life I had before I was turned? What if my entire existence, everything I knew to be true, turned out to be a lie? Who the hell was I?
Chapter 10. Gentry. Aleister hadn't spoken much to Emery or me since we'd returned from Burning Glade. He put on a fake smile and assured us he was fine. The gaunt look on his face proclaimed that was far from the truth. We tiptoed around him when it came to dealing with Cassandra and the Order. It wasn't like we had any new leads to go on. Guinevere up and disappeared the day after she tried to make Emery reanimate the mountain lion. Fairmain sent Emery a message saying Guinevere had been called away for a family emergency and wouldn't be returning until after winter break. It should have been good news, seeing as the guard wasn't marching over to take Emery away. Her unexpected departure was far from comforting for any of us. The situation only worsened after that. None of us hardly saw Rose. She'd stopped attending her classes. Anytime I saw her, she had a dazed look in her eyes and was with Jana. Emery was beside herself with worry. Rose continued to pretend like she didn't exist. Emery had finally tried to contact Debbie. We had no way to know if she received the message or not. Debbie hadn't answered any of her calls. I promised if we didn't hear anything back in another few days, we'd take a quick trip to Cedar Valley and talk to her in person. We were almost at the end of the semester anyway, and with it came uncertainty about what winter break would bring. Brolin had yet to speak with me face to face. I sincerely doubted I'd be welcome back home. Emery already said I could live with her in Cedar Valley. Keeping her in my sights had always been part of my plan, but I was fine letting her think it was her idea for me to come and stay. From the protection of my place, I watched the sun sink below the horizon on another Saturday. Aleister was supposed to meet up with me earlier, but he'd sent a message saying he was catching up on lesson plans and preparing his students' finals. If he didn't get out of this stupor by Monday, Emery and I were already planning on having some sort of intervention. I stared out the windows. Wispy clouds moved in, blocking out the rising moon and the few stars dotting the twilight sky. Worry for my friend was tied with my concern for Emery's safety. I wanted certainty that they'd both be safe. Sadly, that was something I wasn't sure I'd ever have. Emery's presence broke through my anxious thoughts, and I smiled when a knock came at my door. Despite so much falling apart around me, having her in my arms made me hopeful we'd get out of this craziness in one piece. I opened the door, barely getting out a hello, when Emery threw herself in my arms. I shut the door behind her, catching her with one arm and lifting her off her feet. I backed further into the room, wrapping my other arm around her waist. The pulse of her magic wound around and through me, warming me from the inside out. Beneath it, I picked up on her fear, and she trembled against me. Setting her on her feet, I broke the kiss and cupped her cheek. Something happened. No. I can't shake the feeling that something is coming, though. She leaned into my hand, sighing. It's like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting to be pushed off. I didn't need that visual. She shrugged. Hey, you asked? Talk to Aleister today? He's avoiding me. Yeah, me too. I was hoping to avoid having a facing the facts conversation. She looked around, smirking. What's so amusing? Nothing. I realized I haven't been back here since Halloween. She trailed off, stepping away from me. Is that what I think it is? She walked to the counter where the black rose from last year had been since she gave it to me. You kept it all this time. Couldn't bear to throw it out. Was the only thing I had from you. The black rose had lost most of its petals. The few that clung to the dried-out brown stem were withered and ready to break apart at the slightest touch. The ones that had fallen were gathered around the base of the bottle. Always full of surprises, Emery whispered and held her hand out to the rose. She wiggled her fingers, and a shower of green and blue sparks tumbled from her fingers to land on the rose and the petals around it. Now you can keep it forever. Preservation spell. I took hold of her right hand, still alight with magic. It shot into my palm, becoming a part of me. Pulling her to me, I placed my lips on hers. Thank you. Any time. Her smile disappeared, replaced with another worried frown. Something else is bugging you. Spit it out. You're not going to like it. And why is that? I asked, my arms already protectively tightening around her. Her sudden grin was anything but reassuring. I want you to teach me how to use a knife. Why? I demanded. You have magic, remember? And a damned grizzly bear. And with what happened to me, after coming into contact with those sigils, and dealing with a whole shitload of other, well shit, I think it'd be a good idea if I knew how to defend myself without magic. Just in case. In case of what? Gee, I don't know. Guinevere, or those cultists returning. Or Cassandra herself coming after me. I stormed away from her. She followed. Come on. You know it'd be a good idea. Think of it as a backup plan. Or a last resort type of situation. I whirled around at her words. Backup plan? You make it sound like we're going into war. Maybe we are, she said lightly, and I couldn't stop the growl from rumbling through my chest. Stop overreacting. I'm trying to make sure that if something bad happens, I'm covered. You should be happy. Happy that my girlfriend wants to learn how to use a knife in case her magic fails, and she finds herself about to be killed. She cringed. I wouldn't put it like that, but yeah. We're not having this conversation. Yes, we are. She rushed around me when I started to walk away and slammed her palms into my chest. I'm not saying I hope that's going to happen, but without my magic, I'm kind of useless. Do you think you're the only one that worries about seeing the person you love die? I see it every night, Gentry, every freaking night. I watch you die because I don't have my magic. Her breath caught, and tears shone in her eyes until she wiped them away. I'm not about to lose you. I hugged her, burying my hand in her hair and resting my chin atop her head. She was shaking when she wound her arms around my waist, clinging to my shirt. Why didn't you say something? Why? So you can worry about me more than you already are. That's what I'm here for. I could say the same thing to you, she said, her brow arched. I know I'm asking a lot, but I want to be prepared for anything she throws at us next. Please, she said, staring up at me, her green eyes pleading. Knowing sometime in the future I was going to regret this, I gave in. No knives, not yet. Really? Do you even know how to throw a punch? I challenged, putting some space between us. Can't be that hard. Sure it can't. I held up my right hand. Punch my palm hard as you can. She balled up her left fist, drew back, and hit me. My palm barely budged, and she winced, shaking out her hand with a curse. If you punch someone like that, you'll break your hand, and they'll laugh at you, then attack. I took hold of her left hand, showing her the proper way to make a fist. I positioned her feet differently, and placed my hands on her hips. You need to put your whole body into it too. I let her go, and held up my hand. Try again. Her face scrunched in concentration. She hit me a second time. Like that. Better. I told her to try again and again, each time correcting her posture and instructing her on how to put all her force into that hit. Any time I hesitated, she'd kindly remind me what we were up against. As if I needed the reminder of how dangerous our lives were lately. We spent the better part of the evening with my teaching her how to punch, follow her first hit up with a second, and how to properly headbutt someone, so she didn't hurt her head. She wanted me to show her more, but this was too much for my liking already. Not tonight, I said and walked to the kitchen. I needed a drink to ease the pressure in my chest at watching Emery preparing to fight. Each time she threw a punch, I pictured her going up against the cultists who'd attacked me over the summer. If her magic was inaccessible for any reason, she wouldn't last long against them. A shuffle of feet behind me was the only warning I had when she threw herself at my back. I'd explained to her how to take someone down from behind, but I refused to show her. I spun at the last second and took out her feet with one easy swipe of my leg. She toppled to the floor in a heap, shoving her hair out of her face. What are you doing? I demanded. Just show me, she insisted, climbing to her feet. Last lesson and I'll drop it. No. You need a break. Says who? Me. Let it go. We can do more another day. Next week maybe. Or never. Never would be preferable, I grumbled, snatching up the bottle of whiskey from the counter. Why does this bother you so much? Gritting my teeth, I silently begged for her to drop it. She should know why the last thing I wanted was to imagine her fighting. She wasn't the first woman I'd lost to evil. Knowing there was a chance I'd lose Emery the same way, threatened to open a wound I'd thought was closed forever. Leaning heavily on the counter, I shut my eyes, fighting against the flood of images stemming from the same type of nightmares Emery had. Only mine featured her dying. Having her blood rushing through my veins let me see glimpses of what she did, feel what she did, but I hadn't known how dark her dreams had become. They were as bad as mine, which was why she should know why I hated that she was asking me to do this for her. Her presence pushed against my back, followed by her arms slipping around my waist. She pressed herself to my back, her heartbeat vibrating through my body while she squeezed me tightly. I'm sorry, she whispered. I wasn't thinking, but I won't be the reason you get hurt or worse. Nothing's going to happen to me. You don't know that, she argued while I spun around to face her. We've had too many close calls, and if anything happens to you because I was weak, I'd never forgive myself. You're not weak. Without magic, I am. I want this all to be over, but it won't be until we stop Cassandra, and that terrifies me. She flattened her hands to my chest, gazing deeply into my eyes, until all I saw was the overwhelming rush of love she had for me. I can't do this without you, and I know you. You'll do whatever it takes to protect me. I will, always. I won't let anything happen to you. Don't you see that's the problem? You can stand there and say you're going to keep me safe, but I can't do the same for you, she ranted. I get to fight for you, too. Emery. No. Don't try to give me some speech about how it's your job to keep me safe. I know what Kylie told us, but do you honestly think I have a hope of stopping Cassandra and her evil minion cultists without you? She tried to storm off, but I caught her hand, hauling her right back to me. I'm trying to be angry with you. How's that working out for you? She blew out a frustrated breath, glowering. I think I hate you right now. I can live with that, as long as you're alive to hate me. You'll have to promise me you won't do anything stupid, she said, poking me in the chest. You won't let your overprotectiveness get in the way of keeping your ass alive. I can't promise that, and you can't ask me to. She started to argue, but I interrupted her words with a kiss, capturing her mouth with mine. She resisted for a second, then gave in, burying her hands in my hair while she stood on her toes. I lifted her onto the counter, squeezing her and trying to tell her without words how no matter what came next, I was always going to be standing between her and the enemy. Our fierce emotions collided, creating a fiery burst of passion and longing so deep it settled into my very bones. Emery wasn't merely the woman I was meant to be with. She was my heart. She flowed through my veins. She'd forever be a part of me, physically and mentally. Once upon a time, Garrick had told me about how he'd felt when he found his soulmate. It was the only time I ever saw the vulnerable side of him. I hadn't believed his claims of feeling so utterly complete, and like a hurricane was constantly brewing inside him. A storm that set him free, and let him understand how much he could genuinely care for another living being. Now, his words were the only ones I could use to describe what being with Emery did to me. Every kiss and touch was filled with magic and love, embedding themselves in my skin. My need for this woman made my fangs extend. I dragged them along her neck, loving how she shivered in my arms. Her hand pressing against the back of my head was all I needed to feel to know what she wanted. I bit down gently on her neck and she gasped, digging her nails into my back. The taste of her blood ignited a primal desire in me to let everyone know she was mine. No other vampire would ever lay their fangs on her. She whispered my name while I drank from her. That storm grew into a frenzy I quickly became lost in. Everything she felt for me was laid bare while her blood flowed through my body. Carefully, I removed my fangs from her neck, licking the few drops of blood from the puncture wounds. Her hooded gaze remained locked on mine while I bit my thumb and spread my blood over the marks to heal them. She smiled, nipping playfully at my lips. I picked her up and carried her to the living room, not letting my mouth leave hers once. I stifled a yawn. I wasn't sure how early it was, but sunrise couldn't be too far off. Emery murmured in her sleep. I ran my fingers through her hair, smiling down at her. She'd passed out with her head on my chest and a smile on her face. When my fingers trailed along her right arm, her tattoos shifted beneath the skin. They were restless, as was Emery. She looked peaceful in sleep, but her emotions were chaotic. One of these days, she was going to hate how strong the emotional bond was between us. Each time I drank her blood, it only increased. I believed her being so powerful was part of the reason. I wasn't merely having flashbacks of her memories now. I was fully sensing her presence and her emotions, on a level one hadn't thought possible. It was partly why I entertained the notion of convincing her to not return to Cedar Valley, but to let me take her somewhere else. Somewhere she'd be out of Cassandra's reach. I considered the chances of not asking and taking her away. She'd really hate me then. My head fell back to the couch while I glared at the ceiling. I had no good options, and it killed me. Emery was stubborn, and she loved me too much. She'd refuse to let me go off on my own to deal with the situation. My thoughts drifted from Emery to Aleister. Why did I have to deal with two hard-headed people? Sooner or later, he'd have to face the truth, no matter how shitty it was. Gentry, Emery whispered, curling into herself. It's all right, I assured her, holding her cheek softly. I'm right here. Only a dream. Her brow furrowed, and she winced. I cradled her in my arms, lifting her enough so I could kiss her forehead. She settled, and I carried her out of the living room to my bedroom. Once she was tucked beneath the blankets, I smoothed her hair back from her neck. When I lightly pressed my lips to where I'd bitten her, she relaxed completely. The turmoil I'd felt coming from her mind lessened. Sleep. Just sleep. Quietly, I backed out of the room. At the doorway, I paused, giving Emery a lingering gaze. My chest ached to imagine her being hurt. I didn't even let myself think of her dying. I shut the door to let her sleep. If Cassandra's cultists managed to finish me off, I couldn't leave Emery unprotected. After Emery and I let Aleister know we were together, I'd made him promise me that if anything happened to me, he'd be there for her and keep her safe. Right now, he wasn't entirely reliable. Deciding I needed to speak with Jared to make a backup plan, I left my small apartment and went to use one of the mirrors in the common area. Gentry, Jared said when he appeared in the mirror. You're not in your room. Emery's there sleeping, but this couldn't wait until tomorrow. Why do I get the feeling I'm not going to like this conversation? He knew me all too well. I know I've asked a lot from you this year, but I need one more favor. And that is. I looked around to ensure I was alone and said, it has to do with Emery.
Chapter 11. Emery. An icy wind blew through the dead leaves of the apple trees in the orchard, rattling them until I could have shut my eyes and pictured us at the beach instead of in the mountains. More leaves crunched under our feet while we made our way further from the academy walls and into the shadows of the twisted, towering rows. This was not how I planned to spend tonight. Gentry and I had meant to corner Aleister until he talked to us. A note had appeared on my door when I'd been on my way to meet with Gentry. It was from Rose, saying she wanted to meet with me. I'd shown it to the guys, and despite my saying I could go alone, they insisted on tagging along. They weren't the only ones. I don't like this. I second that thought, Remy muttered. This feels wrong. Look, you two wanted to come, I reminded her and Stuart. You could have stayed behind. I'm simply meeting Rose. I'm not going out to party with the cultists. You can't honestly tell me you think this isn't some sort of trap, Gentry said. I declined to answer, not wanting to say it aloud. So he continued, I know you want to believe Rose isn't luring you out here, but she could have asked you to meet her in the library. Or her dorm. So since we all know it's probably a trap, we need Remy and Stuart as witnesses. If two of the guard finally see the cultists, perhaps the Ember won't be so quick to dismiss our claims that these people are indeed active and harming people. He sniffed the air and put his arm out, stopping me. I do, however, agree. Something's not right out here. With an annoyed grunt, I threw my head back, muttering about coming out here alone to save myself the trouble of them all being so paranoid. Gentry scowled, and I added a bit about vampiric hearing being a pain in my ass. You really think you could have snuck out here alone? He chided. I can be sneaky when I want to, I said, and his brow arched while Aleister chuckled. Whatever. You two suck, I scoffed. We are vampires. Gentry winked, flashing a bit of fang. I smirked, despite the grave situation we were walking into. Right, lovebirds, Aleister teased and walked on ahead another yard or so. He didn't appear as distraught as he was earlier. One of these days, he'd have to share how he managed to compartmentalize his emotions like that. Now, however, wasn't the time for me to hound him with questions. That was for later after we met with Rose. Aleister's brow furrowed when he too sniffed the air like a bloodhound. Smells like something's burning. Gentry took my hand. I know you want to help Rose, but you need to head back. The four of us will see if she's out here. No, I argued, tugging my hand from his and fumbling in my back pocket. I removed the note, shook it out, and turned it around to face him. Rose left this for me. She said she wanted to see me. That she's scared. Whatever's happening to her, I'm not going to simply walk away and let you guys handle it. She's my friend. I'm the reason she's in this mess, and I'm going to be the one who gets her out of it. I stomped forward, making it 5 steps when a firm hand caught my elbow. I'm not asking you to abandon Rose, Gentry murmured, turning me around. But you can't expect me to be okay with watching you walking into danger. Neither of us is going to let anything happen to you. Aleister appeared at my other side, his hand giving mine a quick squeeze. He's right. Kylie's words about Gentry being my soulmate and Aleister being an integral part of my life couldn't convey the fierce reality of our connection. We were bound together by magic in a way I doubted any of us would ever understand. I shoved Rose's letter back in my pocket, taking a step away from them and further into the orchard. You're not sending me back. Gentry rolled his eyes, but I knew I had him. You stay behind us, he ordered. We have no idea what we're going to find out here. If we tell you to run, you run. Emery, did you hear me? I did. And? Gentry asked, a growl reverberating deep in his chest. And what? He muttered harshly in the old vampiric tongue, while Aleister responded in the same language. It wasn't my fault, I was stubborn. I just found the 2 souls I was meant to be with. I wasn't about to leave either one behind if we ended up being in trouble. I pinched both their arms, shutting them up. We do this together, I insisted and held out my hands. Deal? Gentry and Aleister exchanged a glance. They came to some sort of silent agreement I was pretty sure I wasn't going to like, but each slipped his hand into mine. I gasped when the 3 of us were connected, a surge of heat washing over me from head to toe. Gentry said my name, but my response was stuck in my throat. A throbbing pulse of magic rose from my core. I threw my head back. The wolves moved around for the first time since last semester. One by one, the 3 wolves emerged from my chest, landing gracefully on their massive paws. They shook out their silver fur, sending bits of ethereal light into the orchard. The largest one met my gaze and faced forward, waiting. I knew it, I whispered. Care to share? Aleister asked quietly, his eyes reflecting the soft glow from the wolf's light. Makes sense is all, after everything we've found out, doesn't it? Gentry and Aleister held my hands tightly, and we set off again, with the wolves leading the way. We followed their glowing ghostly bodies while they wound through the trees, noses to the ground. Remy and Stuart stayed behind us. Each time I glanced over my shoulder, their eyes were narrowed, taking in the dim surroundings. Eventually, we'd reached the end of the orchard, and there had been no sign of Rose yet. Just as I started to debate if this was all some ridiculous game and we should turn around, Gentry and Aleister tugged me to a stop. I opened my mouth to ask why, when Gentry held a finger to his lips, staring straight ahead. The wolves' hackles rose, their ears flattening against their heads. Stuart had drawn a long, thin dagger while Remy kept rolling her shoulders, her yellow eyes telling me she was close to shifting. Ahead of us, overgrown by trailing vines that had once been covered in moonflowers, was a stone building. A bell tower was barely visible through the overgrown foliage, the light of the full moon catching the pale stones and what remained of a rusted metal bell. A frayed rope hung from it, disappearing past a rotted wooden railing. The arched doorway was blocked by 2 metal doors, their handles hanging loose. Everything about that building screamed death trap. If Rose was in there, I had no choice except to open those doors. What is this place? I whispered. Old gathering spot, if I remember correctly, Aleister replied. One of the headmasters had it constructed back when the academy was first founded. I thought it was ordered to be demolished decades ago. Looks like someone slacked on the job. The building gave off an eerie vibe, making my skin crawl. This night keeps getting better. Lights in the upper windows, Remy whispered, the words mostly a guttural growl. We'll check it out first. Stay here. I wanted to argue, but Remy and Stuart were already rushing away. Remy had shrugged out of her clothes, and by the time she reached the building, a tall wolf covered in black fur stalked on all fours alongside Stuart. They were swallowed up by the darkness around the side of the building. The lights Remy had seen flickered in the upper windows. Looked like torches of some kind. Shadows passed in front of them. If Rose was inside, she wasn't alone. We need to go after them, I whispered. They've only been gone a few minutes, Aleister said, but he hummed with nervous energy. Only takes that long to kill someone, I muttered, and he shot me a look. What? Just saying? Aleister started to respond, but didn't get a chance to. Gentry hissed. Blood? I obviously couldn't smell it, but Aleister's furious scowl told me he could. The three wolves growled, digging their claws into the dirt, waiting to be unleashed. If Remy and Stuart were dead, did Rose kill them? She wasn't a murderer. No matter what anyone did to her, she wouldn't take innocent lives. She couldn't. I know you might not want to hear this, but there's a chance we can't save Rose, Gentry said as if reading my mind, his eyes filled with regret. You should let us go in alone. You try to leave me here and I'll follow. We go together. Gentry seemed to be mulling over the odds of him and Aleister finding a way to keep me out here by force, when a shifter's pained howl ripped through the orchard. I took off at a sprint, aiming for the doors, Gentry calling after me to wait. The three wolves abruptly turned, blocking my path. Aleister and Gentry were back at my side a heartbeat later, appearing confused. It looked like maybe I wasn't the only one able to control these guides. Great. That was just what I needed. Two overprotective vampires using my guides against me. Another sharp howl, followed by a shout that sounded an awful lot like Stuart, echoed from the old stone building. We have to get in there. And we will, but we're not going to charge through the front door, Gentry snapped. So what? We go in the same door Remy and Stuart used. Worked out great for them. Running in there without a plan is not going to save anyone, he argued. I'm not going to watch anyone else die. What if the note wasn't from Rose? She could be in there, already dead. My gut twisted in knots, picturing Rose bloody and lifeless. I took another step toward the doors, but the wolves refused to budge. Gentry and Aleister were discussing how to get inside without being caught, when a loud creak cut through their words. The doors to the gathering space swung inward. The three wolves snarled at the archway, void of any light. We should have seen torches or candles, but there was nothing except shadows. It was like I was looking into the eyes of a spirit. I tried to move, but my feet were rooted to the spot. Gauging from the angry growls beside me, the guys weren't able to move either. A white fog came for us, slipping through the open doorway, creeping and rolling across the ground. The wolves were hit first. I tried to reach for them, but was helpless when the fog curled around their bodies. They let out mournful howls and vanished into nothingness. Gentry snarled to my right, finally able to pull one of his boots free. His hand slid into mine, as did Aleister's, only it was too late. The fog rose in a wave and crashed down over us. I waited for the pain. I waited for something to happen. I thought I heard shouts and hissing when Gentry's and Aleister's hands were yanked from mine. Opening my eyes, I saw only fog. Yelling for them didn't do me any good. I couldn't even make so much as a whisper. A strange heaviness fell around my wrists, and I plummeted through the fog, striking a hard stone with a loud smack. I realized the strange heaviness on my wrists were chains. My body was moving, but I wasn't the one doing it. Dragged. I was being dragged across a rough floor that bit into my skin. Now there was pain, a lot of it. I curled in on myself at the searing agony shooting down my spine. When I opened my mouth to let out a scream, it came, loud and echoing. I was dropped back to the floor, left to roll myself to my side, and willed my eyes to open. The moment they did, I wanted to shut them again and pretend this was a nightmare. Standing a few yards away was another totem, the sigils in it burning a fierce red. Terrified of being attached to it again, I scrambled to get out, running into a set of sturdy legs. With my hands chained together, it was a struggle to get to my feet, but I managed. Figures cloaked in black filled the gathering area. Wildly, I spun around, searching for Gentry and Aleister. They couldn't be dead. Not yet. This wasn't happening. Why had I let them come with me? Why hadn't I listened? Emery, so good of you to join me. At the sound of Rose's voice, an octave deeper than it should have been and brimming with magic that stabbed my skin like needles, I slowly turned to my left. Her eyes shimmered with a sickly violet-green light, while her lips curled into a wicked grin I'd never seen on her face. She lifted her right hand to shove back her hood, and I spotted the brand on her skin. Heart sinking, I nearly fell back to the floor but locked my knees. What did they do to you? I whispered, horrified. They've shown me how powerful I can be, she explained lightly. Really, I'm not sure why you keep fighting this. She's chosen you, Emery. You should be proud. Proud? I shook my head, failing to process her words. What the hell are you talking about? Chosen for what? I asked. The light of the totem pulsed. Those sigils were the same ones I'd seen in the charred earth where Elvira's coven used to reside. Again the question struck me of why they would be the same. What was Cassandra trying to do? She's attempted the ritual with so many others before you. Rose approached the totem, resting her hand lovingly against the stone. A few made it worth her while, but none of them have power such as yours. And unfortunately, for most of them, they weren't strong enough to survive. I stilled. Survive? Yes. But it doesn't matter now. Once she has your power, she'll be able to continue with her plans. Their deaths won't be in vain, and neither will yours. I blinked rapidly, attempting to call on my guides. My magic refused to respond to me. Whatever was in that fog must have put a damper on it. You mentioned I might survive, I said, hoping if I could keep her talking I'd come up with a plan. And find the others. Live long enough for the ritual to work. I'm afraid once your magic's been drained, you're not of much use. One way or another, you're dying tonight. Rose, look at me please. You're my friend, my sister. Don't do this, I pleaded. I know you're in there somewhere. Don't let her manipulate you. You're stronger than this. You have to fight back for me, for your mom. Her eye twitched as she tilted her head. A grunt distracted me, and through the cloaked bodies I thought I saw a familiar set of boots. Rose gave her head a little shake and waved her hand. The crowd parted, and I lurched forward until someone snatched up the chain. I jerked back, my knees crashing to the stone, but the pain barely registered. Let them go, I shouted, fighting to get my hands free. Stop it. You're killing them. That's the idea, Rose replied darkly. Pinned to the wall by silver metal stakes stabbed through their shoulders were Gentry, Aleister, Stuart, and Remy. Remy appeared to be trapped in her shifter form. 2 more spikes were driven through her legs. What confused me was seeing daggers clutched in the 3 vampires' hands. Why would they give them weapons? Goddess. The blades were already covered in blood. I met Aleister's furious red gaze. His eyes were pleading with me to escape. I wasn't about to leave any of them behind. I shifted my eyes to Gentry. He growled quietly, every muscle in his body tensing. He yanked on his right shoulder, and the spike started to come free. None of the cultists paid much attention to him. He lifted his foot to push off the wall. Suddenly, his hand with the knife rose, and he plunged the dagger into his side, burying it to the hilt. He bellowed, enraged. I screamed along with him, confused by what was happening. He twisted the knife, and I begged for Rose to stop. Gentry yanked the dagger free and stabbed himself in the thigh this time. He threw his head back into the wall, cursing and gritting his teeth. Aleister shouted at them to stop the torture. Instead, he drove the dagger into his stomach. The manacles cut into my wrists in my struggle to get to them and stop this. I yelled and pleaded, but Rose simply watched me. She wasn't even staring at the vampires. A horrible truth struck me, and I froze. You don't have death magic, I whispered, realizing my mistake. She couldn't be making Gentry and Aleister harm themselves. No. But I do. That voice. I knew that voice, and I'd hoped to never hear it again. A second cloaked figure moved beside her, pressing a hand to Rose's forehead, just as she'd started to seem uncomfortable with the bloody spectacle taking place. Her eyes flared violet, and when the light dimmed, a strange expression overcame her. It was like she was sleepwalking. She stepped back to join the others, throwing her hood over her face and disappearing into the crowd. She is strong even without death magic. It's why she was chosen to join us. She's unfortunately been a bit on the reluctant side. Guinevere. A white-hot spike of fury replaced my fear. You bitch. Her sharp laugh was accompanied by a strike of magic slapping me across the face, sending me to the floor. Shaking my head from the shock of being struck with such an intense force, I glared at her. I knew you were working for Cassandra, I muttered, straightening. You think you have it all figured out, don't you? That's adorable, she said, laughing. And if that's the truth, why didn't you do anything about it? She challenged, her face framed by waves of her navy blue hair. I gave you ample opportunity to show me what you're made of. Quite frankly, I'm disappointed. Cassandra claimed you would be the key to her success. So it was Cassandra behind the cultists. I would have been celebrating at her admission, especially with 2 members of the guard present, only I wasn't sure we were going to make it out of here alive. Knowing she was involved didn't exactly solve any of our problems. All it did was bring back the original riddle of why Cassandra was trying to harm witches, especially those with death magic. What did she want? Guinevere sighed. With a flick of her hand, a second slap of magic knocked me off my feet. I don't see this greatness in you, but I'm not in charge. I doubt you'll survive the ritual. Then we'll move on to someone better. Such a disappointment. What would Elvira think of you? Blood dripped from the corner of my mouth. I wiped it away, smirking. I wasn't about to let this horrible woman think she was getting to me. Maybe I was holding back all those times. Guinevere planted her hands on her hips, her brow arching. Is that so? Yeah. Emery, Gentry rasped, voice laced with agony. Don't. Just run. Guinevere's narrowed gaze flicked from him to me, and the smile that lit her face was pure evil. She can't run, not this time. She was right, sadly. A trickle of power slipped to my hands, but my death magic felt dormant. I needed to wake it up. Jolt it somehow. Until then, I wasn't going to be able to fight my way out of here, not this outnumbered. Leaving anyone behind wasn't an option either. Time was what I needed. Maybe if we made enough of a racket, someone from the campus would hear. I held up my chained hands, focusing on staying on my feet and not dying. Do you mind? I taunted Guinevere. She snapped her fingers and the manacles unlocked, clanking to the floor. I was rubbing my sore wrists when she waved her hand, and a jolt of red stinging magic tossed me into the wall, knocking the air from my lungs. While I clambered to my feet, she removed her cloak and tossed it aside. I'm sorry. Was I supposed to wait for you to be ready? She mocked. Dark green sparks crackled at my fingertips. It wasn't enough magic to get us out of here, but it was a start. She raised her hand to attack me again. Too bad I wasn't going to play fair. I lunged forward, narrowly avoiding a blow of red magic, and punched Guinevere in the jaw. I followed it up with a second one, exactly as Gentry taught me. The impacts sent her staggering away. She brought her hand up and I grabbed it, then headbutted her. Grimacing at the dizzying pain, I shook my head. I'd used the wrong part of my forehead and paid for it. When I spotted her clutching her bleeding nose, I smiled. Totally worth it. She glowered and I flipped her off. Furious, she shouted, her hands glowing red. I wasn't about to give her a chance to attack. Throwing myself at her, I wrapped my arms around her middle and drove us both to the floor. Clutching my fists together, I punched her hard as I could, hoping to knock her out. I drew my arms back a second time when she thrust her right hand out. I yelped at the burning in my chest. I was flung backward and slid across the stones until I crashed into the totem. Guinevere's nostrils flared, her face a bloody mess when she came after me. I stretched out my hands, straining to feel my death magic. There was no burst of light or connection to my guides. There was nothing at all. "Emery," Gentry yelled, panicking. I lifted my head. Guinevere was already charging at me. Her hand, swathed in power, grabbed my throat, strangling me. I winced from the burning of that energy. "Enough of this," she snapped and shoved me into the totem. I screamed until I was hoarse. My body felt like it was being torn apart and burned at the same time. Back arching, I frantically kicked at Guinevere so I could get away. Her grip on my throat only tightened, cutting off my scream. Red filled my vision, and just like the last time I encountered this magic, some dark force rooted around inside my body. The sickening sensation increased, digging deeper, searching for that well of power I'd been gifted. Guinevere abruptly let go, and I slid to the floor, trembling. Falling forward, I rested my forehead on the cold stones. Every inch of me throbbed. Chanting sounds I hadn't noticed before met my ears, as did Aleister's and Gentry's shouts for Guinevere to stop. Gentry's roar cut off in a fierce snarl. Lifting my head, I saw the dagger protruding from his other thigh. Aleister cursed Guinevere as he stabbed himself in the ribs, digging the blade in until he was hissing uncontrollably. Stuart and Remy were also yelling. Abruptly, Stuart raised the knife to his throat and slit it. I tried to scream, but all that came out was a croak. Guinevere dropped her hand and focused on me, a hungry glint in her eyes. "Time for round 2. I held out my hand to ward her off, but she grabbed me by the throat again. A second later, I was shrieking. Darkness cut off my vision. Finally, I opened my eyes. I was back on the floor. My very bones felt like they were shattering beneath the skin. I couldn't take much more of this. Stomach heaving, I turned to the side, vomiting what little was in my stomach. Head swimming, I mentally shouted for myself to stay conscious. "Emery," Gentry whispered. "I think it's time for you to die." Guinevere raised her hand, and the dagger in Gentry's grasp aimed for his heart. "Such a pity. You're quite the looker." Dark brown eyes found mine, filled with regret and anger. It was what lay beneath them that reached out to me, holding me even when Gentry was not within reach. The sensation of his arms closing around me brought angry tears to my eyes. His lips mouthed 2 words that broke my heart. Guinevere's hand twitched, and that dagger plummeted toward Gentry's heart. A tumultuous storm of pure chaotic power burst from my chest. I thrust my hand out, and the dagger halted, the point barely penetrating Gentry's body. "Drop the dagger," I ordered, my entire left arm trembling from the effort of controlling another. The mark on the back of my neck burned white-hot with the force of my will. Gentry's fingers twitched, but Guinevere demanded he hold on to it. "You're not stronger than me," she warned. Ignoring her sneer, I stared into Gentry's eyes, rose to my feet and took a shaky step forward. "Gentry Wilson, I command you to drop the dagger." The storm brewing inside me grew, soaring through my veins and fighting through the block the fog had placed on me. I strained to find the bond between us, strengthened by the blood I'd shared with him and the drops he'd given me in turn. A ghostly radiance emerged from my skin, pushing back against the pulsing red from the totem at my back. "Drop the dagger." Guinevere argued for him to hang on to it, but one by one Gentry's fingers uncurled. The dagger slipped from his hand, the tip embedding between the cracks of the stone floor. I did the same for Aleister. Stuart's body hung limply from the wall. I gave him the same command. The dagger slipped from his hand. I sighed in relief that he was still alive, though barely. I expected to be weakened from exerting my force on them. Instead, the effects of the totem dissipated. The tattoos shifted beneath my skin, aching to get free. I was ready to unleash all hell on Guinevere when she thrust both hands forward, and I was thrown into the totem a 3rd time. Instead of blacking out, I glared at Guinevere, noting the subtle hint of uncertainty growing on her face. Battling against the force seeking to steal my magic, I gritted my teeth, reaching my hands around to press against the totem. I wasn't sure what I was doing, but instinct drove my actions. Flattening my palms against the stone, I imagined a barrier between me and it, thin but impenetrable. My power built, the greenish-blue light overcoming the red until finally I broke free of its hold. Legs giving out, I collapsed. After all that effort, I was too weak to save us. The rush of power I had moments ago waned. Guinevere chuckled, strolling to me as if she had all the time in the world to finish me off. As I said, weak. You're nothing special. The descendant of Elvira Dravosh or not, you are nothing. I pressed my hands to the floor, about to push myself up to fight with every breath I had, when the strangest sensation struck my palms. Spreading my fingers, I followed that trail of familiarity. Not spirits, no, but something else. Guinevere tried to get me to resurrect the dead with that mountain lion. I'd refused to do it. She thought it was because I couldn't. Because I was weak. I'd sensed the potential in that corpse, had felt my magic reaching out to it. I had the capability to fully embrace the magic coursing through my veins. All I had to do was use it. A long time ago, a quiet voice in the back of my mind warned me that if I reanimated the dead, I'd be treading down a darker road than I was already on. If I did nothing, Aleister and Gentry would die, so would Stuart and Remy. This bitch would kill me, and then Cassandra would have what she wanted. She'd carry on with her foul plans, and no one would be the wiser until it was too late. There was no point in making it easy for her. Besides, what else did I have to lose? I suggest you make peace with the goddess, Guinevere said. Shutting my eyes, I reached for the dead buried in the earth, only a few feet beneath the floor. Images of their skeletal remains appeared in my mind, 3, then 5. No more than that, far more. I called to them soundlessly, sending my magic pulsing through the stones and into the dirt, seeking out every bone. I whispered through my magic, commanding them to rise. What are you doing? Guinevere demanded. My right arm warmed, and I didn't have to look to know my tattoos were coming alive. If there'd been a mirror nearby, I would have seen my face replaced with that of a skull. Guinevere shouted, her footsteps rushing closer when the floor trembled. The chanting that had been background noise for the last few minutes cut off abruptly. Guinevere's eyes narrowed while she glanced around. The quaking ceased, and she gave me a look that said I once again failed her expectations. She took a step forward. Suddenly, a bony hand broke through the stones, latching onto her calf. The pointed ends of its fingers tore through her skin, and she screamed when a second hand joined the first. All around the gathering space, skeletons erupted from their graves, awake and very much alive, ready to do my bidding. Straightening, I watched the newly risen dead attack the cultists as I directed them to, silently praying Rose wouldn't be too badly hurt. I didn't stop to count how many I'd pulled from the dirt. I turned my attention to my tattoos. Get us out of here, I whispered. The bear was the first to burst from my side. She towered over the chaos, unleashing a fierce roar that shook the rafters. The crow, owl, and hare joined her moments later, darting into the fray to cause chaos. Lurching forward, I took the path the bear and skeletons cleared for me to reach the others. Think it's time to go, I muttered to Gentry and Aleister. I took hold of their blood-drenched hands. The wolves were the last to slip from my chest. Howling, they charged into the fight. I grabbed at the silver spikes pinning my vampires to the walls. Having my tattoos and skeletons running rampant was exhausting, and I grew light-headed, ready to keel over. Little help. A skeleton appeared to my right. Gentry's eyes widened when it reached out a hand and tore the spikes out of the wall. It did the same for Aleister and the others, then shuffled back into the fight. The amount of blood covering the 4 of them left me reeling and beyond furious. Spinning around, I zeroed in on Guinevere. 2 skeletons lay broken at her feet, and she was preparing to destroy a third. As if sensing my ire at her, half the risen dead turned their attention to Guinevere and charged. Head swimming, I fell back into Gentry. Can't do this for long. I know. We're getting out of here. He hoisted me into his arms. After Aleister shrugged out of his shirt, so Remy wasn't completely naked after shifting back, he assisted her in holding up Stuart. We inched our way to the doors. Have I told you lately how incredible you are? Gentry said in my ear. I smiled weakly, but with my power ebbing, the pain I endured was coming back with a vengeance. Gentry's jaw tensed, and he picked up the pace, yelling for Aleister to hurry. Mentally, I ordered the skeletons to attack the totem and break it apart until nothing was left but dust. My guides did the same, swarming it with their gleaming bodies. Guinevere shouted behind us, but her words were drowned out by the panicked screams of the cultists. Red light flooded the room. The door was a few feet away, then we were through it. Gentry set me on my feet when Aleister shouted for help. One of the cultists had leaped onto his back. He dragged Aleister out of the doorway, wrestling to get him free of his attacker. Inside the gathering space, the totem pulsed faster and faster. Guinevere stood at its base, face smeared with blood and her clothes torn from the skeletons attempting to rip her to shreds with their bony hands. Her lips were moving, and the totem behind her turned into a column of flames. They consumed the skeletons that had reached its center, destroying several sigils along the way. My guides kept at it, not willing to stop until they were spent. The magic from the totem became unstable, lashing out at cultists and my guides alike. We had to get out of here before it exploded. A whip of fire shot from the totem, coming right for me. I threw my hands upward to block it, but my magic was spent. Time slowed. My view of Guinevere was cut off when Gentry blurred in front of me. He grunted as the flame rammed into his back, instead of striking me. It spread across his body, tangling him in binding ropes of fire, eating through his clothes and skin. I clutched at his hand, but he was torn away from me. The last things I saw were Gentry being thrown against the totem, and Guinevere's sick grin. I sprinted forward to get Gentry out, when a shockwave of power rippled through the building and launched me into the air. The building imploded, sending me hurtling even further away. Debris fell around me, but my head struck the ground, sending me falling into darkness.
Chapter 12. Aleister. Ears ringing, I rolled to my back, staring up at the night sky, confused as hell. An explosion. There was an explosion. I thought I heard people yelling, but they sounded so far away. Wincing while I sat up, I strained to remember what happened right before. We'd gotten out with Emery. The cultist attacked me. I'd been wrestling with him when... Shit. Emery. I fell twice until I managed to stay upright and moving. Emery, answer me, damn it. Gentry. I gasped, falling to my knees when the shock from the explosion wore off, and all I was left with was agony. Gentry. Aleister, a feminine voice rasped, but it wasn't Emery. Here. We're here. Remy. I spotted her waving her arm above her head and limped her way. Stuart was on the ground beside her, fresh wounds from the blast covering his arms, but at least his throat had stopped bleeding. I was starting to think he needed a new profession. That was the second time his throat had been slit this year. Remy was banged up badly and looked ready to fall over. Emery and Gentry. I asked and she shrugged, grimacing from the action. Haven't seen them. Haven't seen anyone else either. Remy's wide-eyed gaze slipped to what remained of the building, now on fire with billowing black smoke seeping from it. Did she raise the dead? All I could do was nod, recalling what Emery had done to get us free. Leaving Remy with Stuart, I searched the debris for Emery and Gentry. A swath of black hair caught my eye, and I staggered toward it, falling to my knees at the sight of Emery. Her chest rose and fell, but her pulse was thready. Emery. I tapped her cheeks. Her eyes remained shut, and her body was limp in my arms. I had her, but where the hell was Gentry? Right before the explosion, something happened. What was it? Why couldn't I remember? The shouting I'd heard earlier grew closer. Glancing over my shoulder, I spotted Fairmain, Julian, and what was probably most of the staff and half the students rushing toward us. I kept my eyes open long enough for Fairmain to reach my side and ask me what the hell happened. Guinevere's one of them, I whispered. Cultists were here. Aleister. She grabbed my shoulder, shaking me. Between the blood loss and the explosion, I was too weak to do anything but topple over. More charred stones were removed and stacked in a pile of rubble. For the last 2 days, the guard had a team working around the clock to clear out the debris to investigate the latest attack by the cultists. Thanks to Remy and Stuart being involved, they took my story seriously this time. There'd been an uproar in Burning Glade once news reached them. Roderick had arrived at the academy a few hours ago, seething and demanding to know what I had seen. I'd given him the details, only hesitating when it came to what Emery had done to save us. I wanted to trust Roderick, but he'd kept so much information from me already. After swearing on our house that he wouldn't let the guard arrest Emery, I relayed what transpired in vivid detail, including the part about Gentry being yanked back into the building right before it exploded. I'd remembered it after I came to the second time. Emery had awakened for a few minutes here and there, but wasn't coherent enough to talk. I doubted she realized I'd been with her, or that Gentry wasn't. After waking up in the infirmary the following morning, I'd hurried out the doors, shouting for Gentry. Fairmain had been there to greet me, telling me to calm down. They'd been working to clear the building already, and so far there was no sign of Gentry. "You should be back in the infirmary," Roderick said from nearby. I hadn't even sensed his approach, too focused on the bodies being pulled from the building. I need to know. 10 bodies had been removed so far, but I didn't have the stomach to see if they were Gentry. Most were burned out husks of who they'd once been. Various bones were also being removed, remnants of the skeletons Emery raised from the dead. "Emery's awake and stable," he mentioned quietly. "You should see her." "Not yet. You don't need to be out here. He was family to you, and I don't think seeing his dead body will do you any good." "We don't know if he's even in there," I argued with a hiss. "He might have gotten out." "Then where is he?" I had no answer for him and kept my mouth shut. I couldn't remember how many cultists had been in the building, so there was no way to know if any of them escaped. My chest ached for Emery, remembering it wasn't only Gentry's survival I was unsure of. Rose was also unaccounted for. Her body could be laid out with the others, or she might be gone. I hoped for Emery's sake her friend made it out. Just like I kept praying someone would miraculously find Gentry alive. "I know what the sigils mean now, or think I do," I told Roderick, needing to keep my focus on something else while 2 more bodies were pulled from the rubble. After listening to Guinevere and Rose talking, I now understood what Cassandra was trying to do and what she'd done to destroy her own coven. I believe Thornheart is stealing death magic from witches. She's been after Emery's this whole time. That is a serious accusation. "Don't you dare stand there and defend her," I snapped, growling as I spun around. "I know what I heard and what I saw. Cassandra is behind everything. The murders, the attacks from the spirit realm, the cultists. It's been her the entire time. We'll need proof." "Yeah? Tell me, when news reached the Eternal Ember about this incident, what did Cassandra do? Where is she right now, huh?" "She's attending to other business." "Yeah, sure she is." "Aleister," Julian shouted from where the bodies were laid out. "You need to see this." Bracing myself for what I was about to witness, I sprinted to Julian. His face was drawn and somber. He couldn't seem to get the words out and pointed instead. The body was on the end, the face gone, as was most of the skin. The height appeared right for Gentry, so did the broadness to the shoulders. I crouched beside it, cursing when I noticed the chest had been split open and the heart removed. "Is it him?" Roderick asked. I was about to say I wasn't sure when I spotted something metallic glinting on the little finger of the body's right hand. Gritting my teeth, I lifted the burnt arm, ignoring the skin flaking off at my touch, and removed the small ring. Rubbing away the soot, revealed black and red metal twisted together. Kylie's old ring. The one Gentry had been wearing when we came to the orchard. "Aleister." Clutching the ring in my hand and fighting back the swell of pain threatening to tear me apart, I straightened, shoving past Roderick. "Yeah, it's Gentry." "I'm so sorry," he murmured and grabbed my arm. "Where are you going?" I tore myself free, not looking at him, and stalked away. To break Emery's heart. The walk through the orchard back to campus was the hardest of my life. I spent the entire way trying to work out what I was going to say to Emery. Everything I came up with paled compared to what she was going to feel when I showed her that ring. Halfway there, I sagged into a nearby wall, fighting to keep from falling apart. I clenched my hands into fists. The small ring cut into my palm, a harsh reminder that Gentry was gone. He'd finally found happiness after all the shit he'd been through. He found the person he was meant to be with, and now he was dead. There wasn't even really a body to mourn over. There was nothing left, nothing but this damned ring. Unsure how long I stood in the deserted corridor, I got my feet moving again and trudged on to the infirmary. 2 guard members were posted outside the door. Captain Lucian was one of them. Aleister. His brow furrowed when I neared. I take it you don't have good news? Emery, I said, knowing I wouldn't be able to share this news twice. She's still awake? Yeah. She's been asking for you and Gentry. We haven't told her anything. My jaw clenched. He cursed quietly. You're sure? I nodded and headed for the door. He opened it for me, and I entered the infirmary. Emery was sitting up in her bed, arguing with Maggie that she needed to find Gentry and me, until she glanced past the healer. Aleister, thank the goddess. No one will tell me anything. Emery climbed off the bed, rushing to me. She hugged me. Where's Gentry? They said something about searching through the rubble and the eternal embers on their way here. Sounds like the guard believes us now, at least. She trailed off, her gaze locked on the doors behind me. Aleister, are you okay? Why isn't Gentry with you? I cleared my throat, but the words were stuck. Aleister, Emery snapped, her voice shaky. Tell me what the hell is going on. There was an explosion, I started quietly. Do you remember it? The fight's fuzzy, but I think so. It threw us away from the building, right? Is Gentry hurt? He should have been healed by now, right? He's fine. An image of Gentry being attacked by those red flames and torn away from Emery flashed through my mind. He sacrificed himself to save her. She had to know that much, not that it would make a difference. The second I told her he was gone, nothing else would matter. I had to be here for her now. Gentry made me promise that if something happened to him, I'd keep her safe. I never thought I'd have to follow through on that oath so soon. Hell, Emery didn't even have Rose to comfort her. She might be dead too. Aleister, Emery whispered, tugging on her raven necklace until the chain snapped. Parts of her necklace clattered to the floor between us. Neither of us moved to pick them up. Answer me, please. Gentry, I swallowed hard, failing to get rid of the lump in my throat, and murmured, we found him a few moments ago. Emery froze, the tattoos on her right arm giving off a faint glow that matched the one growing in her eyes. Found him? What do you mean, found him? He saved you, I whispered, taking hold of her hand. He jumped in front of that fire to save you, it pulled him back in, and the building exploded. No, she gasped, tearing her hand free and stumbling back. No, you're wrong. You have to be wrong. Gods, how much I wanted to be, but I had seen the corpse and currently held the ring in my hand. It was his ring. Slowly I held it up, and tears welled in her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He's gone, Emery. He's gone. A heavy silence settled on the infirmary, until Emery shouted, accused me of lying. She threw herself at me, punching my chest and screaming that Gentry was alive. That he had to be. I took her anger, holding her close until her knees gave out and we sank to the floor. Her shrieks turned to sobs and she buried her face against my chest, clutching to my arms like I was the only thing keeping her alive. A tear slipped from my eye too, dripping into her hair. The door opened behind me. Roderick said my name. A second set of steps came from the hall, and Brolin appeared, face set in anger and disbelief. The second Emery saw him, she pushed out of my arms, throwing herself at him, enraged. You did this, she shouted, smacking him across the face. I caught hold of her, and dragged her away from Brolin. She continued to rage. You killed him. All you had to do was believe him, and instead, you threw him out of your house. Gentry's death is not on my conscience. From what I hear, he died protecting you. Gods only know why. Emery's shriek cut through his words. I lost my hold on her. She went after him again, trying to scratch out his eyes. When I hauled her away a second time, the tattoos on her body burned. Her bear growled, ready to break free and finish what she started. Get out, I shouted at Roderick and Brolin. Just get out of here. Emery raged and screamed until Maggie rushed over, helping me get her back to bed. He's dead, she whispered, crying. It's my fault. He's dead, Aleister. It's going to be all right, I assured her, though I had no idea how. You need to rest now, dear, Maggie said and touched her palm to Emery's forehead. Sleep. Emery fought the spell to put her under, but it was a losing battle. Her head fell to the pillow, and I tucked her in. Maggie promised she'd stay by her side. I needed to go speak with Roderick and Brolin, but my feet refused to move. Gently, I wiped the last of the tears from Emery's cheeks and closed her hand around the small metal ring. I'll be with you, I whispered to her. Whatever comes next, you won't be alone. I kissed her forehead and forced myself to leave her side. Out in the hall, Brolin quietly argued with Roderick. Brolin's eyes shifted to me. Did you get the witch under control? I raised my fist to punch him, but Roderick caught my wrist at the last second. Let go of me. I understand your anger, but you're not the only one who's lost someone, Roderick said as he released me, and I stepped back, glaring at Brolin. He didn't care about Gentry, not anymore. Careful, Brolin said with a hiss of warning. You might be Roderick's heir, but I'm still a prince. Really? Sure as hell haven't been acting like one. Neither of you has. Watch it, Roderick snapped. I shook my head. Why should I? It's true. Emery was right. If you two had believed us and done something months ago, this wouldn't have happened. Gentry would be alive. Gentry would be alive if he'd listened to me, and not gotten involved with that witch. The urge to attack Brolin was damned strong, but the subtle shift of Roderick's body said he wasn't about to let that happen. That witch is Gentry's soulmate, and now they'll be apart forever. She lost him because of you, I scoffed. Brolin's lips parted in disbelief. I refuse to believe that. I don't care what you believe. It's the truth. Whatever the truth may be, Roderick said, talking over Brolin's sputtering, it's quite clear that Emery and you are not safe here. Until we can track down who's behind these cultists, both of you will remain in Burning Glade. You're arresting us? That's it. For God's sakes, Aleister, I'm not arresting you. I'm trying to keep you both alive. And if what you say about Cassandra is true. If, he emphasized when I opened my mouth, if it's true about her stealing death magic, the smart move is to keep Emery Dravosh close. Keep her safe. He placed his hand over his heart. I swear to you she will not be harmed while there. Fine, I uttered. But we know who's behind it. I'm afraid until we have these cultists in custody, or some other form of proof, I can't take you at your word. I have my most trusted men sending for her as we speak, however, to try and clear this matter up, he assured me. We'll leave for Burning Glade, once Emery is well enough to travel. Are we finished? I bit the words out. Roderick nodded, and I stormed back into the infirmary to sit with Emery. Dragging a chair to her bedside, I plopped in it and held fast to her hand. Strangely, the touch was hollow, as if it was missing something. Gentry, I whispered, realizing far too late how strong the bond was between the three of us. I rested my head on the side of the bed and shut my eyes. A small part of me hoped once Emery's strength returned, she might be able to find Gentry's spirit, talk to him one last time. The explosion that took his life had come from that cursed totem. What if it obliterated more than his body? What if his soul was gone too? Struggling to hold on to a sliver of hope, I drifted into a restless sleep, the first of many to come.
Chapter 13. Gentry. Chains rattled when I jerked awake. Something hard pressed against my back, and the shackles forced my arms over my head. I cursed at the excruciating pain that hit me a few seconds later. Each time my back touched the wall, a new bite of agony shot through me. From what I could see of my body, my clothes had been severely burned, as had my skin. My wounds were slowly piecing themselves back together. Blood. I needed blood. My throat burned for it, and I snarled, tugging on the chains, willing them to break. The last thing I remembered was rushing between Emery and that whip of fire. She'd screamed, and everything went dark a few seconds later. While I worked to loosen the chains from the wall, I took in my surroundings. There were a few candles scattered here and there, lighting up what appeared to be a cavern. There was a single chair, set beside a rickety wooden table. Beyond it was a vast cauldron atop a small fire. Steps shuffled closer from my right. Peering around my arm, I spotted several cloaked figures enter the room. The cultists. So they'd taken me. That was great. At least Emery and Aleister weren't here with me. One of the figures threw back its hood. I flinched. Rose? She stared straight ahead, her face blank like she didn't know me at all. The person to her right also revealed her face. I viciously hissed at Guinevere. I'd hoped she'd died. From the way she favored her left side, she was injured. She glared at me, but made no move to try and control me again. What do you want, huh? I demanded when neither said anything. I have no power. I have nothing you want. You might as well kill me and get it over with. A voice answered me, but it wasn't Guinevere. Such bravado for one who has finally found his soulmate. I growled, baring my fangs. Why don't you show your face? Rose and Guinevere parted to let another person step forward. The hood was tossed back, and Cassandra's wicked smirk greeted me, her long white hair framing her face. Those violet eyes shimmered when she came closer, staying out of reach of my fangs. Pity. She sighed as though I'd disappointed her. Sadly, you're not the vampire they were meant to capture. However, you have some use. I showed no reaction to her words but tucked them away. The theory we had of Aleister's connection to Cassandra might be correct after all. You won't use me to get to Emery. I won't let you. I'm afraid you don't have a choice in the matter, seeing as you're currently chained to a wall. And before you go all heroic saying you'll find a way to kill yourself and what have you, she added with a careless wave of her hand while she walked away, save it. We both know you'll do anything to see your precious Emery again. If you harm her, I'll rip out your throat and drain you dry. Her eyes flared when she whirled back around to face me. Oh, sweetheart, you really think you can scare me? You're not the first vampire to try and kill me. I fear nothing, certainly not a child such as yourself. I yanked on the chains until my wrists bled, but they continued to hold. As much as I'd love to stay and chat, I have plans to put into motion. I'm afraid your little fiasco at the academy has moved up my timetable. I'll be back soon. The others will keep you company. Cassandra exited the cavern the same way she entered. I opened my mouth to curse her when my jaw snapped shut against my will. Hands clenching in anger, I shifted my gaze to Guinevere, holding her hand toward me and smirking. Time for a little payback, she mused. Let's see how much pain it takes to make you go mad. I grabbed hold of the chain and squared my shoulders, waiting for her attack. Emery. If I could think of her, getting back to her, I'd survive whatever they did to me. I had no choice. Guinevere drew a dagger from her hip and approached, cackling while she aimed the point at my neck. Where to begin?
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.